Hallo, salut, Sintiel, un hajduk, citero, iubira ma este percira. Hallo, hallo, Sintiel, Picasso, sound that beat, Jason Voynich, daar zegt die nutzerni mi, wees a plesh daar nu man. Keep on down, see drago starting day. Wees a plesh daar nu man. Keep on down, see drago starting day. Zet spoon, je ziet, akum, hallo, jubira, sentiel, vercira, hallo, hallo, sentierisch, Picasso, sound that beat, Jason Voynich, daar zegt die nutzerni mi, wees a plesh. What's up, guys? We back. We're so back. You can't cancel me forever. I may have been canceled for a week, but they've forgotten. And now it's just for the week. My hands are up on Blog TV. Be mindful of the ozone, guys. Be mindful of the ozone. It's a layer that's disintegrating throughout time, contributed by the chlorinated, the hydrogenated polyphenols, the chlorinated, fluorinated, polarnylated, substances that we're using to refrigerate. So, do be mindful and keep things as cold as possible. Obviously, avoid disease, but do be mindful that you are contributing to the reduction of the ozone layer. And Numa is not going to save it. So, just for the record, just putting that out there. Just realize that you are the bad guy. All right, let's see. What else? Here we are. So where were we? Where were we with this? Where were we? Well, I think that we were much to my chagrin. We were only about 2 chapters in to editing. And what I mean by that was like this stage of editing. We're about 2 hours in. Dude, I'm looking like Syndrome from in The Incredibles right now. Dude, I'm looking like Syndrome. All right, so I'm thinking we're going to pop right back in. To chapter 2. 4. We're actually chapter 4. We were on chapter 2, but I have accelerated since the last time that you guys saw me. Let's check my Kick chat. We on Kick? What's up, Kick? Kick OG Ego chat room. Let's see it. Nada. No say. Nothing. Hey, look at that, 9 followers. But I keep oscillating between like 9 followers to 12 followers to like 6 followers. So I'm not really sure if I'm doing well on Kick. I'd imagine probably not, but we got a bump in YouTube though. We got a bump in YouTube for a second. What's up, Twitch? Good to see you, Twitch. So where was I the last time that we left off? I was on chapter 2. I think I was on chapter 2 or chapter 1, and we were editing one of those, and it just took forever. So I did that off screen, and here we are on chapter 4. Let's see. Oops. All right, and then for the record, it is pretty much all edited to this point, and like it's all cut up and like spliced exactly where it needs to be. There are some repeats. But that's the worst of what we're dealing with here. And in fact, I even have written down somewhere. Here we are. I've written down the repeats that I found, or like, oh, this word needs to be shifted, you know? So what I've found most successful is I will go ahead and take these finalized products that are like pretty much cut up to where they kind of need to be and then spliced all down, and I'll listen to them while I'm doing other things because I have a very busy life, so I'm doing a lot of other stuff, and while I'm doing those things, I will write down what needs to be changed. So it looks like these are all the completed sections. I think I have another one that I need to consult. It was, of course, the holiday, so work hit me up with a stocking, and they got a bunch of stuff in there, but you know how that goes. So happy holidays to everybody in here. Also, got some cool gifts from my mom. So, I got a big old stocking full of chocolate. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. What else? What do we got? There's a bunch of those documents, but I'm looking for like. Oh, do I have it in here, maybe? I might have put it away real quick. No, I don't. I just have a flash drive. Just a flash drive in there. Cool. Well, that's okay. How you guys doing? What are you up to? I need some more setup because I'm not going to be able to see this the whole time. So what I like to do is I like to pull myself up on YouTube, and then I can see it on my screen here. And there's a little bit of a delay, but like if somebody does leave a comment, then I can see that comment that they left. So I do appreciate that. I'm on my other account, Redder Rick. And I might actually go live on that account in the future once I get labdominals going. I like the term labdominals. But Redder Rick is actually a better term for what I'm doing. Yeah, if you search it up, you just get ab workouts like crazy. This might be a bad brand. Labdomen. Okay. You can't get anything. You can't get my account at all by looking me up. This is crazy. There we go. Okay. Wow. That is surprisingly hard. All right, there we go. So we're connected to live chat now. And I also have, as you can see, it will pop up on Twitch and on YouTube. So if you guys do say what's up, I can see it, and then I can see it in front of me as well for YouTube. Let me get a Twitch chat going as well, so I can see Twitch chat in all of its glory. Let's see, clear the space here. Gotta clear the space. Take my auditions off. I auditioned recently for something. I auditioned for this unigroup thing. Hopefully I get it. Just manifesting it. But it's a young professional, ages 20 to 35, any gender, any ethnicity. There we go. And it's literally just for United Van Lines. So that sounds kind of cool. I'm excited to hear back from that if I do. So I want to put it out there in the universe. I get a lot of auditions, though. Auditioning is actually, like, if you think about it, you have to audition for about, like, what are the odds? I think it's like, you have to audition for about 100 auditions before you get maybe, like, 10 callbacks. That's usually kind of the ratio, and 10 is like pretty high. 10 is like if you're nailing it, you get about 10 callbacks per 100 auditions. So it can range anywhere from like 0 to 10. And for me, let's see. Yeah, I would like to run those numbers at some point in the near future, but for me, it's like I have to audition for, I think about every 250 auditions, I get about maybe like 3 callbacks. I think that's about it. That's about it. So I'm relatively new to it, and I make amateur mistakes, I make rookie mistakes, so that's just the nature of it. And it's all about like looking at what you do when you succeed and trying to figure out, why did I succeed in that moment? And actually the best thing that you can do is consult the people that made the decision. If you talk to casting directors, they have a lot more insight into why your audition works, why your audition doesn't, and what you can do to target that audience better in the future. So if you don't already have like a good relationship with a casting director, I would say if you're in the acting field, that's really, really important to do. Let me get a charger for this iPad over here. Let's get it going. Okay. Looking like the mayor of Whoville over here. All right, we got Twitch. Who's on Twitch? Who is this? Profile. Yeah, that's me. So let's go to this one. this Twitch. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Yo, 36 followers. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. We're actually a lot closer to 50 than we were like maybe about a month ago. Yeah, really, really happy to see that. Looks like it's not pulling up right on this one. Let's pull it up again. Reload. There we go. Nice. Now I have a visual over here to see if I have any chat. And then I have a visual in front of me to see if I have any chat. And so I can be on another screen and not really worry about it. Cool. All right, let's hear it. Why does it do that, actually? I think I actually did that. That's really sad. It's like I don't know what that is, but it's like a vocal squeal. Oh, that's too bad. It's really too bad. All right. I think I'm just like, I'm chomping at the bit. I think that's what it is. And it's unfair because, like, obviously things take time, but, like, I don't know. I think, like, it's really hard when you don't have a slight amount of resistance. Like if you hop on a bike for the very first time, and the setting is like so low that like it's so easy to pedal, the feeling of biking isn't there because there's zero resistance. And so it's actually like you get no fun whatsoever and no benefit for that matter if you're on a bike without resistance. But the moment you hop on and there's like, it's set to like 4 or 5, and you have like a mid-level of resistance, it's actually like really fun to get on and battle that resistance and combat against it. So I always find that like when you start out on a channel somewhere, it's sort of like that feeling of hopping on a bike set to 1, because there's so little to resist against that it's like you're not really doing anything, you know? And to go from that setting of like not being on the bike to being on the bike set at 4 is the hardest thing as a creator that just is hopping on. So I'm really curious what that looks like in the best execution. Like, is it necessary to be involved in a network of people? Is it necessary to promote your stuff? To me, it's always just necessary to do the best that you can do, and people will come. Like, build it and people will come. And furthermore, like, when you're making all of the mistakes that you inevitably will do when you're a rookie, less people see them if you market your content less, and it only is sent out to the people that really, really love your stuff. But I don't know. I feel like sometimes I'm just chomping at the bit, and I'm like, okay, like, let's get to the point to where like I've got I don't know what the best looks like. I think like the starting point of a YouTube partner, for example, like, and I think that starts at 1,000 followers, which is quite a lot actually. Or starting out at Twitch partner, which would be, hold up, I think Twitch partner is, let's see, Twitch partner requirements. Stream on at least 12 different days within a 30-day period. Stream for 25 plus hours of content within 30 days. That's totally fine. Okay, here's where it gets hard. Maintain an average of 75 viewers across all live streams within a 30-day period. That's pretty challenging. That's really, really challenging, actually. 75 viewers? No official way to become partner, only official minimum requirements to apply. Twitch's path to partnership is not an easy one, and meeting these requirements does not guarantee acceptance as a partner. Yeah, that's a really good point. It's not a guarantee. No specific number of followers or subscribers required. Okay, but having an existing sizable audience from other social media platforms. Oh, okay. Or a streamer's friend audience can help. Yeah. Applying for partnership as soon as you meet the requirements is often seen as too desperate. Really? And repeatedly applying, if rejected, may not be received well. Okay. Additionally, according to Quora, the minimum number of paid subscribers need to qualify for Partner Plus is 350. 350. Oh my gosh. Is it possible to get partner within a few months? Literally, this guy, I suspect it's nearly impossible. Duh. Crazy. Okay. Well, I just had to look that up because I wanted to see, like, what does that look like when you just start a program? Like, I think the best way to launch onto Twitch as an everyday streamer is to have some sort of thing that you do on another platform that people are most interested in, but then want to see your day-to-day, so I don't know. I think my biggest advice to people in this predicament is to focus on the work, and audience will come naturally, as they always do. Just focus on what you love and what you're really, really good at. If you focus on those two things, then you will get an audience by definition. And you don't have to build the audience. You don't have to spend time trying to cultivate the audience. You don't have to spend a lot of money on marketing. You don't have to network with people that you may or may not like. You literally just focus on the work, and the people will come. If you build it, the people will come. Like, the algorithm is set up to attract those people. So let's build it, guys. Let's build it. Speaking of good quality, what is that bad quality? Do I have it? I might have another take, actually. Hold up. I might have another take. I just don't know if I heard that the first time around or what's up, but That's really unfortunate. All right. Okay. No, that's fine. That's fine. That's cool. Damn it. Why does it sound like I'm saying focused? Like past tense. Ooh, oh no. Okay. 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 Mm. Still too long. Mm. Okay. 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 I think my next step in my performance growth is to be very, very mindful of the very slight things that I do with my mouth. So, like, you can hear, and you can only hear this when you compress the audio or turn up the gain on the audio. You can only hear the very slight, like I even probably just did it right there, the very slight tongue clicks, the hitting the cheeks, the only speaking in one part of the mouth, the clicks of the cheek when you open up the rest of the mouth, like everything becomes so loud, and it's hard to isolate just what you're saying with what I'm giving this right here. And so I think that it's really important. Like, yes, I could give this all to my editor and I could say, please deal with this. But I think it's really important for me to know what's best to send out to my editor and figure out, like, what can I do to improve, to make it easier for their workflow. If I could do that, like, that's probably my main focus for my next project, is to say things with exceptional precision and to figure out how I can best do that. That's probably where I'm going to take this. Um I also got to improve the way I say contexts. Contexts. In some contexts, how do I best say that? Contexts. Because I need to say context. Contexts. Man, that is challenging. Hold up, I gotta Google how to best pronounce context. Context. Okay. To pronounce context correctly, say context with emphasis on the first con and a soft T at the end. Context. Essentially sounding like con as in cone, followed by text as in textbook. But see, like with text, I think that's probably what's throwing me off, because if I say text, like if you text me that, I have to take time to say the last T, or else I'm just slurring my words. I'd be like, yeah, can you text me that? Nobody knows what I'm saying. Hey, can you text me that? Hey, man, can you please text? Can you just text that? Could you text that to me? Did the tech arrive? Did the tech get the text message? Did the ITT Technical Institute get the text message? Technically text. Yeah, you could text him. You could definitely text him. You could technically text him. 2 texts. I sent 2 texts. I sent 2 texts to 2 texts. 2 texts to 2-tone 2 texts. I feel like we can make a whole tongue twister out of that. A tongue twister of 2 texts. Context. You see, if I say context, it sounds like contacts, which you can't even hear me say contact. Contact. If I do this as an audiobook, I need to say, I've made contact with that man, instead of I make contact with that man. Because you don't know what I'm saying. I'm mush-mouthing it. So like, man, that's hard. That's really hard. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this out. I'm going to put this over. Put this maybe in there. Oh, do I have to change it for the full? Yeah. No, not doing that, dude. I am not doing that. No. Ha! Ha! Stop it. Let's see what you got. Okay. So it has to have the full thing, but also, but also go on to the region, take that down about. Ha! Oh. Who are you? Who, I really want to know. All right, we got the pinwheel, so we gotta take our time. We gotta go do something else. You guys ready? You guys ready? You guys ready? you? I really wanna know. Are you? I really wanna know. Here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. All right, did we get it? Haha, we did get it. We got it. Good. I wish I could do this on my iPad. I feel like this would all be really easier on my iPad, but here's the funny thing. I don't know if you guys knew this, but did you know that you can't take a product that you own, like Logic Pro, and use it on another Mac thing that you own? You have to buy... Actually, no, can't even buy it. It needs to subscribe to Logic Pro for the iPad. You can't even transfer the thing that you own from one Mac product to another. You have to subscribe for like $15 a month to the thing that you already own on another platform. It actually doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Like, I'm actually kind of scared that I've been looking into this thing called the Studio for a minute. I probably won't buy it right now or anytime soon, but like, let's see, YouTube? Yeah. Ain't this funny? Well, ain't that just a kick in the leg? All right, hold up. Okay. So, can you guys hear me, actually? Yeah. Yes. All right, cool. All right, so, of course, this. So, let's mute that for copyright reasons, but let's play this real quick, right? If we're watching these guys, how old are these guys, do you think, really? That guy looks probably 30. Probably like late 30s. Looks like he's getting into his late 30s. I think every single one of these guys looks like they're in their late 30s. Let's see. Let's see how old they were. A promo film for the Who's 1978. Who Are You? Okay. So let's go to Google and say, how old was the members of the Who? Okay, so this is what we'll do. We'll say, who are you? Da da da. With Pete Townshend's blistering guitar riffs. Okay, so he was the guitarist there. Actually, you know what? We'll go with the vocalist, right? Because the vocalist was a front runner. That's who we were saying. Like, dude looks probably 30, right? It's this guy right here. He's looking. He's looking probably late 30s. He's looking probably late 30s. So we'll go on to Google. We'll put in his name, and then he's a singer, obviously. He was born in 1944. Okay, so 1944. We go into the calculator app. We're going to go in. That was 1978. So we'll type in 1978 minus 1944, and we get 34. We get 34. He was 34 at that time. So when The Who is making Who Are You right here, he's 34. Mid-30s. Now, the production has gotten way easier these days. The production has gotten a lot better. Yo, what's up, Christy? Good to see you, Christy. What up, what up, what up? How are you today? So the production has gotten so much easier these days to where, like, I probably have better equipment on me right now than The Who has access to in their professional studio of 1978? Yeah, 1978. I have better equipment, just by definition, than 1978 The Who. So, where do we go from that? What do I mean? Where am I going with this? This dude is mid-30s, doing this in a studio. I've got a studio fairly similar to this. The only difference is that they have an immense amount of talent that they're expressing, and I just have the equipment, right? So if I were to right now start asking people and start saying, I kind of want to make music. I want to start like just playing around on the guitar, playing around on the bass, and see what happens. People are going to look at me sideways. They're going to be like, well, aren't you a little too old to start doing that? People will look at me sideways and they'll be like, well, that's a really strange like change of career. Like, because the mindset that people have is that people can only be one thing unilaterally. People can only do the thing in their mind. People can only do the thing that the box in their mind allows. So if they've put you into the box of, oh, you are a scientist, there's not a possible way in their mind that you can become now an artist because you occupy a certain box. And that is outside of the box they put you in. So when we think about like thinking outside of the box and doing things that are unorthodox, it's that pursuit. You're always battling the perceptions of others. And that's why you can never come to somebody else with an idea that you have, a vision, and expect them to give you good advice. The only thing that you can do is live your truth, make moves in silence or in ambiguous terms, and let them see the result and judge you based on the result. That's it. That's all you can do. The only thing you can do as an artist is just focus on the art itself and do the best art that you can. And people will either like it or dislike it, but it will be your art that they're judging, not you inherently. But before you start, before you begin, before you trot down that road less traveled, you're going to have people that will give you the worst advice possible. They'll say, oh, well, you should, if you want to become an actor, maybe you should watch a lot of movies. If you want to become an actor, maybe you should go to school and study it. If you want to become an actor, who's your favorite actor? to do something like that, to actually be that thing, you have to understand the craft and do it often. Those are the only two things that you need to focus on doing. You can't convince people that you're that thing. You can't just indulge in the end products of others all the time. You can to a certain extent to gain inspiration. But the more you spend time in that world and not doing the action that you know you need to do, the less successful you'll become as a person who does that thing. If I spent most of my time listening to other audiobooks and not doing my audiobooks, I am a worse audiobook narrator, because although I'm gaining inspiration and I might be getting really great ideas from other people, the lack of implementation of those ideas removes the ability for you to practice. And practice is everything. I have a book over here called Outliers from Malcolm Gladwell. He is expressing in that book this concept of the 10,000 hour rule. And that's to say, to become a master at your craft, you have to reach, on average, about 10,000 hours of practice time prior to you getting mastery in that thing. And that might seem daunting, but let's run a few numbers here. Let's see. If you go to, you can't really see my calculator on here, unfortunately, but I'm trying to think of a good way to do it. I can't really. All right, so 10,000 hours, right? We'll go 10,000, and we'll actually, let's see if I could just here, properties. Let's go to calculator. This is so dumb. I should just have this up as a window somewhere else. I think that probably would be the best. But anyway, this is, so we got 10,000 hours, right? 10,000 hours. How many hours are in a day? If you spent every waking hour of every day to do something like this, it would take 416.6 hours. We could just round up and say that's 420 hours, or 420 days, right? Okay, so that seems daunting because we split that into a year, and that's about just over a year. That is a year and probably it's just over a tenth of a year. A year and a couple months. So we can't do that. Right? Because we can't spend every waking hour. That would make us insane. We split that into our waking hours. So we remove, 8 from 24, we get 16, right? Because 24 is 8 3 times. If we remove an 8, then that becomes 16, right? So we just spend every waking hour doing this. That is 625 days. Divide that by 365. That's almost 2 years. So still pretty obsessive. If you're spending every waking moment intentionally practicing something, you're going to get burnt out. It's going to happen. But you could do this theoretically if you were quite obsessed under 2 years. Okay. Let's go for like everyday job. Sounds reasonable. For, the everyday job. You can spend 8 hours at a job and go do other things. 1250 days. It's about 3.5 years. 3.5 years doing something. If you did it every single day for about 8 hours, and then you did other things, it'd take you about 3 years to get there. That sounds pretty good, right? Still a fair bit obsessive. Most people would call you obsessive if you did this, but 3 years from now, we're looking at 2024, the end of 2024. So let's call this 2025. Let's add 3 years. It's 2028. We're all going to reach 2028 at some point. You may as well spend it doing something you love. Do something you love for 3.5 years. This is June of 2028. You now become a master of whatever you're doing. I mean, that's not too bad. 10,000 hours divided by 4. Let's do 4 hours a day. Oops. Take about 6, almost 7 years. If you started right now and you did it 4 hours every single day, it's kind of my rate right now doing Twitch, right? At the end of 2030, you would become a master at your craft if you did it 4 hours every single day. How many weeks? Let's go 10,000. Let's divide it by, let's do like a 40-hour work week, right? And we divide that by 52 weeks in a year. That'd be about 5 years. If you gave it the same amount of effort you gave to your full-time job, you would reach that master of your craft in 5 years. So all I'm saying is that I think that we take our time for granted. Let's see. All I'm saying is that if we just focused on one thing and did that one thing for the next 5 to 10 years, there is no possible way you would not become a master at that thing. You'd have to be, by definition. And so, whatever you want to do, take your hiatus from work. Take about 5 years off. Do the thing you really, really love to do. And in 5 years' time, that thing may become your job. That may become your passion your passion project may become your profession. Do that thing. And that's what's going to come. It's just a numbers game, and it's just a time thing. So just keep doing that over and over and over again. Christy, very good to see you, Christy. Welcome in. Good to see you. What up, Bloodsauger? That is an interesting name. What's up, dude? How you doing? Welcome in. Hello. Let's see. Yeah, we're just editing an audiobook right now, so that's all I am doing. Ooh, interesting. That is a really interesting channel. I did not expect that. That's like Tomb Raider. Okay. You got a Tomb Raider character with a battle royale on a Fortnite. That's cool. I'll hit you with this subscription. All right. So what do I do on here? I'm an audiobook creator. So all I do is edit as much as I can, as much as I feel like doing that day. And today we are doing this book on neoliberalism. And I've edited it for the most part. It's for the most part edited. All the dead air is gone. All of the spacing is gone in between them. I I'm on the last leg of this right now, right before I finalize the product. And I am going to finalize this product by the end of this weekend for sure. For sure. But I record on air, I edit on air, I do most things on air. So if you want to be a part of the process, always come in, leave a brief comment. I'll definitely respond while I see it, because I can see it on my TV and on the iPad. But I also have the free promo codes for anybody part of the process and wants a finalized copy of this. I get like 50 free copies. I get so many free copies of this book. So I give them out like candy on a Halloween night. So hit me up if that is something that you'd like. I'll definitely hit you up with it, and I'll show you the process along the way. See, and I have such an issue with that word. I don't know why. And it's like stuff like that where I just need to go in and trim out just that little bit of word right there. And of course, I am editing on Logic Pro. Logic Pro. All right, we got the pen wheel. I don't know what we did to deserve the pen wheel, but we got it. It is loading. Actually, you know what? Is it even? Oh, no, it is not loading at all. In fact, I don't think it's been loading for a minute. I think I have to restart that capture on there. Whoopsies. All right, check us out. I'm on our page. What up, guys? What up, what up, what up? All right. What are we going to do while we're here? Yeah, so we figured out that this guy was 35 while he was recording this. And this dude is 35 while he's recording this right now. And so the thing that I was trying to say there is that no matter where you're at in life, no matter what you want to do, right here, right now, if you tell people that you want to do that, if you make your intention known, they're going to tell you that you can't do it. They're going to list a litany of reasons as to why you can't do it. There's no way that you could do it. But if you just believe in yourself and you invest the time necessary, and you're delusional enough that despite whatever comes your way, you're just going to move past it, you can find success in any capacity, whatever you do. So this dude right down here, 34, he's living his life. He's making his magnum opus right now. He's living his truth. What could you do to do the same thing? All right, here we go. Here we go. I'm going to go ahead and save it because it's been giving me issues. But we're back. We're back. We're so back. All right. And into Prism, down to Logic Pro, Properties, Restart Capture. There we go. There we go. That prioritize defending policies that prioritize national production and consumption to the detriment. So this is my more microscopic version of editing, where I go in and I trim out a lot of the space between the words that seem a fair bit unnatural. And then I take all the clips and I reduce them down. So I don't have to do every single clip, and I think that's what's leading to a lot of this loading issue that I'm experiencing. So I might not do that in the future, but like this was supposed to make it so that all of the clips like continuously get shifted down as I go throughout the process. We're getting the pen wheel again, though. We're getting the pen wheel. So it is what it is. I read the most awkward thing today that I had written back when I first started modeling. It was so bad. It was so bad. I wrote this so I could send it to my manager at the time so we can upload it to a variety of different sources. But he told me how great of a segment this was, and it's really not. It's actually pretty bad. I said my inspiration for acting came as a young child. I was amazed at the immense amount of connection I could have with a character on the TV screen. Movies taught me so much more than education ever has. My connection with characters has always been much deeper than any connection I've ever found with any other human being. Cringe. There's something about the way that I can dive into a character's storyline and completely understand the feelings going through their mind. When I watch a movie, I completely lose my own sense of being. Okay, that's true. That is true. And I begin to feel as the character would in their given situation. I've always felt a piece of myself was missing as I went through life. Yikes. Through the portrayal of characters, I felt this Yeah, see, I don't even want to say, like, most of this. It's just weird. It's so weird. Cringe. All right, let's see. I think it's loaded now. To the detriment of international that prioritize national production and consumption to the detriment of international trade. In others, it can adopt an authoritarian stance, with leaders using to the detriment of international that prioritize national production. Okay. I had to make sure that was actually playing. In others, it can adopt an authoritarian stance, with leaders using to justify strength. With leaders using nationalism to justify. See, and then I gotta like continuously like bring it over. To justify nationalism, to justify strengthening state control and repressing dissent. Causes of research. Okay, so causes. I think I have a breath in there somewhere. So most of that needs to go. But I think that's a little too much. Yeah, we got the pinwheel if we do the whole thing. Yikes. All right, what's on our calendar? I got nothing for the calendar today or tomorrow. Look at us. Look at us go. Okay. Must be good now. All right. Causes of resurgence. Repressing dissent. Causes of resurgence. So I say resurgence there. I wonder if I can actually. Causes of resurgence. That might take a lot more surgery than I'd like. Resurgence. No. Causes of resurgence. I wonder if it's that right there. Causes of resurgence. It must be this right here. It's gotta be. And this is called, oh, actually, no, it's not resurgence, but I did say, because I'm supposed to say resurrection. All right. Yeah, that kind of threw me because you say resurgence a lot in this, in this chapter, but it's called resurrection, and I accidentally said resurgence. So I was trying to find any evidence of me ever saying resurrection in here so I could replace it, but I think I just have to re-record it. Causes of resurgence. The causes of resurgence. Ugh. The resurgence of nationalism in recent decades is a complex phenomenon that can be attributed. Okay. All right. I played myself. All right. Let's see. So causes of resurgence is another section, and I just did nationalism in context. So I could go ahead and bounce nationalism in context since I'm already through that section. But we're getting the pinwheel here. We're getting the pinwheel of death. So I just got to wait it out, apparently. Just got to wait it out. What are you guys up to today? What are you doing? I don't know if like having the studio would help all this. This is what I'm on right now. Nationalism in context is where we're at, and then we just got to this section of cost of not neurodivergence. No, sorry, causes of resurgence. So, let's go to an autistic wife with a Down syndrome. Wait, what? This is so strange. Hey, what's up, Christy? There you go, Christy. All right. What is the deal? Okay. No, I'm trying to
Well, she strikes you. It's a common characteristic of her kind.
Gonna have to if he says some fucked shit, and it's not like I sent you the photo of the dent that he left in my wall. Like, if he fucking does this, he knows, and his friends are not okay with it. Like, his in real life friends are trying to be like, dude, like, this is not okay. Like, we're trying to fucking care for him.
You're trying to care for him.
I don't want to have. I'm going to have to defend myself. I was not going to release those.
So interesting.
He's in a
to-
self-defense situation.
to see him like
I don't want to release that.
Okay.
But I'm gonna have to if he does this. Like, I'm trying to help him. And
Yeah, you're helping him, man. You're helping.
Huh. There we go. Dude, 10% off is just like, that's so sad. 10% off? I thought like for sure it would be 20% off. 10 is just, what is that, free tax? Like, that's too sad. That's too bad. That's too bad. That must be for like free stuff there. There's no way that that's worth the amount of money that you get from that. It's, wow, 10%. That's crazy. 10% is crazy. What did this guy say? Hey, Tom, I just wanted to let you know you're getting, that's funny. All right. What was I going to look up? I was going to look up, I don't know. I'm not sure. I wonder if there's a way that I could like utilize AI to correct for things in this production. You know, like obviously making AI content is bad if this were just completely AI, but I wonder if I could use AI to correct for things, or like to identify that there's been a copy of a take and to remove the dead air and condense it down. Like most things that I do on here could be automated. I wonder if there's a way that you could automate it using an AI technology. And like every single thing, like a tongue click, like a mouth movement, to reduce that sound or to use some sort of technology to identify each of those moments and like mitigate the effect. I wonder if that's possible. It would make my job so much easier, and I could just focus on like doing the thing and like not worrying about paying somebody gobs of money to do it, just hoping at some point that it will be successful. Because I know if I do this long enough, I will become successful in what I do. It's just like, it's a nature of doing the thing over and over and over again until you're successful. It will happen. You just have to persevere. But I wonder if there's a way to that point quicker through AI technology. I don't know. Let's see. Let's look it up. AI technology for audio editing. Let's see. AI technology is used in audio editing to perform a variety of tasks, including transcribing, noise identification, real-time processing, voice synthesis. Yeah, see, that's what we don't want. We don't want to replicate human voices. I can already do that. What I need is like an AI tool that is easy to use and quickly responsive. Enhanced speech, language detection, filter word detection. Best AI tools for editing. Let's look at that. Adobe Podcast. Echo removal. No. Separate voice. I mean, that's kind of cool. Convert your audios in any language while keeping the same voice. That's kind of cool. I do like that. That's a really neat idea, but not quite what I want to do. Let's see. For audio editing, Logic Pro. How about that? The new Logic Pro introduces Studio Assistant, making the augment the music making process and provide See, but I use Logic in a very different way. So when people talk about using, oh, interesting, ChatGPT for Logic Pro. Yeah, maybe. How about this? AI technology for audiobook editing. Ooh. Logic Pro. AI is taking over Logic Pro. The new Logic Pro 11. Which one do I have? Logic Pro. About Logic Pro. Yeah, I've got 11. I've got 11. So this should apply to me, but AI audio. See, I don't want AI audiobook narration. That's not what I want. Because you can tell when something's created through AI. Like, it's really obvious. I just need something to help edit me down. Proofing? What is proofing? Maybe I can consult my friend. My friend does editing professionally. I should just consult Mr. JT about this. The resurgence of nationalism in recent decades is a complex phenomenon that can be attributed to a combination of economic and political and cultural factors, all interconnected with don't like that. all interconnected with the dynamics. Too much space in there. With the dynamics of neoliberal globalization. This revival of nationalism. Oh, you know what though? You know what? What do you know? You know what? Causes of resurgence. That was the beginning of the section, so we actually don't need to do any of this whatsoever. Except actually we do, and I'm kidding, but authoritarian stance with leaders using no zeros. All right. Let's bring it back. Resurgence of nationalism. Nationalism in context. Nationalism. I think it's just nationalism in context. I think that's what we're dealing with. Nationalism in context. Okay. I'm pretty sure I turned the compressor noise down, so this may be for nothing, but I'm going to go ahead and do that. All right, let's see. Let's check on some analytics here. Let's go into my profile. Let's go to creator dashboard. And okay. I think I lost a follower since the last time I went on live, so RIP. Last time I went live for an hour and 20 minutes. Oh, actually, I think that's this one. The last time was 2 hours 17, and yo, DK? What is DK? Viewers by location. Is it Denmark? I actually don't know what that is. That's cool. Oh, and it tells me the clips that were made from this. That's cool. Nice. All right. So let's go into... We'll go into nationalism and context. National and context? Whatever. I did that so quick. I did not even pay attention to it, apparently. Did not even pay attention to it. Issues found with audio. Yeah, that was to be expected. The RMS is too low. Help. Help. The RMS is so low. Help me. All right, I actually do kind of like how that sounds. 5.5. Oh, you guys can't hear it. All right, 5.5. Let's go ahead and bounce it. I think that is the worst part of this whole process is like doing something on another screen and being like, oh yeah, you guys can't see that. Sorry about that. Oh yeah, sorry. Let's see, Kick. What's going on with Kick? What's up, guys? What up, Kick? Yeah, see, nobody's on here. This one viewer is just me, I believe, and there's nobody commenting anything. So it's usually what Kick looks like. Thanks for the 9 follows. I appreciate that, guys. Got my Insta, my YouTube, and my TikTok on there, but not a. All right, so let's see. Is that still too low, or hold up? I don't think that's still too low. Nationalism in context. It's probably too high at that point. No, I guess it's good. Nationalism in context. Nationalism as an ideology and political movement has a rich and complex history dating back to the 18th and 19th centuries, where it began to emerge as a central force in the formation of modern nation-states. Okay. I have noticed something actually when other people take my work and they edit it to their specifications. I have noticed that they'll take a lot of the bass out of my voice, which is unfortunate because like the bass in my voice is kind of the thing. You know what I mean? Like I look at any editing, any EQ of something that somebody else has done, and they always remove most of the bass. I don't know why that is. Like the work that I try to put out essentially plays on the bass of the voice. Everything to do with the tenor is superfluous. it's supposed to be bass heavy. I don't know. I don't know how to feel about that. Because obviously I try to communicate that to people that work with my stuff. And I'm like, hey, I really like when you accentuate the bass in my voice. And they'll hit me up with stuff like, oh, well, I put stuff to remove it. And I'm like, but I'm telling you that's what I want. So if you could not remove that, that would be nice. That would be real cool. I'd like that a lot, actually. All right, let's see. Let's go to the end of this because we got that. And we have this other section. Causes of resurgence. Causes of resurgence. Okay, so causes of resurgence. The resurgence of Okay, the resurgence. That's what we want, guys. That's what we want. This revival of nationalism did not occur in a vacuum. It emerged as a response to profound socioeconomic socioeconomic transformations that have shaped global landscape in recent decades. One of the main factors that fostered the return of nationalism is widespread dissatisfaction with the effects of neoliberal. Take a little bit of that space out. With the effects of neoliberal. Take a little bit of this space out. Of neoliberal global. Honestly, I don't really mind that gap. Is widespread dissatisfaction with the effects of neoliberal globalization. Although globalization. Okay, I like that. One of the main factors that fostered the return of nationalism is widespread dissatisfaction. I don't really like that. So I'm going to return that to sender. Okay. One of the main factors that fostered the return of nationalism is widespread dissatisfaction with the effects of neoliberal globalization. Although globalization has been promoted as an engine of economic growth and global prosperity. Okay, that needs to be quicker. The benefit. Although globalization has been promoted as an engine of economic growth and global prosperity. No. How about no? Stop. No. And global prosperity. The benefits of this although globalization, economic growth, and global prosperity, the benefits. Oh, you know what that is? I think it's like that right there. And global prosperity, growth, and global prosperity. It's probably that. Although globalization, economic growth, and global prosperity, the benefits of this process. Although globalization has been promoted as an engine of economic growth and global prosperity. Although globalization, growth, and global prosperity. I think the noise gating is really getting this right here.
Although globalization has been promoted as an engine of economic growth and global prosperity, the benefits of this process have not been distributed equitably. While some sectors and regions have
Okay. Come on, Pinwheel. What are you doing?
Who you calling Pinhead?
I saw this video the other day that made me a little skeptical. I don't know. This is what it said. It said Mac Studio, you should not buy. It was Mac Studio, incredible studio computer. Do not buy it.
Good morning, everybody. Hope you're having a fine day today. It's early in the morning here in Central Florida, and man, it is still hot, 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 hot.
Let's see what that sounds like, actually. It was Mac Studio, incredible studio computer. Do not buy it.
Good morning, everybody. Hope you're having a fine day today. It's early in the morning here in Central Florida, and man, it is still hot, 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 hot.
Let's see what that sounds like, actually. Okay. Yeah. So I don't know why it's doing this. I don't know why you're doing this to me. But yeah, no, actually I have what do I have? I have headphones plugged in. So, you know, it'll play out of my headphones. But for some reason, it doesn't play out of my headphones at all. And in fact, it's coming straight out of the computer. So let's go into possibly sound and output and go to external headphones.
Somebody get me.
There we go. That's much better. All right. This is 5 minutes. Let's take 5 minutes to watch this.
Good morning, everybody. Hope you're having a fine day today. It's early in the morning here in Central Florida, and man, it is still hot, 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 hot. Somebody.
Dude, nobody cares.
That I use a Windows machine. But for my studio, I've always used Mac. So check that out too. So onto the subject at hand, Mac Studio. Now, I am a Mac user. I use Mac and Windows.
Dude talks like so slow. Hold up.
Side by side every day for different purposes, like in my woodworking, my CNC and stuff like that. I use a Windows machine. But for my studio, I've always used Mac. Does that mean Mac is better? No. Use what makes you feel good, but if you happen to be a Mac guy like me, and you're used to that operating system, and you like it, then a Mac Studio is a powerful, powerful beast. Man, Apple really transformed its computers with the Apple Silicon, or Silicon, whatever you call it, I don't care. That thing. They made them way, 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 way more powerful than they had been with the Intel chips. So. What is the Mac Studio, and why am I saying don't buy it? Well, I'm telling you, don't buy it right now. I happened to watch a video from Max Tech. Good guy. I'll put a link to his video down below. I strongly encourage you to go check that out, where he's got leaks from Mark Gurman. If you don't know who Mark Gurman is, he is the de facto standard in predicting what the next thing coming out of Apple is going to be, and he's just about right about 90-some-odd% of the time. And so he's a very reliable source. And he's released some information on the new M4 Max. Is it the Max or Ultra? That's slated to come out in the first quarter of next year. And it's going to be the fastest chipset ever known to the general public. Now, I know you Windows guys are going to freak out about that. I'm just repeating what the guy said. Whether rubber hits the road and that's the case, we're going to find out. Because this boy's been holding off on buying a Mac Studio. Because I've got an M1 Pro MacBook Pro, but I'm ready to jump up. But my M1 Pro actually deals with all of my audio. I don't really have any problems with that. Where I need some additional power is this stuff, this video editing stuff. You know, I need some more power for that.
Facts.
So I'm definitely going to buy a Mac Studio. I've been looking, and patiently waiting for the next one to come out. Now I'm overwhelmed by it, and I cannot wait. I'll give that laptop back there to my wife. She'll give her laptop to my daughter, and I'll get the Mac Studio, and I'm going to be a happy camper, and it's going to be worth every penny. That bad boy's going to last me a very long time. So don't buy it now. Just wait until next year. But remember, I said my M1 Pro slays everything on audio. I don't have any problems, but you may be working differently than me, and maybe you need a little bit more. But maybe you don't need a ton more. I'm going to tell you, the maxed out Mac Mini that just came out with the M4, that thing is off the charts performance-wise, and I would strongly encourage you to get that. I've come to the conclusion, I have a ton of experience with this, and for the home studio user, I'm here to tell you that a Mac Mini will get done everything you need to get done. You might have to buy an external Thunderbolt dock, not a hub, a dock, which is powered and maintains that consistent throughput for the most part, as if you're connecting to your computer. So you might have to do that. I got uno, dos of them here, but then again, the M1 MacBook Pro only has a few ports on it, and so I need more because I do love it.
Facts. That's my issue with this thing. All the ports are completely filled. And then I have to decide whether or not I want, like, you know, constant streaming from my phone, because it's much better if I connect it straight to it, or if I want faster connection to the internet. Which one of those do I want? And then it runs out of memory like every third freaking thing I do.
Well, back up and all that stuff. I recommend you do that too. If you're going to buy anything right now, you need something right now, go with the maxed out Mac Mini, and it will slay anything you're going to throw at it in a home studio sense for the overwhelming majority of users. Yes, are there a few select of you that may need more for whatever reason? You're not the norm when it comes to that. For computer processing, now in audio, you're just as much a norm as everybody else. So anyway, don't buy that right now. Hold off. Next quarter, if a Mac Studio's in your future and you've been tasting for one, well, take a bite out of it then. Go on a diet right now and don't buy it this year. That's what I'm here to tell you. So go check out that link down below to the video that I watched. It really kind of inspired this particular video. So I think it's important to get this information out there for you audio guys like me, so you can make intelligent decisions on what to buy that's going to work perfectly for you and your studio. And if you're a Mac guy, that new Mac Studio is going to be phenomenal. However, you probably most likely don't need that much. So that Mac Mini maxed out is awesome. You need to go check out the performance of it because it is quite impressive. So check that out and decide what's best for you. Leave me some comments down below. Tell me what you think. And until next time, hope everyone of you have a great day. Bye-bye.
All right. Let's look at a couple different aspects of this. So, like, he goes from... So I really like just like a little brief overview of the video. You know, I think that it's a fairly well-made video in that it's very concise. It's 5 minutes long. That's the reason why I decided to watch it. The reason why I decided to click onto it is if we come back out, do not buy it is really funny when you put it next to Incredible Studio Computer. I think that's a really, really funny thing to put right next to each other. So thumbs up for that guy for sure. Do I think that he talks slow? For sure, but like, you know, it's just, I think that that's just his Southern style, and like, you know, that's his thing. He should go for it. But like, he's talking a lot with his hand, which is good. It's very good. It means you're passionate. He does like a zoom in on certain things, so I like that aspect, that it's very dynamic, and it seems like a really easy editing technique to where everything's probably filmed like this. And then in the editing, he just zooms in slightly to some things that he says to have emphasis. I would like to put this under a transcript to see like what things he zooms into and what he draws emphasis on. Because you know, to change it like that is to definitely capture attention longer, and I think it's a good approach to it. But I'm curious where he decided to make that emphasis. Oh, maybe if I put closed captioning on. So he first zooms into, I think a lot of you guys, okay. Sweetwater. All right, that's cool. Love that. Oh, so he zoomed in to talk about his partnership. All right, that makes sense. Being more intimate for sure. Zoom. And then this is better. No. Use what makes you feel good. Okay, so he draws emphasis on some sort of emotional appeal that he's trying to make.
But for my studio, I've always used Mac. Does that mean Mac is better? No. Use what makes you feel good, but if you happen to be a Mac guy like me, and you use that operating system, and you like it, then a Mac Studio is a powerful beat.
Okay, zooms back out to conclude his point. And then right here, so why am I saying, okay, so like it's a shift in the conversation, so.
Mac Studio, and why am I saying don't buy it? Well, I'm telling you, don't buy it right now. I happened to watch a video from Max.
Okay, so he wanted to draw emphasis into a particular part of the conversation that he wanted to express. He wanted to say like, so why am I saying this? Well, I'm saying this because of X.
So, what is a Mac Studio, and why am I saying don't buy it? Well, I'm telling
Yeah. Okay. So that is the point. He's looking off camera. I wonder what he's looking at.
You don't buy it.
Looks like I can't zoom in to his face, but I think he's looking at a transcript on the other screen.
Don't buy it. Well, I'm telling you, don't buy it right now. I happened to watch a video from Max Tech. Good guy. I'll put a link to his video down below. I strongly encourage you to go check that out. Where he's got leaks from Mark Gurman. If you don't know who Mark Gurman is, he is the de facto standard in predicting what the next thing coming out of Apple is going to be, and he's just about right about 90-some-odd% of the time. And so he's a...
Okay, so he zoomed in. Okay, so he's out for, at this section, the first like 5 seconds, and then he's in from 17 to 27, so about 10 seconds, and then he's out until 42. So it looks like he only spends about like 10 to 15 seconds on one frame, and then he shifts to something else. Okay. Interesting. What? Okay. All right. So what do I have? That's a good question. I have, I believe, the M2. I believe I have the M2. Let's look at it. About MacBook Pro. M1 Pro. Interesting. I've got the M1 Pro. Okay. I've got 16 gigabytes of memory. The coverage is expired, obviously. And I've got 20 gigs available of 500 gigs. 500 gigs seems like a good amount of storage, but I'll tell you what, half a terabyte gets filled quick these days. So I have a 5 terabyte external hard drive, and it just like everything is put on there. It's a lot to have all on one thing. So I like to offload that as often as possible. But for right now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it on a BRB screen. I will be right back because I got to go to the bathroom. And when we come back, we're going to hit the editing real hard. We got one section done. Awesome. Fantastic. But we're going to take from that. We're going to move then on to the second section. We kind of sort of did a little bit of work in that world. So we're going to knock out that second section and then keep rolling on to the third. So stay tuned, and we are going to hit this hard, guys. All right, I had to fix the volume on that. Sorry about that, guys. Brah, brah, brah. What do you guys think about rapping in 2025? What do you think about it? We're probably going to start scoping out some beats. I haven't made anything that I really enjoy just yet, but I'll be pumping some stuff out on SoundCloud.
While some sectors and regions have experienced prosperity and growth, others While some sectors and regions have experienced prosperity and growth,
I wonder if we could isolate where that happens. Maybe like that right there.
growth,
Kind of.
growth, other growth,
Kind of.
growth, other
Nope.
growth, other growth, growth, other growth, other growth, growth, other growth, other growth, other growth, other growth, growth, other growth, growth, other growth, other growth, growth, other growth, growth, other growth, other growth, other growth, growth, other growth, other growth, other.
All right, see, I think that might be the best I can get that. But let's hear what that sounds like.
While some sectors and regions have experienced prosperity and growth, others have been left behind.
I think that's better than the clicking, but not exactly what I want. Still, though.
Behind, resulting in increased economic inequalities. This disparity has created a sense of frustration and injustice, particularly among populations that have not benefited from the promises and regulations that have particularly among populations that have not benefited from the promise that have not benefited from the promises from the profited from the promises from the promise benefited from the promises of from the promises from the promises benefited from the promises.
All right, I guess.
From the promises of not benefited from the promises of globalization. Deindustrialization, especially in developed countries, was one of the most visible.
Okay.
Especially in developed countries, was one of the most. that have not benefited from the promises of
Do I have to restart that capture? No, it's on there. It's definitely on there. Gotta restart this though.
that have not benefited from the promises of globalization. Deindustrialization, especially in developed countries, was one of the most in developed countries. Especially in developed countries. Countries, in developed countries,
No.
was one of the most developed countries was one of the most visible and painful results of neoliberal globalization, as many manufacturing industries moved to countries with lower production costs. Many communities that depended on these jobs faced mass unemployment, economic stagnation. Jobs faced mass unemployment. Economic stagnation. These jobs faced mass unemployment, economic stagnation, and a decline. Faced mass unemployment, economic stagnation, and a decline in living standards. The loss of jobs in traditional sectors, such as manufacturing, was not just an economic issue, but also a cultural issue, as many workers found their identities and ways of life threatened.
I think just a little bit on that.
Threatened. This process fueled a feeling of economic insecurity. This process fueled a feeling of economic insecurity. This process fueled a feeling of economic.
You know what? I think I need just a little bit more there.
This process fueled a feeling of economic insecurity and abandonment on the part of governments, which were perceived as more concerned with serving the interests of global economic elites than with protecting the jobs and well-being of ordinary citizens. The 2008 financial crisis further exacerbated these tensions. The crisis exposed the weaknesses of the crisis. The 2000s. The crisis.
Let's see.
Tensions. The crisis exposed the weaknesses of the global economic system and deepened the legitimacy crisis of governments that followed neoliberal policies. Government responses to the crisis, which often included fiscal austerity policies, had a devastating impact on many countries, particularly in Europe. Cuts in essential public services, increased unemployment, and the reduction of social cuts in essential public services, particularly in Europe. Cuts in essential public services, increased unemployment, and the reduction of social benefits generated mass protests and mobilizations against the established economic order. These austerity policies were seen as punitive, particularly for the most vulnerable populations, while banks and financial institutions, largely blamed for the crisis, were bailed out with public funds.
Pinwheel. 11/11/2369. Make a wish, guys. Make a wish.
Mass migration played a significant were bailed out, largely blamed for the crisis, were bailed out with public funds. In addition to economic issues, mass migration played a significant role in the resurgence of nationalism, the arrival of large numbers of migrants and refugees, often as a result of global conflicts, economic crises, and climate change, have been perceived by many as a threat to national identity, security, and economic well-being. In countries already facing economic and social challenges, mass migration was seen as an additional burden, exacerbating existing tensions and fueling fears that limited resources would be fought over by growing numbers of people. Mass migration Mass migration also triggered a feeling of loss of control over national borders and a perception that governments were failing to protect. Mass migration also triggered a feeling of loss of control over national borders and a perception that governments were failing to protect the integrity and cultural identity of the nation.
Okay. Let's see. quick break to check out Instagram. Ooh. I had a Mexican restaurant follow me. Food truck, huh? Marco's Tacos. Let's go ahead and give them a follow. Thanks, Marco's Tacos. Appreciate the follow. Somebody hit me up for a virtual photo shoot. I don't know what that is. And look at that, 1,600 people like that comment. That's fun. Okay. Wonder if I could see who liked that. Somebody liked my post. Oh, thank you so much. Antoinette's Etiquettes. I appreciate that, Antoinette's Etiquettes. I'll follow you back. I appreciate all the likes on the content for sure. I know it can be few and far between, and sometimes when I do it, it's all at once. So I appreciate you guys. Let's see. View activity. Adam, thank you for the like on that. Thank you for the like on that. Yeah. So you know. Let's exit out all of that. Let's come back in, and looks like we're loaded, so we're good to go.
This sentiment was exploited by nationalist movements of the nation. This sentiment was exploited by nationalist movements which promised to restrict immigration and protect national cultural identity. Anti-immigration rhetoric became a powerful tool for mobilizing support, particularly among those who felt left behind by globalization and who saw migrants as competitors for jobs and resources. These factors have been amplified by growing distrust towards supernatural institutions such as supernatural institutions such as the European Union.
And see, I think I need to go over on that one because it's not.
Such as the European Union, EU. Many citizens began to view these institutions as distant, bureaucratic, and indifferent to national concerns. The EU, in particular, was often criticized for imposing policies that were perceived to be contrary to national interests, such as austerity policies. Such as austerity policies and migration quotas. This feeling of national interests were being sacrificed in the name of globalization and supranational integration. This feeling that national interests were being sacrificed. This feeling of national interests were being sacrificed. This feeling that national interests were being sacrificed in the name of globalization and supranational integration created fertile ground for the research. This feeling of national interests were being sacrificed in the name of globalization and supranational integration. This feeling that national interests were being sacrificed in the name of globalization and supranational integration created fertile ground for the integration.
I feel like that was a that clearly must be a misprint, right? That clearly must be the same thing. Hold up. It's
This feeling that national interest.
okay, so this feeling that national interests. All right, let's go to la si la si la sa di do di do di 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 la sa di do di. All right, auditions, voiceover, ACX, blackjack. Dude, where did I put this script at? Maybe I put it in the main folder? Bro. Introduction? Medical law? Damn. I know I downloaded it recently. Which is why I'm so confused, but maybe, yeah, here we go. It's just in my downloads. All right, so let's go to this feeling. This feeling that national interests are being sacrificed. Okay.
This feeling that national interests were being sacrificed and migration quotas. This feeling of national interests were being sacrificed in the name of globalization and supranational integration. This feeling that national...
That wasn't at all what that said. Like, even a little bit. Yikes. All right. I'm going to let this pinwheel for a second, and I will be right back. Sup. Yeah, we're getting festive. Now, ooh. Well, I'm glad I grabbed this then, because it's going bad already. But yeah, check it out. It's already like getting really oxidizing. Chipotle hit me up with free guac yesterday, so what's up, Chipotle? Yeah, if you're rich and famous, you get free things. So I have to pay for everything, but I guess one day when We might get there. I don't know. But it definitely didn't happen today, nor anytime soon. So.
This feeling that national interests were being sacrificed in the name of globalization and supranational integration created fertile ground for the resurgence of nationalism. The crisis of sovereignty, or the perception that nations were losing control over their own economic policies and borders, became a central theme of contemporary national movements. In response, many of these movements have advocated the rejection of neoliberal globalization and the restoration of national control over the economy, borders, and social policies. The idea of taking back control became a popular slogan among nationalists, reflecting the desire to regain sovereignty that many felt had been usurped by global elite nationalists. Reflecting the desire to regain sovereignty that many felt had been usurped by global elites and supranational institutions. These dynamics have contributed to the strengthening of political leaders who use nationalism as a platform to challenge the status quo and promise a new era of prosperity and national security. These leaders often adopt populist rhetoric, presenting themselves as defenders of the people against globalist elites in
The only thing I can think of when they say that is Alex Jones.
Against globalist elites in foreigners who are to blame for the country's problems. In many cases, this populist nationalism has led to political polarization. In many cases, this populist nationalism has led to political polarization and a weakening of democratic norms. Democratic norms. As nationalist leaders see a weakening of democratic norms. As nationalist leaders seek to consolidate power and weaken institutions that could limit their authority. Nationalist and populist movements.
That's weird. Let's find out what's going on there. I think that moisture is actually from the lettuce. There's a slight amount of lettuce that was in there, so I think that's probably, there was just trapped moisture from that. So let's see, bring these all over.
In many cases, this In many cases, this populist nationalism has led to political polarization and a weakening of democratic norms. As nationalist leaders seek to consolidate power and weaken it. And a weakening of democratic norms. As nationalist leaders seek to consolidate power and weaken institutions that could limit their authority. Nationalist and populist movements.
Sounds like a title card. Let's check it out. Yeah, buddy. That means we're at the end of this section. I think I just love the saltiness of this shit. That's about it. I mean, everything else is alright. It's just like, dude, these chips have excellent salt to them. I'm a sucker for the salt. Okay. So we got nationalist and populist movements next, but for right now, we're going to do causes of resurgence. I copy that. Go into Logic Pro.
Nationalist and populist movements.
Okay. All right. Bring this all the way back to, I think it's like 200 or whatever.
Furthermore, contemporary nationalism is notable for its ability to adapt to different cultural and historical contexts, which explains its widespread in various parts of the world. Unlike classical nationalism, which was this flexibility allows this adaptability, mobilization, to the detriment causes of resurgence.
There we go. Causes of resurgence.
Causes of resurgence. Causes of resurgence.
All right, what I'm doing there is I'm like trying to make sure that I get the most headroom possible, and then I'm gonna extend it out to
causes of resurgence.
here.
And a weakening of democratic norms as nationalist leaders seek to consolidate power and weaken institutions that could limit their authority. Causes of resurgence.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and accept that. And then we'll do, I called that 1. Okay, so that's supposed to be 2. And then this is 3 causes of resurgence. So we're going to bounce that. And then I'm going to go into Finder and actually go into Lossy. Lossy. If you guys don't know what I'm doing right there, I should actually probably show you. Because I sound crazy if I just do that. All right. Chapters 1, 2, 3, and 4. This is rename. 2, nationalism in context, and this is 3. So, okay. Wow, 13 megabytes? Okay, 11.9 megabytes. There we go. I'm always afraid that I'm going to like upload a lower res version of whatever I'm uploading here. instead of the actual product. Okay.
Nationalist and populist movements. The resurgence of nationalism and populism in recent decades has manifested itself in distinct ways in various regions of the world, each with its own historical and cultural.
This is why I can't consume things. I'm addicted.
Each with its own of the world, each with its own.
Now.
Each with its own the world, each with its own historical and cultural peculiarities, but all reflecting the broad dynamics of each with its own historical and cultural peculiarities, but all reflecting each with its own historical and cultural peculiarities, but all reflecting the broad dynamics of dissatisfaction with neoliberal globalization, perceived loss of sovereignty, and growing inequality. In the United States, the nationalist and populist movement gained strength, but all reflecting the broad globalization, perceived loss of sovereignty, and growing inequality. In the United States, the nationalist and populist movement gained strength, notably with the election of Donald Trump in 2000, growing inequality. In the United States, the nationalist and populist movement gained strength, notably with the election of Donald Trump in 2016. Trump's campaign was marked by a strongly nationalist rhetoric, summarized in his slogan, "Make America Great Again."
I just think it's so funny the way I pronounce that.
Summarized in his by a strongly nationalist rhetoric, summarized in his slogan, "Make America Great Again." This motto evoked a vision of a glorious past that had been lost. He said, due to neoliberal.
Oh, he said that? Did he say that? It's crazy how he said that.
Due to neoliberal and globalist policies that sacrificed He said, due to neoliberal had been lost. He said, due to neoliberal and globalist policies that sacrificed American interests in favor of elites and other nations. Trump has promised to reverse this situation through measures such Trump that sacrificed American interests in favor of elites and other nations. Trump has promised to reverse this situation through measures such as building a wall on the border with Mexico to prevent illegal immigration, which he described as a threat to the security and national identity. Through measures such as building a wall on the border with Mexico to prevent illegal immigration, which he described as a threat to the security and national identity of the United States.
All right. I gotta stop. I gotta stop this. No mas. To the security and national identity, which he described illegal immigration, which he described as a threat to the security and national identity of the United States. Additionally, he rejected international trade agreements such as the Trans-Pacific Treaty, TPP, and the Paris Climate Agreement, arguing that these agreements harmed American workers and the country's economy. Trump's election was widely seen as Trump's election was widely seen as a rejection of traditional political elites and neoliberal policies that his supporters said had failed to protect. Okay, so gotta go in. They got just a bit of this.
And neoliberal policies that his support. Trump's election was widely seen as a rejection of traditional political elites and neoliberal policies that his supporters said had failed to protect.
Okay, so actually some of this right here.
That his supporters said had failed to protect the interests of ordinary people. The success of his campaign highlighted the depth of popular discontent with the status quo and the desire for a more protectionist and national with the status quo
Status quo.
and the desire for a more quo and the desire for with the status quo, discontent with the status quo and the desire for the success of his campaign highlighted the depth of popular discontent with the status quo and the desire for a more protectionist and nationalist approach. In Europe, nationalism has also manifested itself significantly, especially with Brexit. The 2016 referendum, in which the United Kingdom voted to leave the Europe.
Okay, I think since those ideas are connected, I think they really need to be like close to each other. All right, we're gonna get a flywheel for a second. I'll be right back. guys. All right, this is what I got here. I got Ghost Hydration, which really does need to be shaken up. Ghost Hydration. And I've got Cave Fefe. I haven't had coffee in a little while. I've been trying to stay away from coffee, actually, but for a couple of different reasons. I think that it just raises cortisol, and I think that raising cortisol is just going to make you look older, and it's going to be just bad in all aspects. But also, I don't know, I just haven't liked the taste for a while. But yeah, I've been doing coffee every now and then. I think it's a good mix. It's a good mix.
The European Union.
Thanks for sticking with me, guys. I appreciate it. Oh, by the way, let me just pull myself up here right now. I will tell you guys, and I'll say it right now. I plan to, and I'm telling you guys this because, as you can see, this is the view count. So obviously, it's not going to go terribly too far, but I wanted to create something for you guys who are on the ground level of it all while I figure out what this content is and how I can best express it and where I'm going to go with the direction of the channel. And while I'm figuring all of this out, I really want to provide something for all of you guys who are here, who see it very early on, and you share this content in the way that it is with the people in your life, or you give me really good ideas as to how to proceed with this technology, what I can do with it, this, that, and the other thing. So I want to create something for you guys to give to you just by being a listener of this broadcast. I want to be able to give something to you guys to be able to hold on to it or give it away or sell it however you want, whatever you want to do with it. I want to be able to give something to you guys totally free of charge, and be able to hang on to it and have it grow in value as I grow my content. That's ultimately what I want. Ultimately, I want to create something that you guys can possess and hang on to. And the longer you hold on to it, and the more I do in my field, the more I grow my own platform, the more that thing that you're holding on to is going to grow in value itself. Because I want to ultimately do everything with that thing. And as you can see, again, it's not going to, what I'm saying right now is not going to reach an audience currently. But I want to release something that doesn't have initial momentum, or if people buy into it on that initial momentum spike from the moment it releases to the moment I start to talk about it, the people that are buying in and selling are going to be gone. It's going to be long gone. Those people that try to get in early are going to be, they're only going to mess with each other. That's the principle of it. And I want to release something without really talking about it and just giving it to people instead of trying to hype it up to something it's not and watching it crash before my eyes. I don't want to do that. I want to soft release something. I want to put it out there, and I want to be able to give it to people so they can benefit from having watched anything that I've produced early on, and we'll create a marketplace for later creations. The only thing I want to do with this is give somebody investment, give something valuable for their investment of time, and I will make it more valuable by giving this pursuit all of my time and energy. that's the intent of what I intend to release. And I would have released it last night, but I have to wait like 7 days for this transfer to go through. But I want to be able to create something for you guys. So I could say thank you very much. I mean, I can give you guys promo codes of the stuff that I make. I can give you guys credit where credit is due. I can have like the comments on the page, and then you're there on the VODs forever. Like I can put you guys in the story early on and able to be seen here. Sure, but how valuable is that if you don't possess something yourself? And I've talked about this often before. I've talked about being a huge fan of the Joe Rogan Experience way early on when nobody knew what a podcast was. This is back in the day when I was watching DJ Keemstar on Blog TV. You know, that same timeline, I was also tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience, 2011. And it didn't really start getting big, from my own perception, until about 2017, 2018. And then I started to see people like talk about it every now and then. And then I was like, oh, that's really cool. Like people are really like, they understand what I'm talking about when I say I listen to this thing. And then 2020 rolls around and everything that happened there happened, and it became an extraordinarily controversial thing to listen to. And in my opinion, I think it kind of corrupted the whole thing. It sort of warped the enterprise. And what do I have to say for that? Do I have to be like, oh, I listened to Radiohead back before they were cool? Like, no one wants to listen to that. But what would be valuable is if you had a copy in a hand-printed sign of somebody saying, thanks for listening. I really appreciate you. You're one of the very few that have so far. Daniel, I really appreciate you listening. Signed, lead singer of Radiohead. Like that would be valuable. That is something, and it's only valuable because it's on an exchange of something. And then people can deliberate about what the value is of it. But I want to create something that has objective value, that is valuable because I put it out there and I defined it to be valuable in a certain thing. So I want to release something. I want to put it out there for the record. So this is largely for the record, and I've posted about the record before. And I want to be clear that this is not being really told to a large audience. It's just being told to you guys who are on the ground floor. So you guys know, like, if you guys start to hear about something, or if I extend an offer for you guys to get something free of charge, like, this is the thing I'm talking about. So I want to be kind of vague about that to a small audience and say it for the record, and saying that's the intention of what I'm about to do. So I'm going to create that and start sharing it as often as possible to people that are listening. And as I create more, it will become more and more valuable.
Especially with Brexit, the 2016 referendum in which the United Kingdom voted to leave the European Union was largely driven by nationalist concerns and anti-immigration sentiments. The campaign for Brexit was marked by rhetoric about the need to take the 2016
What? Oh.
Especially with Brexit, the 2016 referendum in which the United The 2016 referendum in which the United Kingdom voted to leave the European Union was largely driven by national.
Okay.
voted to leave, in which the United Kingdom voted to leave the European Union, was largely driven by nationalist concerns and anti-immigration sentiments. The campaign for Brexit was marked by rhetoric about the need to take back control of the country's borders and laws, resisting the supranational influence, resisting the supranational influence of Brussels.
No. It does that every now and then where it just like it clips to the next page and then like takes everything that I've got selected and brings it over.
Resisting the supranational influence of Brussels. For many
Okay, so a little bit beyond that, and then
For many Brexit supporters, the European Union represented a threat. The European Union.
okay, no.
For many Brexit supporters, the European Union represented a threat. The European Union represented a threat to the UK's. The European Union represented a threat to the UK's national sovereignty, imposing rules and regulations that, in their view, did not reflect British interests.
Ugh, why does it clip like that?
British interest. British in- British interest. British interest. British interests. Brexit, therefore, was an expression of the desire to re-establish national autonomy in British interests. Brexit, therefore, was an expression of the desire to re-establish national autonomy in a globalized world that seemed increasingly out of control. Similar movements of nationalism have resurfaced in other European countries. In France, have resurfaced in other European countries. In France, the Front National, Rassemblement National, led by Marine Le Pen, capitalized on discontent with immigration and globalization to promote a nationalist agenda. Le Pen, like other European nationalist leaders, adopted a critical stance towards the European Union, defending policies that prioritize national interests and limit immigration, which is seen as a threat to culture and national security. In Latin towards the European Union, defending policies that prioritize national interests and limit immigration, which is seen as a threat to culture and national security. In Latin America,
Okay.
in Latin America, and national security. In Latin America,
Okay, maybe a little bit.
nationalism and populism also found fertile ground, although with characteristics different from those observed in the United States and Europe. Leaders such as Hugo Chavez in Venezuela and Evo Morales in Bolivia promoted a type of nationalism that opposed not only neoliberal globalization, but also American imperialism. Chavez and Morales emphasized economic sovereignty and the redistribution of wealth as responses to the inequalities generated by global capitalism. Nationalism in Latin America, in this context, is often intertwined with left-wing populism, differentiating itself from the right-wing populism observed in other regions. These leaders adopted anti-imperialist rhetoric, accusing the United States and other Western powers of exploiting the natural wealth and people of Latin America. Through policies of America, through policies of nationalization of strategic industries and wealth redistribution programs, Chavez and Morales sought to challenge the power of local and international programs. Chavez and Morales sought to challenge the power of local and international economic elites, promoting a vision of sovereignty that was intrinsically linked to control of national resources and social justice. Promoting a vision of sovereignty that was intrinsically linked to control of national resources and social justice. These nationalist and populist movements, although varied in their forms and objectives, share a common rhetoric of defending national sovereignty against the forces of globalization and neoliberalism. They appeal to an electorate that feels helpless and threatened by the economic and social changes of recent decades. And neoliberalism. They appeal to an electorate that feels helpless and threatened by the economic and social changes of recent decades. The central narrative of these movements is that political and economic elites have betrayed the people, handing over national sovereignty to supranational institutions, allowing neoliberal policies to destroy jobs, security, and cultural identity. In response, these movements and cultural identity. In response, these movements promise to restore control over national borders, the economy, and culture, often through protectionist, anti-immigration, and anti-globalization policies. In short, the resurgence of nationalism and populism reflects a deep discontent with the effects of neoliberal globalization and a reaction against the perceived loss of control over national affairs. Although the contexts and manifestations of these texts although the contexts and manifestations of these movements vary from region to region, they all share a common rhetoric that aims to mobilize those who feel excluded or threatened. Those who feel excluded or threatened by the They all share a common rhetoric that aims to mobilize those who feel excluded. They all share a common rhetoric that aims to mobilize those who feel excluded or threatened by the economic and cultural transformations of the contemporary world. Of the contemporary world. Of the contemporary of the contemporary world. Of the contemporary world.
Yo, guys. Wow, we are blazing through this right now. It's crazy. We are only 3 hours in and we did a chapter. Yeah, I know. That's because I paused it. Yo, what's up, Kadam? Good to see you, Kadam. Kadam 06. What up, dude? How you doing? I don't think that I've seen you in here before, so I'll give you a follow. I am making an audiobook for Audible. It's on neoliberalism and the market. All right, let's see. Let's go to live stream manager. Dang. Good, bro. Hey, I love to hear it. Love to hear it. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. 1 minute ago. Hey, I'll give you a follow as well. Let's see. Bam. There we go. And then back to my other. Cool. Wait, hold up. Forever J-Bomb. Oh, that was 13 days ago. Appreciate that. Good. What about you? I'm doing very, very well myself. Thank you for asking. It's really hard to make these audiobooks like fun and exciting. So I like to come on live to, perform in front of everybody on Twitch and see who resonates with it. But I'm actually pretty new to this whole process. I've done a couple books already on Audible, but I want to juggle that with doing the whole process on Twitch. So this is pretty late in the process for this one, and we're 4 out of 6 chapters in, so we got about 2 more chapters and a conclusion to do. So we're in a pretty good state. I think that we could do this by the end of the day and release this. So I'd be really happy if we release this today. But where are you from? I'm from St. Louis, Missouri. And I've been on this platform for about 10 years, but I haven't actually made anything with it to this quality till now. I'm from India. What's up, India? We got India representing in the house. Dude, it must be really late in India right now. Hold up. Google. What time is it in India right now? Dude, 3:35 a.m.? That's insane. You are up so late right now. That's crazy. That is crazy. It is as late as you could possibly be in India right now. Or I am the first thing you saw this morning, which I am absolutely honored. Wow, yeah, 3:35 is really, really late or exceptionally early. So, thank you so much for watching this stream. As improbable as it would have been for us to meet each other, I'm glad we did. Yeah, that's awesome, man. That's awesome. Welcome in. But hopefully my page is gonna start to elaborate and have some of the things that I've created on the page for you to see, like previous work. And then, like, if you saw the whole process, you were a part of it, you are absolutely more than welcome to get a copy for free. I give promo codes out to people that like watch the process with me. So definitely, if you are actually interested in this concept, with this book, the final product, I definitely give those out. I have so many that they give me that it's like easy to give them out like that. All right, let's see. Where were we? Because we had to wait for a pinwheel here. And okay, I think this is where the other chapter stopped. So we're going to go in. See, they want this a little differently. Instead of chapter by chapter, they want piece of chapter by piece of chapter. So I guess that's just to keep it like palatable bits. So it's like 7 minutes here, 7 minutes there, instead of like an hour here, an hour there. So what's the topic of the audiobook? That's a good question. This audiobook is called Between the Market and the Nation, and it discusses neoliberal policies and how that influences this idea of globalism, or everybody on the globe, like us in America working with people from India, and like being able to do that in a way that makes sense for us Americans as well as those in India as well. So the book describes this concept of what neoliberalism is, how it contributes to globalism, and how, when it's done incorrectly, it creates this rise in populism or nationalism. So you see, like, even right now in America, in the United States of America, we have a president now that is, well, not just yet, the beginning of next year, but the beginning of next year, we'll have a president that we've just elected, Donald Trump. Now, he's a very, what we call right-wing kind of a guy, meaning that his policies are largely seated in populism, or this idea of, like, you know, there's this elite group of people that's only doing these policies that benefit globalists, the people that contribute to, like, the interests of I don't know, Israel, for example, right? Israel is a good example of, like, we look at all of the aid that goes to Israel, or what's another one? Russia just invaded Ukraine. So all of this aid that goes to Ukraine that the populists look at and they think, like, why isn't this going to us? Like, it makes no sense. Why am I having to pay all of this money that I don't have from this job that I have to now take because deindustrialization has happened, and, like, I can't get any other job in my field. I have to get this really bad job, and then my taxes are taken out this massive amount so I could fund this war that I didn't agree to, that Constitution didn't, like. So it's based. Let's see. Are you satisfied with Donald Trump as president? I don't really think that he has the best ideas. I think that his ideas are more based in, like, what's gonna create the most reaction. He's a very reactionary kind of a guy. So, you know, I'm pretty middle of the road. I vote for both Democrats and Republicans and independents, more often than not independents. But I like the aces in their places. I like having people on the right in places where that makes sense. Somebody who's like very fiscally responsible. I want them to be in a place that is like fiscally responsible. So I often vote for Republicans for like the state auditor, for example. Well, I don't know if it's a state auditor. Some place that the state treasurer. That's a role where like the Republicans do a really good job with. They want to slash spending, and they want to be as fiscally as responsible as possible. I love that for the treasurer. I think the treasurer should definitely be a Republican. That should be their thing. But when it comes to things like the Secretary of Education, I'd really rather not have a Republican try to force religion down the throats of taxpayers. There's a separation of church and state for a reason. So if they're in control of the education, I think they do a really bad job of it. So like, I want the aces in their places. And I think that sometimes Democrats do a really good job doing one thing, and sometimes the Republicans do a really good job doing another thing. And sometimes you need an independent. Like if you're an auditor, for example, you really don't want an auditor that subscribes to one way or the other. You want an auditor who's kind of independent, middle of the road, third party, and doesn't really vote one way or the other. For India, it's good news. I'd love to hear more about the perspective of somebody in India and how Donald Trump as president would contribute to better news. I think that that's actually a perspective I've never heard before, and I'd love to hear your perspective as somebody who's there on the ground, what that's like for you guys. A lot of my portfolio for my 401k is in emerging markets. I think a good portion, probably about 40% of my 401k is in emerging markets. So I really, really want to see certain countries do really well, or I want to make it financially viable for emerging markets to do really well. So if that means that like India as an emerging market in an area is going to start to do better, I want to have investments in a company in India who's going to produce better things, right? I do caution though. So I will never invest anything into China. I think China is horrible. I think that China does a really bad job of separating government from business. I think that their economic model is such that government and business are inexorably tied. And so if you own stock in a Chinese company, you are directly funding the Chinese Communist Party, which is really bad. This is really, really bad, especially because they're attempting to undermine the United States of America. So it's like so many people in America directly fund the ideas that they would never support on paper, but you do so with your dollar, because if you own stock in a Chinese company, you're always going to fund the Chinese Communist Party. And whatever it does with those funds, maybe it's like the Uyghur Muslims, for example, whatever's happening to them, who knows? You are directly responsible for funding those activities if you invest in companies that support the Communist Chinese Party. If Trump becomes president and we get benefits in military and imports, exports. Oh, interesting. Okay. You get benefits in military. That's really interesting. So, in military and import exports, I'm really interested in how that benefits military. Imports and exports seems like it may not actually benefit that, though, only because of if we consider the fact of tariffs, for example, would that not prevent trade from like imports and exports? I feel like that is like there's a big wall that gets put up between imports and exports between countries, and I think that would be bad. Unless you're saying that it prevents trade between America, which makes it so that people will trade, like Europeans would rather trade with somebody like from India rather than America, because America now has this massive trade tariff on imports and exports. I could probably see that perspective if you're saying that there's this secondary response of imports and exports now being prevented from America, and them being out of the ball game is really good for everybody else. I could see that perspective. Giving aircrafts, that's interesting perspective. Giving aircrafts. I didn't realize that we gave aircrafts like that. Is it more like they get those aircrafts in the form of like we spend a lot on military here in America? In the United States of America, we spend, I believe, more than 50% of our budget of federal income tax on the military. And this is a fact. You can look it up. And in fact, I could probably show you. Let's see. Let's go into YouTube videos. What time is it in India right now? 3:35. That's crazy. All right. Let's see. Income tax. Where does it go? It's very, very basic. Policy basics. Where do our federal tax dollars go? And then they break it down. And they have these awesome infographics. But 24%. This is interesting. This is different than what I've seen before. Interest on debt. Yeah, I've seen that. 10% of the interest on debt goes there. Science and research is less than 1%, which is the field I work in. Health insurance is 25% of that, which is crazy. Social Security is also another 21%, which I've got different health insurance, and I also pay another thing for Social Security, so this is just crazy. But 13% is not what I would have expected there. Okay, how about taxes in general? Where do taxes go? How are federal taxes spent? Okay, TurboTax, let's hear it. Defense and security. See, that's always the biggest. Let's see. Okay. America helps us in converting Chinese influence into the Indo-Pacific. Countering Chinese influence. Yeah. Seriously. So we help in countering Chinese influence in the Indo-Pacific. God, I hope so. I really do hope so, because it is just such a bad business model. Having the government directly influence business like that, that is absolutely not what you want. That is not what you want at all. And now, like, is it good to have regulation? Absolutely, it definitely should. But when it comes to a difference of ideology, let's say, for example, we took that perspective and we wanted to have a direct influence of government to businesses. Think about how bad that would be if we had like these horrible idealistic people that are like, say, let's take the right, for example. Let's look at the right and we look at what they stand for and what they want to implement. And what if they want to just have, like, you know, for every purchase of this, like, you can never purchase anything that is, I don't even know if I could say it, but like sexually explicit in nature, right? You can't do that. You can't buy any single thing that has sexually explicit material in it. Like, that has downstream effects that are really, really bad, and I can't really take the time to explain all of why that's bad, but like, even though I think it's probably better if people don't buy that type of material, it leads to sexual deviancy. And if you repress those ideas, people end up becoming extremely sexually deviant. And America helps us in economic advancement. God, I hope so. I really do hope so. Let's see. But defense and security. Okay, so they say that's like 10% of the budget, which I did not expect that. I did not expect it to be as low as 10%. Okay, I'm glad I looked it up because that's definitely not what I had in mind. But the three biggest categories are major health programs such as Medicare and Medicaid, Social Security, defense and security. Yeah. And if I look at my pay stub, almost the exact same amount that was taken out for federal income taxes is again taken out for Social Security. So it's not really like, how much does that say? It says a sizable chunk, but it doesn't actually say. The other one actually said what it was. Here, it says, where do your tax dollars go? Social Security is 20%. This says defense is 20%, which is interesting. Healthcare is 22%. So, really, like, for example, this year so far, I've got I'd say about $6,000 taken out in taxes, right? In addition to that, I have $4,500 that was taken out for Social Security, which is $10,000. If I took $6,500 and we multiplied that by, let's go as best as 20%, and then we added $4,500, it's actually more like $6,000. So 60% goes to Social Security. It's just broken up into two different places where it takes some of it out in the federal tax income and then also is taken out on top of that federal. Like, bro, what? And America helps us in economic advancement. I love that. In short, America is our friend. That's great. That's fantastic. That's exactly what we need. And see, I like that idea because my mind is more attuned to a globalist idea. It's more of like, I think that all nations should participate with one another and do the best thing that each of those nations can do and trade with each other. That's what we should do as a policy. So I have like a more globalist ideal, but Donald Trump and the supporters of Donald Trump have a more populist ideal. And they will say like, well, we shouldn't be trading with other nations. We should hunker down and do whatever we need to help ourselves first. And then maybe afterwards help other people. Bro, but America's biggest enemy is Russia. And Russia is our friend too. That is interesting. That's really interesting. Hopefully what India could do is they could just benefit from both. They could just benefit from both people. That's what I would do. I would probably remain impartial to both of those people and get just benefit, like kind of what we did in World War II, where we sort of stood back and we said, all right, listen, I'm not getting into this. I'm not going to step in, but we'll sell you weapons and then just like be okay with everybody funding the entire warfare, but then sweep in at the last second and be like, we really showed them. No. Let's see. All right, let's see. Let's see what we can do. Let's go to Prism. Prism. What's up, guys? Good to see you. Okay, so I think the start of the chapter was around here.
Nationalist and populist movements. Nationalist and populist movements.
Okay. And, bro, but if Russia had a war with America, India is getting in big trouble. Yeah, that would be bad. That would be really bad. Yeah, no, if we had a war, I don't think that the Earth would survive. It's really bad. To have that is to probably, like, if we're not on Mars by the time that happens, we have a huge issue on our hands. Because I don't think anybody is surviving that.
World. Nationalist and populist movements. Nationalist and populist movements.
I mean, it would be so bad for everybody involved. I would. Hopefully, Elon Musk can get us to Mars as soon as possible, because I really do fear that if we remain as a uniplanetary species, we are going to see our own extinction. Unfortunately. Bro, what is your dream? My dream is honestly just to become an actor. I just want to act in as many things as possible. That's all I really want to do. I want to go to Hollywood, and I've been to Hollywood. I was at Hollywood earlier this year. Actually, kind of this time last year. Kind of. And I participated in this huge event for actors and models, and I got so many different awards. I got poached by many different agencies. It was this awesome experience. And then this year, it's really been more of like wrapping up my education with my master's degree in chemistry. It's been shifting my focus to content creation and trying to get all of this settled. It's really been like a turbulent time where I've built my modeling portfolio. I've tried to make connections in the acting world. I was on TV. I was on ABC's What Would You Do? So I did that. It was a hidden camera TV show where I was one of the actors for one of the segments in one of the episodes. And that's the biggest thing I've done so far. I think I'm currently on Sam's Club for their modeling, for their jackets and gloves. So I did that as well. And so I have a few things that I've done now, but I'd like to take that and go to the next level with it and start to participate in films as like a supporting actor, or, for smaller films, be like the main actor, right? And that would really challenge me at this point. But yeah, my dream is to perform and do it as best as I can and really get into character. That's my dream. That's my dream. And that's really where I see the next stage, the 2025. I see myself doing more of those things. So it's crazy, bro. I love that. Thank you. It's a great dream. I love doing it. Bro, you're matching my vibe. I love that, man. It's just I think that there's so much out there now. And, back in the day, it used to be that you had to be a household name actor to get into anything, right? But these days, if you really look at what we have for films, for TV shows, even podcasts, I don't know, with the exception of podcasts, I guess, we don't really know the name of most people that are on those shows. All we know is, do I believe their character or not? And the beautiful thing about that is that no matter who you are, you can enter into that world. And so I think I really, really like that shift in the playing field of acting and modeling. And hey, if that brings me to Bollywood at some point, I would do that. I don't think that I could successfully do that given the language barrier, but if there were ways around that language barrier by, I don't know, dubbing or something, or using AI technology to get me there, dude, that would be fantastic. I would love doing that. And that's all I really want to do for the rest of my life. I just want to perform. And I'm a scientist, so I did the science thing. I've got a very good backup plan. Like, bro, can you say namaste? Yo, namaste. Namaste. But it's like, if all you need is just to pursue dreams like that relentlessly, I've already got the backup plan of the science and engineering. And if I ever needed to, I could stop what I'm doing and just, then you can do anything. Then you can do acting in Bollywood. I love that. I love that. I hope so. That would be really, really cool, actually. This next project that I'm going to do is, hold on one second. Okay, that's definitely it. All right. Yeah, this next stage of life, though. Let's see. If I go into IMDb .me/EDP. So I don't really have too much on the IMDb just yet, but I am going to be on this project next, which is, okay, so this was the What Would You Do segment, which, it's been going for more than 10 years at this point, and I met John Quinones. He was really cool. I was on season 17, episode 3. That's really funny that's top rated. Hold up. Yeah, that's really funny. That is really, really funny. All right. Yeah, and this was my counterpart. His name was Richard Ulrich. Richard Ulrich. Dude, he's cool. I didn't realize he was a bit older than me. That's pretty neat. But no, he's a really good actor though. Yeah. He's a really good actor though. So yeah, I'm excited to see some other things come out from him. All right, let's see. Yo, Kirsten, what's up, Kirsten? Good to see you. Holy shit, what's your name, bro? Oh wait, hold up. Let's see. Actually, no. I don't know them. Let me Google. Let me Google them. I actually don't, but he kind of sounds familiar. He kind of looks familiar. It looks like he's done a lot of Bollywood movies, though. And I think that I may have seen things like scenes from this. Dude, that is some excellent cinematography, though. Yeah, no, I don't know any of these films, but they look really well done. Just from like you shouldn't judge a book by its cover for sure, but like based on the cover, these look really well, and it looks like he's been doing it for a long time too. So love that. What's your name, bro? Yeah, he's the god of Bollywood. Well, hey, if I'm ever in the area, I definitely got to go. I had the most exhausting week, and it's not even over yet. I am so sorry to hear about that. Hold up. Why is my chat not showing up? I gotta have my chat up here. What are we doing? Hello. I am really sorry to hear about the exhausting week, though. Tell me about that, Kirsten. What's going on? Yeah, so the way I want to dictate the next part of my career, though, is just to, like, I have these opportunities thankfully, the whole thing from being in the event that I was doing in January, it got me a connection that got me on this show. So I'm going to give my best self to this character. Let's see. I'm actually connected with her now on Instagram. She's really cool. She's a good follow. But yeah, I'm supposed to be portraying this Dr. Hollister, and that'll be really cool to do that. This then brought me into this other show, Family Divided. I don't know what to expect from this, but that should be fun as well. In development, the data is not available on IMDb. Yeah, so, you know.
Nationalist and populist movements. The resurgence of nationalism and populism in recent decades has manifested itself in distinct ways in various...
Dude, oh no. Click here to reload player. What happened? Bro, I think I've seen you. Only if you've watched What Would You Do? I think that's the only that might be the only thing that you've ever seen me in if you have seen me. But well, that or the Sam's Club thing, but I think that's about it. And then outside of that, I've done a lot of like modeling, but for photographers. So that would be the only thing. If we had a mutual connection, then yes. But I also kind of have one of those faces that look really familiar, and you haven't really. Part of the concept of being an actor as well, or somebody in Hollywood, is being somebody that looks like someone that they are familiar with, but you're not. So I think that's kind of it as well. I don't know why this isn't working at all, but it looks like, bro. When do you do your live stream? It really depends, but I try to do it every day, either after work, which is like right around 6 p.m. or so. So, yeah, your time, I think that would be like 7 a.m. maybe. But I also try to come on during the weekends, like as soon as possible. So maybe probably later in the night for you, but I try to get on at least by 12. But every single day. I try to do it every single day. Pulled a double all-nighter during Christmas. Oh, no. Because wrapping presents and painting. Went to Hershey, PA, the 26th. Didn't sleep in the car. Wow. Got back around 11 p.m. last night, straight to house sitting. Oh, no. I will watch your stream. Hey, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Kadam, thank you so much for the support. I definitely appreciate that. I'm definitely trying to build that audience right now. I'm right in the initial stages of building the audience, so I super appreciate that. And I was also trying to release something soon that would be something that I could give out to people who found me during these initial stages, and be something that would build in value as I start to create more and more. So I want to keep that kind of as hushed as possible, but be able to give that out to people as often as I can. And I want to do that before TikTok goes down, because I have a fairly sizable audience on there that I want to be able to show them appreciation with. Show them some appreciation. Now painting more and getting ready to go babysitting at 7 till probably midnight, then back to house sitting till Monday. Kirsten, that sounds absolutely exhausting, and you need some time off. You need some time alone. You definitely need some time to chill, time to relax. Don't forget you have your fan from India. Absolutely not. I would never forget anybody that has seen me along the way. I definitely appreciate it. And hey, thank you for watching the initial stages, because we're going to take this and we're going to make it into something so deep and profound and big and performative. So I can't wait to take that next step and start to do all that. The only problem that I can foresee right now is once I really get this process going, I'm just afraid that I won't be able to balance this with acting, because acting takes a long time. It really takes all the performative energy you've got, and I'm only skeptical to see if, like, can I do that while also streaming often and streaming well? So I hope I can, but that's the only problem that I could foresee in the future. But I think they'll feed into each other. Because I think that the more I do out there and the more that I perform in, the more people want to then engage with the content. And doing streaming is going to really pick up once I'm able to be a professional in my field. Yes, I appreciate that. Wait, hold up. So the double all-nighter sounds crazy right now. That sounds absolutely crazy. 'Cause 2 days up can really do a number on you. It can really do a number on you. Didn't sleep in the car. Yeah, that's absolutely crazy. And also had a baby throw up on me yesterday. Wasn't that bad, though. The child was beyond adorable, and they kept staring and reaching for me during the... Uh-oh. Sorry about that. Sorry about the throw up. That's actually pretty crazy. Okay, I don't know what's going on with this internet, though. Let's see. Settings, probably. Settings. The Wi-Fi looks good. Yeah, we're on the Wi-Fi. I just can't reach Twitch for some reason. All right. Twitch.tv/labdominals. Yeah, I don't know. All right, let's see. Various regions of the world, each with its own historical and cultural peculiarities. All right, so this is the one regret that I have of all this. This right here clearly says resurrection, but instead I say Chapter 4, Resurgence of Nationalism. So I got to re-record that before I release it. Do not let me forget. But we've done all of this. We're 2 hours and 18 minutes in. And we just have chapters 5, 6, and the conclusion to go. So let's get it started. I knocked out after we got back to the hotel. My head hit the pillow and I was out. Yeah, honestly, I could see that. I could definitely see that. That's crazy. Sorry to hear that. 2 double-nighters. A double all-nighter is absolutely crazy. All right, so let's go to chapter 4. Let's take the setting. Oh, actually, you guys can't see this. Hold up. Bam. Bam. There we go. Oh, here we go. Oh, we got a message. Sorry, I can't see because Twitch went down over here and it won't reload. I don't know why. Okay, bro, don't forget about me. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Yeah, it's just sitting there with this site cannot be reached. Do not know why, but Twitch chat is down for some reason. I can kind of see it here. Oh, dude. Hey, bro, don't forget me. All right, okay. There we go. There we go. Hold up. Let me follow you on YouTube here. Oh, and it's back over here. Okay, cool. Cool. It is back. I don't know why that happened for a second, but it just like totally went out. Now I can see it again, and I'm going to take this, shoot, no. I'm going to take this chat and expand it. Oh. Okay, well, it's not letting me expand it, but I'm going to go onto my live stream and give you a follow. Could and would never forget you, Kadem. Absolutely not. Welcome to the YT live stream. Absolutely. Yo, and thank you for the follow, too. I appreciate that. 236. We're at 236. We're like halfway through to the, we're almost to the 250 mark, which would be halfway to YouTube, not YouTube partner, but close. All right, go to channel. There we go. We're going to go to channel. And we'll give you a sub. We'll give you a sub. Love that. What is insert? What is insert? I'm curious. All right. Now we are coming back. I've gone longer without sleep, but I was much younger then. Yeah, honestly, I did the same thing. Bro, come to your next live stream. Thank you so much. Thank you for watching. I super appreciate you, Kadem. I take it that you're probably going to bed, given that it's 3:30, and I totally understand that. I totally understand. We were just talking about a double all-nighter, and here you are, spending an all-nighter watching us. So thank you so much. I really appreciate you checking this out. It was really good to meet you. I'm really glad it came on so I could make contact with you. So have a good night, and I will definitely see you on the next stream. Yeah, Kirsten, you know, I did the same thing when I was younger. I did an all-nighter when I was working at Hollister. Bye, bro. See you on your next stream. Dude, thank you so much for popping in. You are awesome, Caden. Kadem, let's give it up for Kadem. Dubs in the chat. We can't quite do that just yet, but dubs in the chat in my mind for you, Kadem. Thank you so much for popping in, and good to meet you. I used to do that. So when I was working at Hollister, I did this, and it was Black Friday night. Let's take it back. It was actually the day before Black Friday, because we had Black Friday start Thanksgiving night. And so I came in to my shift at 8 p.m. to get ready for Black Friday because we knew it would be huge. When are you doing your next live stream? Tomorrow. I will definitely be on tomorrow. And I think I'll actually be in the recording section. So I'll probably be recording some stuff tomorrow. But I will definitely be here for that. So thanks so much for tuning in. Let's see. So it was 8 p.m. Hollister. And it was a Black Friday. It was preparing for Black Friday. We knew that it would be huge. Same time, you know what? I think anywhere between 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. is probably what I'm going to start. And let's see. What time is 10 a.m. CST in India? Let's see. For you, that would be 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. Wow. Okay. I didn't realize it was UTC plus 0. Interesting. So that's a actually really easy conversion, because I would be -6, you're 0. Okay. That's actually I learned something today. That's a really easy conversion right there. So yeah, I would say I'm probably going to come on at 6 p.m. your time, but 12 p.m. my time. But yeah, so I'm preparing for this all-nighter Black Friday. And, well, I wasn't even preparing for that, actually. We were just prepping for Black Friday. But coming into it, my manager, Tony, she said, you get holiday pay for coming in, which is, I think it was 2x. So instead of making like $7 an hour, I was making $14 an hour. Big whoop. But I came in and I was making 2x. So I was really happy about that. And she was like, yeah, you can work as long as you'd like. Your shift, though, is from 8 p.m. to 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think it was like 8 to 12. And then I would be back the next day at, I think it was like 2 p.m. or something. It was some in the middle of the day. Okay, bro. See you next time. Dude, Kadum, thanks so much for popping in. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. I will see you next time. So I come in. She's like, yeah, you can work as long as you want. I'm like, all right, cool. So I'll probably stay until 12, but like, I'll see how late I can stay. And this girl is working there. Her name is Kayla, right? And Kayla is this like little short, petite, blonde girl that I had this like massive crush on. And I am trying to be kind of like suave about it. I'm trying to like not be obvious that I'm crushing on this girl, but she is one of those workaholics that will take any shift that she can have and like will eat it up. And I don't know what she was saving for, probably to get a new car, because her car at the time was just like totally demolished. Like I think she had a class action lawsuit or something from like a truck nailing her car, and I think she was saving up for a new car or something, but she ate up every single shift. And so she was just like, hey, I'm going to work as long as possible. I think I can go 24 hours. And I said, Kayla, you're on. I'm going to stay as long as you do. And if you make it 24 hours, I will be here with you for 24 hours. And she's like, bet. So we're out there and we're like folding clothes. It's like 2 a.m. It's just like cold, like nobody else is in this mall. It's just us, and we're getting everything ready. We're fixing up some little fixtures. We're putting things on the shelf. We're like preparing all of the back room area. We're sorting the back room. We're doing so much just to get ready for Black Friday. And then it finally opens. Everybody starts pouring in, and I'm absolutely exhausted, completely wiped from the night. But I'm like, you know what? I'm going to see this through. I'm going to keep going. And I'm going, and I'm just being kept up with like the excitement of Black Friday. Everybody's coming this way, that way, the other way. I get sent out for lunch halfway through the day, and I'm like, I'm not going to clock out. I'm just gonna eat something real fast so I can like stay on the holiday pay, and that's it. And me and this girl, we're chatting the whole time. We're having a really good time. And then this other girl comes in, and I'm chatting with her for a bit. Her name was Morgan. She was also a cutie. I think they only hired like really attractive people there, so I was very, very spoiled. And so I had all of these attractive people to talk to, and I'm just like chilling. I'm talking to Morgan for a little bit. We have a fun conversation, and I'm sitting on the bench. She's like, how long have you been here? Like she clocked in at 7. And I'm like, I've been here since 8 p.m. last night. She's like, Eric, oh my God, you need to go to bed. And like everybody the entire time was trying to convince me to clock out and go home. But I'm like, it's not going to happen. It's almost time for my next shift, and I'm not going to miss my next shift. So, 2 p.m. rolls around. I'm finally like at my shift, but I'm completely wiped for the day. And I'm in the back. I'm in the spare cashier checkout area, and I'm checking somebody out. And as you're checking people out, you're like taking off the thing, scanning it, putting it over on your shoulder. Scan it, put it over on your shoulder. And the clothes at Hollister are so comfy. I throw it over, and this lady is like, she's getting checked out, and I'm just like falling asleep on the... I literally fell asleep on this customer. I fell asleep on the scarf that she had that I threw over my shoulder, and she starts, hey. This lady snaps at me. She's like, hey. So anyway, and she just continues her story. Doesn't even mention the fact that I just fell asleep on her. She just snaps at me, and it wakes me up. And I'm like, sorry. I continue to scan her stuff, put it over. She gets like $400 worth of stuff or whatever. And I'm like, okay, I clearly need a break. I forget. I didn't do coffee back in the day. I forgot what I got. I think it was maybe like a juice from Jamba Juice. Yeah, I think it was a Jamba Juice. I think I used that to wake me up. But finally, we're like almost to the end of my shift, and I told my manager how long I had been there, and she goes like, I don't think that's legal. I think you should go like right now. And I was like, I got to stay to the end of my shift. I got to stay at least, to the end. I think I'm more awake now than I had been throughout the entire time. I think right now is the best time for me to be here, because if I go home now, like I'm going to regret it. I'm going to fall asleep. And she's like, all right, but, just know that we told you to leave. And I'm like, all right. And I think I tried to make it a point that I would make it further than Kayla did. And she clocked out at like, I think it was 23 and a half hours. She was like, it rounds up. I got to go. And then I was just like, I'm going to beat her time. And so I had to stay there for like an extra 2 hours or whatever, because she got there 2 hours before I did. So I had to stay another 2 hours to beat her time. And by that point, I was like, I may as well stay to the end of the day. Like, I've already been here this long. So it ended up being 26 and a half hours that I had worked straight after being up for Thanksgiving the day before. So that was the longest shift I've ever worked. And I was just so happy that Kayla pushed me to do that. Because I don't think it would be the same without her. She's been saying that so that she was saying that so that she wouldn't be liable in case something happened. And I think in the state of Missouri, you're not allowed to keep somebody working, I think, beyond 14 hours. And so I had almost 2x'd that. I'd almost been doing it for 2 times that amount. I was just shy of 2 times that amount without a break. And I say without a break, I did do a paid break where I got something to eat. But that was about it. And it was a fun time. But I definitely probably broke a law or two doing that, labor-wise. If you forced me to do it, that would have been illegal. I did it to myself, so it wasn't, clearly. But that was just... that was funny. That was really funny. And I got time and a half the entire time. So, let's see. Time and a half at that point. I think it was $7.25 an hour. Actually multiplied by 2 because it was 2x. Eric, no, just in case. Just because she's cute doesn't mean you should sacrifice your sleep. You would be amazed what us guys will do for a baddie. We go to the ends of the earth. Yeah. It's just it's a thing. It's a thing. But anyway, I got $14.50 for 26.5 hours, meaning for that entire time for me to sacrifice all of that sleep, for me to push myself for that long, I got $384. Which I make now in 11 hours at work. Which really, if I just stayed and stuck around for a little bit, for like an extra 2 hours or so. Actually, divide that by, I think I divide that by, actually, no, multiply that by, no, divide by 1.5. Yeah. Yeah, so 2 hours. 2 hours of time and a half. So if I just like stayed late at work one day and stayed for 2 hours, I would make the same amount that I did for an entire day that I've worked in the past on holiday pay. Like, that's how different things are today than where they were in the past. It's so different. It's so different. It's crazy how different that is. The pay back then compared to now is crazy. It is. It's way too insane. It's like, I legitimately cannot believe that. It's the only reason why I can do anything that I'm doing now, that I'm broadcasting here using this microphone, that I'm doing it on this computer, looking at this MacBook Pro over here, looking at that massive TV. Like, all of this studio could not have existed back then. It literally couldn't have. And that's so sad. Because, like, I don't know. I look at the benefits that I have today and compare it to what my dad had, and I'm thinking, thank God I exist now, because I have just like the tiniest fraction of the talent that my father has, right? But I've got immensely more opportunity because I have all of this in front of me. And you can go live on Twitch and you could just play the guitar the entire time on Twitch. People will show up and they'll support you. If you are my dad, you could be one of the best guitar players ever and not even be good enough for Sheryl Crow. I mean, he was so close. He was so close. He could have made it. But the fact that he was just like inches away from being Sheryl Crow's guitar player, or like knowing Bon Jovi, right? Like, just knowing people like that doesn't help you. It just, the opportunities were so rare back in the day that you could be immensely talented and know very connected people in the world and still just not be worldwide known as successful and as he should have been. You know, it's so sad. Because, like, literally the one thing that I ever really wanted to get out of all of this experience, like, when I consider what I could do with this platform, or where I could go, or what I could do with my talents and where that could bring me, the only thing that I would really want out of notoriety and fame would be to shine a bright light on my dad, who totally deserves it way fucking more. Like, that is the only thing that I would want to do. Or like to get on the soap opera show that my grandma loves. That's what I want to do. That is it. I want to be on the shows that my parents love, so they can look up and be like, oh my God, that's my son. Like, that is the thing that I want. That's the only reason why I want to do any of it. Well, not the only reason, but a huge motivating factor is to be there so that my parents could be like, I cannot believe that we put a child on our TV right now. That's insane. Or to build the connections so that like my dad can have the thing that he's always wanted, that no one could ever buy for him. Like, that is so much better than anything that you could ever achieve for yourself. That's the kind of thing that I want. That's the kind of thing that I just like. I really hope that that success brings me to the place that I can give them that thing that they deeply, deeply desire. And then, I don't know, hopefully on top of that, I leave like a legacy, and I build my talents and I am able to express my soul in a way that like makes it sing in a way that like I can live my life so honestly, so beautifully that I can look back on it and be so proud. That is the thing that I really want from any and all of this. I just want to look back and say, I am so happy with how I spent the last 5, 10, 20 years of my life performing, doing something that I love. And I want that for everybody. And if I could take that experience and give it to every single person I meet along the way that I know has talent, but nobody's recognizing it, like, I want that. You'll definitely be able to achieve all that. Thank you so much, Kirsten. I appreciate that. And I can only do that really with the support of everybody here. And so I deeply appreciate the support you give me, because that is everything that I could ever ask for. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the vote of confidence. All right, where are we at?
Chapter 5, Tension Between Global...
Okay. Too quiet, so we'll go into the setting, and we will copy channel strip, and then we'll paste channel strip.
Chapter 5, Tension Between Globalization and Nationalism.
I'm just not like, I don't know. Okay, hear me out.
Chapter 5, Tension Between Globalization and Nationalism. Conflict of Ideologies. The conflict between globalist and nationalist ideologies is, without a doubt, one of the central tensions of the 21st century, reflecting a profound conflict over the direction that global societies and economies. Chapter 5.
You got this. Thank you. I appreciate that. I didn't know that I could do this. I'm like... so sad I didn't see this ahead of the time. I didn't know that you could make a proportion of the compressed audio between the output and the input. I had no idea that you could do that. So,
Chapter 5, Tension Between Globalization and Nationalism. Conflict of Ideologies. The conflict between globalist and nationalist ideologies is, without a doubt, one of the central tensions of the 21st century, reflecting a profound conflict over the direction that global societies and economies. Chapter 5, Tension Between Globalization and Nationalism. Conflict of Ideologies.
okay. The reason why this is blowing my mind right now is because I was listening to these tracks and I was like, dude, there's so much sound, these like little tiny artifacts that are happening with like the clicking of the tongue, the cheek that I hear, the opening of the mouth, like every little thing I'm hearing. So I'm like, how do I make those things go away, but also make it compressed? Like I needed the end point, but not completely. Like how do I search that up? This is exactly why I play with things all the time, because like I just learned something right now that literally nobody could have taught me. That I could take that effect, but only make it 33%. That's what I wanted. Like, okay. All right. Okay. Cool.
Chapter 5. Tension between globalization and nationalism. Conflict of ideologies. The conflict between globalist and nationalist ideologies is, without a doubt, one of the central tensions of the 21st century, reflecting a profound conflict over the direction that global societies and economies. Chapter 5. Tension between globalization and nationalism. Conflict of ideologies. The conflict between globalist and nationalist ideologies is, without a doubt, one of the central tensions of the 21st century, reflecting a profound conflict over the direction that global societies and economies should follow. This clash of ideas is not merely academic, it has tangible ramifications on national and international policies, influencing everything from decisions on trade and immigration to strategies for tackling global crises, such as climate change and pandemics. On the one hand, globalist ideology promotes economic interdependence.
Love when that happens. Always satisfying when figuring stuff out on your own. Yeah, that's like the whole thing. And the reason why like this process takes so long too is like I have no idea what I'm doing. And I don't know. Like my dad gave me the idea of putting a noise gate on here. And I thought, okay, well, maybe, but we'll see. We'll see. And I put it on there and I was like, how did I not think of that in the future? I got some feedback from an editor and he was like, yeah, I put a de-esser on there. And I said, thank you. I was just trying to figure out how do you get all of these hard S's out of there? It's like, obviously I can't just stop saying S words. But how do you take that effect of like the peak on the S and take it down? De-esser. They have a thing for that. And so that's why the de-esser is on here. Or actually, you can't really see it, but right there, the de-esser. De-esser 2. So that's why it's on there. And like, that's the purpose of the thing. But I don't know. It takes so long because I have no idea what I'm doing. But like, this is, oh, actually, you know what? You can only see the mastering on there. How about this? There we go. De-esser. That's what I'm talking about right there. This de-esser. But it's a thing. It's totally a thing. All right. Let's go on to Logic Pro. See if I can't optimize this any further.
Over the direction that global societies and economies should follow. This clash of ideas is not merely academic, it has tangible ramifications on national and international policies.
Okay, let's see what this ratio does. We're at 2 right now.
Over the direction that global societies and economies should follow. This clash of ideas is not merely academic, it has tangible ramifications on national and international policies, influencing everything from decisions on trade and immigration to strategies for tackling global crises, such as climate change and pandemics. On the one hand, globalist ideology promotes economic interdependence, international cooperation, and cultural integration as means to achieve peace, prosperity, and global justice. Globalism is based on the premise that open borders and trade liberalization create an environment in which all countries can prosper by facilitating the flow of goods, services, capital, and ideas. This thinking is rooted in the belief that economic interdependence leads to mutual benefits, reducing the risk of conflict. since interconnected economies would have a lot to lose in the event of a war or instability. Furthermore, globalism argues that global challenges such as climate change, poverty, pandemics, and tourism cannot be faced by individual nations in isolation. They require a coordinated and cooperative response between countries. Institutions such as the World Trade Organization, WTO, and the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and the United Nations, UN, are often cited as pillars of this global order, which seeks to promote peace and prosperity through global integration. These organizations are seen by globalists as essential for creating rules and regulations that facilitate trade, protect human rights, and ensure international security. Globalist ideology is also often associated with political liberalism, which values universal human rights, democracy, and rules-based governance. For globalists, international cooperation is not just a pragmatic strategy, but also a moral imperative based on the idea that humanity shares a common destiny that transcends national borders. On the other hand, nationalist ideology reacts against this view, arguing that globalization in its neoliberal form has often neglected the needs and rights of ordinary citizens in favor of global elites. Nationalists criticize globalization for promoting a concentration of power and wealth in the hands of multinational corporations and supranational institutions, while local workers in domestic industries suffer the consequences of unbridled competition and de-industrialization. For nationalists, national sovereignty is a supreme value, and a nation's ability to determine its own economic, social, and cultural policies must be protected against external influences. They see the preservation of national identity, security, and economic autonomy as essential to the well-being of the population, and argue that supranational institutions often undermine these values by imposing policies that favor the interests of great powers and global elites. This conflict of ideologies has significant political and economic implications. Politically, it manifests itself in the form of populist and nationalist movements that challenge the established order, questioning the legitimacy of international institutions and promoting.
Honestly, that's not bad. That's not bad. Okay. All right. Well, I think that I'm probably going to stick with those settings for the rest of this and maybe consider re-recording the rest of those. The only thing that I just like really, obviously it's going to set me back is like doing these as segments makes it so that I can't just go back and redo chapter 5. I have to redo a segment of chapter 5, and then I have to like remember which of those segments are where. So like I haven't found a good way to do just that yet, because I could put it on different tracks, but then you know how that goes. So yeah, I guess I could do like a track stack, like chapter 5, and then like have chapter 5 go out for a little bit, and then do a second track, and then that's another one, like on a sub track, and then a third one on a third track, but then like have it all collapse down into a track stack. I wonder, I could probably do that, but in the meantime, I really got to go to the bathroom. I'm going to go real quick. Sound good. Thank you so much, Kirsten. I really appreciate that feedback. Thank you, thank you. I'm going to put it on a BRB screen right quick so I can stop squirming, and I'll be right back to hit the rest of this chapter 5. I feel like we've made a lot of progress here, and I have no doubt that we're going to release the rest of this book tonight, so stay tuned for that. We got hold up. Do we have kick chat? Do we have kick chat right now? Hold up. I did not expect some kick chat. What do we got? We got kick chatter? Hey Poppy, what are you doing? Oh my god. Can you play some guitar? Play me one song, come on. What's up, Puerto Rican Ashley? Good to see you, Puerto Rican Ashley. You were messaging 23 minutes ago, so I can't imagine that you were here, that you are still here. But I'll give you a follow, because those were funny. And, oh. I'm going to say, hey, thanks for popping into... Thanks for watching my stream. I don't normally see a lot of chat, so I don't check it often. But I appreciate you stopping by. Heart. There we go. Thanks, Puerto Rican Ashley. Appreciate you. All right. Let's go back. Channel. Yeah, because I got one viewer. And that's me. All right, let's check out. Okay, all right. I gotta head out babysitting. See you later, Eric. Yo, well, I'll tell you what, Kirsten, thank you so much for popping in. I really appreciate you keeping me company while I figured all that out. Good luck babysitting, and hopefully you're still not feeling super tired as I would, having done a double all-nighter. That is intense, and I hope that you get the time that you need to rest and recuperate and get back to baseline. So have fun babysitting. Hopefully it doesn't take it out of you. But I appreciate you, Kirsten, and I hope you have a wonderful night. See ya. Kick chat, kick chatter. I did not expect kick chatter tonight. Maybe I'll put kick chat back on this so I can kind of see it, cause I put that on there for a while and I only would get bots. I'd only get bots. So like, wait, we'll probably get that sleep next week. Oh no. All right, bye. See you later, Kirsten. Good to see you, Kirsten. Thanks for popping in. Yeah, I usually only get like bots though. So let's see. Let's bring kick chat up. Above all this. Because kick chat is on here. It's just like really far down. Oh, actually, no, it's not. It's really not. Okay, the window is it was supposed to be application, no. Display capture, no. Window capture. But that window, I guess, isn't open, so it needs to be open as this. Hi, Poppy. What are you doing? Oh my God. Can you play some guitar? Play me one song. Come on. That's really funny. That's really funny. All right. We're going to go ahead and... What is identity? Yeah, that's okay. We're going to put Brave browser. There we go. But then that's kind of annoying because I see like all of that bar down there. So how about just like that so I can see that it's there, but you can't see what it is? I think that's probably the best way to do it. That way I can see if I have chat and then I can like respond to it, but it's not going to like occupy the entire screen. Which at some point I'll find a better space to have kick chat on here and display, but as of right now it's not working. All right, let's see. Let's go back.
Chapter 5. Tension between globalization and nationalism.
And part of the reason why I don't have settings set in a particular way that particularly sounds good is because
Chapter 5. Tension between globalization and nationalism. 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 Chapter 5. Tension between globalization and nationalism.
All right, how do we get rid of that plosive?
Chapter 5. Tension.
Okay, so I think it's actually...
Chapter 5. Tension.
It's this kind of plosive like right here. So if I just do this...
Chapter 5. Tension.
Not exactly.
Chapter 5. Tension between globalization and nationalism. Chapter 5. Tension between globalization and nationalism. Chapter 5. Tension between globalization and nationalism.
I guess it's okay. Okay. And then we have to create a new chapter. So chapter 5. Chapter 5. So this will be 1. Chapter 5. And that's the title card. So let's keep the settings the way it is. And then so I think I have to put this on a new window. Yeah, no, that'll be the best way to do it. And then we'll minimize that window. Let's see how that influenced. Yeah. So, kick chat. And this is window. Window. New tab. Yeah, probably. All right, let's see. Let's go to kick. Let's go to new tab. Let's bring kick to the new tab. Nope. Let's bring the new tab to the kick. There we go. How now, brown cow? Oh, now you're gone? Oh, there you are. Okay. Then, what's your problem? No, I'm joking. Let's see, minimize. What does that look like? That looks like this, which is good. This looks like that, which is good. All right, cool. Yeah, no, that looks good. That looks good. Upload file. Tensions. All right, let's figure out, does this file meet the requirements? Issues found with uploaded audio. RMS is too low. Classic.
Oh, this is just great. This is just classic.
All right, so instead of 5.5, and 2.5. Yeah, I like that. So, yeah, I'm just trying to figure out the best settings for this that also fit the requirements of the site. Let's go back. Chapter 5, today at 5:34. That's right now. Let's see it. Issues found with audio. It's too low, 0.5. Okay. Too low, 0.5. Can we do this on any other, like... All right. So hmm. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Interesting. All right, I'm gonna put it on the BRB screen real quick. I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
Chapter 5. Tension between global conflict of ideologies. The conflict between globalist and conflict of ideologies. The conflict of ideologies. The conflict between globalist and nationalist ideologies is, without a doubt, one of the central Chapter 5. Tension between globalization and nationalism. Chapter 5. Tension between globalization and nationalism. Chapter 5. Tension between globalization and nationalism. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. Tension between globalization and nationalism. Chapter 5. Tension between globalization and nationalism.
All right, there we go. Sorry, I was taking a phone call. I don't know. Doesn't make any sense to me to like. It doesn't make any sense to me to just talk about the traffic that you're dealing with and then like get mad at me thinking that I'm not paying attention. Like, what is there to respond to, dude? Like, what are you talking about? You're literally just complaining. Conflict of ideologies. The conflict of ideologies. Okay. The conflict between globalist and nationalist ideologies is, without a doubt, one of the central tensions of the 21st century, reflecting a profound conflict over the direction that global societies and economies should follow. This clash of ideas is not merely academic, it has tangible ramifications on national and international policies, influencing everything from decisions on trade. Like, literally, if that was somebody in my chat saying the same thing, I would not know how to respond to it. I'd be like, all right, cool. All right, sweet. All right, cool. All right, sounds good. All right, sweet. All right, cool. All right, I get it. Cool. Great. Fantastic. Awesome. Seriously. Cool. All right, see ya. Like, dude. Influencing everything from decisions on trade and immigration to strategies for tackling global crises, such as climate change and pandemics. On the one hand, globalist ideology promotes economic interdependence, international cooperation, and cultural integration as means to achieve peace, prosperity, and global justice. Globalism is based on the premise that prosperity and global justice. Globalism is based on the premise that open borders and trade liberalization create an environment in which all countries can prosper by facilitating the flow of goods, services, capital, and ideas. This thing. Okay. Let's see if this flows, though. Create an environment in which all countries can prosper by facilitating the flow of goods, services, capital, and ideas. This thinking is rooted in the belief that economic interdependence leads to mutual benefits, reducing the risk of conflict. This thinking is rooted in the belief that economic interdependence leads to mutual benefits, reducing the risk of conflict. Since interconnected economies would have a lot to lose in the event of a war or instability. Furthermore, globalism argues that global challenges such as climate change, poverty, pandemics, and tourism cannot be faced by individual nations in isolation. They require a coordinated and cooperative response between countries. Institutions such as the World Trade Organization, WTO, and the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and the United Nations, UN, are often cited as pillars of this global order, which seeks to promote peace and prosperity through global integration. These organizations are seen by globalists as essential for creating rules and regulations that facilitate
as essential globalists as essential for creating rules and regulations that facilitate trade, protect human rights, and ensure international security. Globalists and ensure as essential for creating rules and regulations that facilitate trade, protect human rights, and ensure international security. Globalist ideology is also often associated with political liberalism, which values universal human rights, democracy, and rules-based governance. For globalists, international cooperation is not just a pragmatic strategy, but also a moral imperative. And rules-based governance. For globalists, international cooperation is not just a pragmatic strategy, which values universal human rights, democracy with political liberalism, which values universal human rights, democracy, and rules-based governance. For globalists, international cooperation is not just a pragmatic strategy, but also a moral imperative based on the idea that humanity a pragmatic strategy, but also a moral imperative based on the idea that humanity shares a common destiny that transcends national borders. On the other hand,
Okay. Yeah.
based on the idea moral imperative based on the idea
No, not quite. I'd say maybe like that.
based on imperative based on the idea that humanity shares a common destiny that transcends national borders.
Okay.
On the other hand, nationalist ideology reacts against this view, arguing that globalization in nationalist ideology reacts. On the other hand, nationalist ideology reacts against this view, arguing that globalization, in its neoliberal form, has often neglected the needs and rights of ordinary citizens in favor of global elites. In favor of global elites.
Okay.
Arguing that globalization, in its neoliberal form, has often neglected the needs and rights of ordinary citizens in favor of global elites. Nationalists criticize globalization for promoting a concentration of power and wealth in the hands of multinational corporations and supranational institutions, while local workers in domestic industries suffer the consequences of unbridled competition and de-industrialization. For nationalists, national sovereignty is a supreme value, and a nation's ability to determine its own economic, social, I don't
like the timing on some of this.
and a nation's value, and a nation's ability to determine its own economic, social,
Okay.
and a nation's value, and a nation's ability to determine its own economic, social, and cultural policies must be protected to determine its own ability to determine its own economic, social, and cultural to determine its own economic, social, and cultural policies must be protected against external influences. They see the preservation of national identity, security, and economic
I think I cut off a little bit of that.
They see the preservation of national identity, security, and economic security and economic autonomy as essential to the well-being of the population, and argue that supranational institutions often undermine these values by imposing policies that favor the interests of great powers and global elites. This conflict of ideologies has significant political and economic implications, and argue that supranational institutions often undermine these values by imposing policies that favor the interests of great powers and global elites. This conflict of ideologies has significant political and economic implications. Politically, it manifests itself in the
Okay. So I'm gonna get the pinwheel for a second, but I think all of those need to transfer over for me to see that. man. Oh, man. Not again. Hold up. There we go. That's better. Dude, what is the deal? I can't even load Logic right now. It's completely frozen. There we go. Yeah, because, let's see, I think it was like this.
Conflict of ideologies. This conflict of and global elites. This conflict of ideologies has significant political and economic implications. Politically, it manifests itself
There
in
we
the
go. Yeah.
manifests itself
Because I think what happened is like these, actually, can you can't really see it that well. There's a lot of me in the picture, but let's see if I can't move this up a bit. Logic Pro. There we go.
manifests itself.
No.
Politically, it manifests itself politically, it manifests itself manifests itself manifests itself manifests itself manifests itself politically, it manifests itself in the politically, it manifests itself in the form. Politically, it manifests itself itself. Manifests itself in the form. Manifests itself. Manifests itself in the. Politically, it manifests itself in the form of populist. Politically, it manifests itself in the form of. Manifests itself. Politically, it manifests itself. Manifests itself. Politically, it manifests itself in the form. Politically, it manifests itself in the form of populist and nationalist movements that challenge the established order, questioning the legitimacy. That challenge the established order, questioning the legitimacy of international. Questioning the established order, questioning the legitimacy of international institutions, and promoting country first. Country first agendas. Agendas. These movements accuse political and economic elites of betraying national interests in the name of a globalist agenda that, in their view, these movements accuse political and economic elites of betraying national interests in the name of a globalist agenda that, in their view, disregards local realities and the needs of ordinary people. They advocate strengthening borders, restricting immigration, and returning to a form of governance more centered on national sovereignty. Examples of these movements include the rise of nationalist parties in Europe, such as the Rassemblement National in France. National in France. In France, and the Law and Justice Party in Poland. In France, and the Law and Justice Party in Poland, as well as the election of leaders such as Donald Trump in the United States. Donald Trump in the United States and Jair Bolsonaro in Brazil, who have promoted nationalist and anti-globalist policies, who have promoted nationalist and anti-globalist policies. Economically, the clash between globalism and nationalism translates into fierce debates over trade, migration, and foreign investment policies. In foreign investment policies, globalists advocate free trade and economic openness as engines of growth and innovation, arguing that as engines of growth and innovation, arguing that global competition encourages efficiency and lowers prices for consumers. They also see migration as a source of diversity and economic dynamism, bringing new skills and perspectives to receiving societies. On the other hand, nationalists often advocate protectionism and trade barriers as a means of protecting domestic economies from foreign competition. Preserving local jobs and maintaining economic stability. They argue that globalization has led to deindustrialization and the weakening of local communities, and that mass migration facilitated by globalization threatens social and cultural cohesion. The clash between globalism and nationalism, however, is not just a question threatens social and cultural cohesion. The clash between globalism and nationalism, however, is not just a question of economic or international policy. It reflects profound differences in the worldview and values that each ideology defends. While globalism tends to prioritize universal human rights, international cooperation, and cultural diversity, nationalism puts national identity, security, and tradition first. Nationalism puts national diversity, nationalism puts national identity, security, and tradition first. For globalists, diversity and interdependence are sources of strength and innovation. For nationalists, they can put an innovation. For nationalists, they can pose threats to national cohesion. For nationalists, they can pose threats to national cohesion. They can pose threats to national cohesion and identity. Globalism values rules-based governance and international collaboration, while nationalism emphasizes sovereignty and autonomy, often in opposition. While nationalism emphasizes sovereignty and autonomy, often in opposition to global norms and agreements. In an increasingly interconnected but also divided world, the conflict between globalism and nationalism will continue to shape the global political and economic landscape. The central question of this clash is how to balance the need for international cooperation to face global challenges with the demand for sovereignty and national identity, with the demand for sovereignty and national identity, for sovereignty and national identity. The answers to this question will define the course of national and international policies for decades to come, influencing everything from the global economy for decades to come, influencing everything from the global economy to democratic governance and human rights. The challenge The challenge for modern societies will be to find a path that recognizes and respects both global interdependencies and national identities, promoting a globalization that is truly inclusive and equitable for all. Economic nationalism versus free trade.
Sounds like a title card. Yeah, economic nationalism versus free trade. So we got conflict of ideologies there. So let's get that pinwheel for a second and move it on over to a BRB screen. While I have that pinwheel, I'm going to go ahead and do a BRB. Go to the bathroom real quick, and I'll be right back, guys.
Sup? Sup, champs? LO. LOL. Conflict of ideologies. Let's get it. You guys on this? Yeah. All right. So, oh, you know what? Let's not lose this because it should be around that.
Manifest themselves. The conflict between economic nationalism versus free trade. The conflict for all. Economic nationalism versus free trade. Manifest themselves. And nationalism manifest themselves. This debate and human rights. The challenge for modern societies will be the answers to this question and national identity. The answers to this question will define the course of national and international policies for decades to come, influencing everything from the global economy to democratic governance and human rights. The challenge for modern societies will be to find a path that recognizes and respects both global interdependencies and national identities, promoting a globalization that is truly inclusive and equitable for all. Economic nationalism versus free trade. The conflict.
Okay.
Global interdependencies and national identities, promoting a globalization that is truly inclusive and equitable for all. Global interdependencies and national global interdependencies.
What is this?
The answers to this question will define the course of national and international policies for decades to come, influencing.
All right. Guess we'll hit a pinwheel. I guess I should have only moved over that bit right there, because then that would have given me space at the very end. That probably would have been better.
Okay. Okay. Looks like we're back. We're so back. All right. Man, this is really spicy. They made this Chipotle like extra spicy this time. That was definitely necessary. I was getting pretty hungry. Oh no. Woo. Okay. Wow. All right, let me take this trash away, and I'll be right back. All right. All right. All right. All right. Oh, man. You know what I want to see right now? This completed book? Yes, you'd be right. But what else you think I want to see? How about YouTube? How about... I wonder if I could look this up. That's funny. Let's see if he went by Jesse Paul. No. All right, let's see if I can Google it. I don't know if he went by Jesse Paul back then. I forgot whatever their name he went by. Let's see if this dude... let's see, YouTube. See, this is the thing about like generic names, you know? Like a lot of the times people assume that the best way that they can like become known is to have like the most generic name possible.
Which I guess it like kind of makes sense because like if I were trying to remember a more obscure name, I'm sure that it would be harder to remember them right now. But like, you could even see it by how I was saying like, oh, what was his other name? I forgot that name that it goes by. Like you can kind of see that, I guess, but like I just feel like if you have like oh, that's interesting. Oh, am I spelling Jesse wrong? Maybe I'm spelling Jesse wrong. Ooh, look at that. Oh, he's West Model Management? Interesting. That's really interesting. Okay. Hey, that's cool. Okay. Oh, man. Let's not put his phone number. It's interesting, though. West Talent Management. Let's see. Theater, film. I mean, this is public record, so but still. Oh, did he get a Theater Guild Award? That's cool. Where's he at on there? It's probably all the way at the bottom. That's when the new ones are. Oh, that's cool. 2023. Look at that. Very neat. Very, very cool. Good for you, Jesse. Good for you. All right, let's see. Um, yeah, what a good headshot. We love that. What a good headshot, man. That's a good about me. It's like very succinct, you know? Nice. Okay, so he's got West Model Management. Oh, that's really interesting. That's really, really interesting. So I wonder what his representation is out in LA. Now I'm thinking I should definitely improve my backstage. Second City Improv. That's really neat. I love that. Second City Chicago Acting and Improv. Second City Film School. I didn't even know he did that. That's really neat. Okay. Cool. Okay. But like, damn, I thought we could find his he's got a resume for sure. 2 photos. All right. No, I'm trying to find his videos that he made back in the day. Pretty sure he made something called Oh Ronnie, and I cannot find it anywhere. Yo, that is crazy. That is crazy. All right, I guess I'll start a new window. And then
Okay. I'm gonna search for Ronnie. Maybe. No. How about because I put it on my resume because I did do it, but like also I have no record of me having ever done it. So I don't know. Huh. I don't think we're ever going to find it. And if we do find it, it's going to be probably my worst work I've ever done. Let's see. Eric Pullman. Yep, that's me. I don't have access to this account anymore. I forgot what email I used actually for this. One unavailable is hidden. Gee, I wonder. Gee, I wonder. An Eric Pullman Thanksgiving special.
Conflict in between you.
No.
Yes.
I'll leave if you.
Ding dong.
Oh, your parents are here.
Hello, son.
Welcome to
Where-
our home.
The fuck is that?
Oh, that's our new dog.
No.
Yes.
No, no, that is an elite.
That's not
That is not a doggy.
That's a
You think I'm fucking stupid?
No, sir, no. I just.
Do you know what war I fought in?
Hold your.
These little fucking fuckers.
No! What are you doing?
Why would you do that? Son,
Guys!
no.
Honey, it's okay.
Calm down.
Why would you do that? Why?
Do you know what those little fuckers did?
Did they do anything?
They struck bombs to their shit. Those are demonic.
No, I think they don't do that. I don't think they do that either.
I hate this holiday.
You know what? You need to get out of here, okay?
Okay, fine. I'll leave.
Good.
But you know what was in last year's stuffing?
Honey, what was the last year's stuff?
Was it elites?
Yeah. Yeah, it was.
What the fuck?
You know why your mother didn't show up to this year's Thanksgiving festival?
You bastard!
Do you know what is in this year's Thanksgiving stuffing?
I can't believe that I maxed out the mic like that at every chance I got. Yeah, that was not good content, like, at all. That's so funny because, like, in moments I do a really good job of like showing that I have innate cinematography skills, and then in other times it's just like classic mistakes, just absolutely classic mistakes. All right. Okay.
You guys got to see what I'm doing. All right, there you go. I think at some point I might come back to the machinima making. I might actually finish some machinimas that I set out to do. Cause like, I don't know, I have like, I have one pretty much fully voice acted. It just needs like puppeteering, and that's it. And I wonder if I could like release something that I always wanted to release, but never quite had the opportunity to do so, or never quite had the capabilities to do so. I'll give you some insight into who I was when I was a kid. I had these dreams of making a machinima and doing like a really, really nice machinima, sort of similar to Red vs. Blue. But also, like, I loved the chaos of Guitar Master X7. So I wanted to mesh those two worlds and be like maybe a less edgy version of Guitar Master X7. But do something along those same lines. But every single time I would make it, like I made that one and it was totally improv. And it worked, but it just like, it wasn't exactly it. Then I made another one that was more scripted. It was John and Paul. It was a play on Ron Paul back then, because I was a big Ron Paul fan. And he was like a big libertarian kind of a guy, but he was technically a Republican, but all of his policies was like, just get us out of the wars. Let's just get out of the wars. And I was like, yeah, let's get out of the wars. Let's do that. So I was a big fan of Ron Paul back in the day. And so it was supposed to be a play on that. And I scripted it, and it turned out pretty good, but it wasn't like exactly what I was looking for. But then I scripted something else, and like I was doing cinematography on this. It was a pretty sizable project. But then I got this thing called an HD PVR, which is the coveted thing you want as a machinima maker. And I start making with it, and literally, the thing crashes my computer left and right because my computer can't handle 1080p. So I'm over here piecing things together on a cracked version of Sony Vegas, and I cannot piece these things together because it's just like you have a 10 wheelbarrow, like made of a wheelbarrow made of 10, and it is just bending at the seams with these massive bricks that you're putting inside of it, these huge stones, and that's what I had. And I would have been all right if I just stuck with the Dazzle. I think I'd be all right. I think I would have been okay if I rendered it low and did 720p. I think that would have been fine. It was my insistence on having the highest quality that killed it for me, because it was like the monkey that grabs in and can't let go of the food, but then tries to get away and then it can't. It was kind of like that. And then society kind of caught up with me because it caught me with my hand in the hole trying to grab the food, you know, like the monkey in certain parts of the world where they trap monkeys. That's what I was. That's their technique, and that's what they did to me. So I was real close. I was real close. And then you know, I turned 19 and I did community college, and I got real focused on college, and then didn't think twice about it until these days. I'm looking back on it and I'm thinking, God, I could have made so much more with what I had. If I just kept going with it, I really could have made something. But we all know what happened to machinima, and we all know that was like a dying thing. But dude, these days, no one makes that. No one makes that these days. That would be like a niche thing these days. I wonder if I could do that, you know? I feel like I could really web together a good story. But yeah, it was a fair bit challenging to do, though. Just because like you needed to puppeteer everything and from every angle, and it gets a bit daunting. Like, I had brothers and sisters that helped me out. As much as they like ruined most of my just recording takes, they actually did help me out. So I got to give a shout out to my brother Christopher and my little sis Andrea. They definitely helped me out with that.
Tension.
That's a good F right there.
Tension between globalization and nationalism. Conflict of ideologies. Conflict of ideologies. The conflict between globalist and nationalist ideologies.
Okay. Two. Conflict of ideologies. Bounce. Yeah. So while we're bouncing that, you know, we got. Let's take a look. Yeah, if we want to take a look at the whole spectrum of what I did back then. My name was Pudence Pullman. Dude, I had more subscribers then than I do now. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. I put my Facebook on there. That's insane. Yeah, but I had 28,000 views and yeah. I'm really glad I made these Spreaker things because yeah, anyway. Gives it quite a bit of buffer. Yeah, so if you want to see like the whole spectrum of things, my first thing that I ever made on Machinima was this one right here. And I had no idea how to add a second audio clip onto this. And that's because I wanted there to be background sound. And then I also wanted to have a vocal track. But you could only have one audio track. So it turned out to be a silent film, but that's what I made. It was a Halo 3 Machinima trailer. It was kind of like a beta test to see what I could do, you know?
Obi-Wan food.
That's the only audio that I had on there. Because that's when the music stopped. Yeah. I was testing out angles on this. And then this one, I really tried to get all the angles on it right there. And then that was to tie in the music to see if, like, I could... Yeah. Oh, it didn't have my outro. Okay. So that was my first one. That was 15 years ago. That's when I made that Machinima trailer. And that was just to test my skills. That was really just to test my skills. But let's see. I really love okay, this is probably one of the best compliments I could have ever gotten, and that's from A-Star. He became, like, actually a pretty big YouTuber over time. Let's see. I don't think he has anything on here anymore. He's got about 2,000 subscribers, which is nothing to scoff at. That's like, dude, that's literally, like, that's YouTube partner right there. But as you can see, he doesn't do that stuff anymore. But yeah, and all of his views are gone, unfortunately. But I mean, it was incredible because, like, you look at the things he's voiced in. Look at this. He's got 89 different Machinimas that he voiced in. That's huge. That's fantastic. He went on to do so much shit from this, but we became friends because, like, he commented on this. He commented on, yeah, I think this is the one. It was, well, okay, so it was either this one or he commented on my YouTube page, but he was just like, Like, you know nothing about Halo, this, that, and the other. And he was hating on me. And I was like, ah, dude, I can see where you're coming from because of this, that, and the other. It really wasn't that great. To be honest, it's the first thing I ever made. But I really appreciate your perspective on it. And I was just kind with him. Like, he was obviously coming at me with some intense energy. And I was like, you know what? You are kind of right, because like, this is the first thing I've ever made and I could definitely use improvements. And I think he was extremely receptive to that. And he was like, oh, that's cool. Like, you're not getting mad at me. Like, and to be honest, like, we were both very young at the time. So I think I was, let's see, that was 15 years ago. So yeah, I was, I was like 14. I was like 14 at the time. But yeah, that was most of my life ago. That's crazy. That's crazy. That was most of my life ago. But yeah, I was like 14 at the time and he was like 12. So we were just like kids, like, and he was shitting on me. And I was just like, yeah, dude, you know, you kind of make sense. And he was like, oh, okay. And we became friends after that, right? But then he said this afterwards. He said, holy shit. And I didn't see this for a while, but he said, holy shit, I copied so many things from just this trailer. That is like the biggest compliment I could have ever received on that. Like, thank you so much, man. I super appreciate that. Obviously, I didn't like it because I never saw it. But like, looking back on it, that's incredible. That's incredible. Hey, if you have some funny material, message me about it. And a friend requests me on Halo, Pudence. I'll advertise you, or you can put it up on your channel. Yeah, and see, like, it looks like I'm talking to myself, but there's actually people that were talking to me with this. Okay. Actually, just use a Dazzle Recorder 100 and edit it forever. Yeah. Same, dude. Same. It never changes. I don't know how much they cost. I got it for my birthday, but they say you can also use an old VCR. I forgot about that. I think they did a lookup on that. I looked forever for something like what I got. It's still kind of shitty, but it gets the job done. I think this is me responding to A-Star, actually. Yeah, HD, actually, it's pretty nice. I mean, we could record together online or something, and I could record it to my computer and edit it, then send you the end result via email or something, and you could upload it. Oh, yeah. See, I am talking to him because that was his old account, A&E Pro Gamers. Or I could include you in my video and just say special guest appearance by A&E Pro Gamers. Check out the channel link. Yeah, and it's so funny because even then I'm like really concerned about giving people the credit that they deserve. And my friends are like, do I get to be in it? LOL, thanks for sure. We need to talk some ideas through though. Yeah, so this is him being like, hey, sounds like a plan. Thanks. Hey, do you make videos? Like, it was literally just me being, like, kind. I agree with your opinions. There's a long story behind it, and I'll show you in the series. Actually, there was a voice for that guy, but my mic was screwing up, and I couldn't do his voice. Thank you. Okay, well, hey, it's even deeper than that. But, no, it's just, that was the first thing I ever made. And it really, like, connected me with people. As small as it was, like, as you can see, I mean, it had 1.5 thousand views, which was insane back then. But, 6,000 views. I'm concerned why this one got so many.
I still hear your voice when you sleep next to me.
I did a tone change on this, right? I thought I listened to the song and I was like, you know what? It would be so cool if this song were a duet instead of one person singing it, because it almost sounds like they could be singing it to each other. And yeah, I put that out there, and I like really wanted that one to succeed, but it really didn't. I used to make stop motions too. Oh, I don't think I can say that anymore.
Oh my god, it's so far down. I don't think I can do this. I hate my life. This looks like a job for Nintendo 64. Where I'll save you. Fear not, citizen, I have saved you. Dude, I was trying myself.
Congratulations! You've prevented one less suit in our city! Why? Why?
Where's Harvest Moon?
Yeah, so it was just a really dumb idea, but like as you can see, like my friend Alex was in this as well. Yeah, special guest appearance. Which, by the way, Alex does not go by this anymore. Alex goes by Sasha these days, and I can't change this, unfortunately. I don't mean to dead name Alex like that, but yeah, sorry about that. But it was really funny to have them on this YouTube video, and you know, you can tell by my voice I am so young in this.
This looks like a job for Nintendo 64.
I'm so young. But I mean, that's what my start was in 2009 on YouTube. Like, it was such humble beginnings. I was testing out the HD PVR or the Pinnacle, stuff like this.
Oh my god! Best snipe ever!
I was a child. I was a legit child back then. Like, I actually added the music after because I thought it was too boring, but I really don't like the music on this, to be honest. But I was doing a stop motion of like these little clay things trying to spell hi. And I mean, that's crazy. That is crazy. The Chris Dunfail classic. I should have had captions on this. And my own mic. I thought that was so funny. Yeah, it was my buddy Chris. We used to play a lot on GTA. We used to best Skyjack.
Eric says a play on words is I will eat your soul.
What a Noob apparently was that was my brand back then. My brand was What a Noob. Stunfail. Oh yeah, this one.
So, Alfred, what do you think of such a movie? Oh, it's terrific, but it needs more camera angles. More angles? Oh, but of course. So, Alfred, how about that? Oh, bah, those were my good trousers.
That was my new outro, and that was on a keyboard actually. I made that outro on a keyboard that I couldn't outport, so I had to do it on my phone. But then this was the first time I scripted. It was the War episode 1.
Okay, whoa. This is Lieutenant Colonel Evans. Open the sleeping hatches and wake the captain. Initiate code red. Oh God, it's only been a few. Well, I'm not doing it. Don't feel so bad. Without the captain, there's really not much to clean up. Maintenance to the Hyphen Sleeper Chambers. Hyper Sleeper number 23 just threw up. Maintenance to the Hyphen Sleeper Chambers. Alright, you men. Excuse me?
Alright, hold up. Wanted to see what this dude did. Okay, so 9 years ago. Looks like he did a little bit of machinima making back then. I remember he was on our team. We were like trying to awesome possum. Yeah, 1 subscriber. I wonder who. Joined March 7th, 2014. Oh, 2010. Yeah, that was way long ago. Oh, this was cool. The voices are fine, but you could use a little improvement writing-wise. You could just add in some background music, but I respect it because there wasn't any dick jokes involved. That's funny. Thanks, buddy. Huh. It is crazy to see, like, where people went and if they still have their channel. Okay, here we go. Man, decent machinima, I guess. I could have been made a little better by not making the whole thing sound scripted or making the main guy sound and act like Sarge from Red vs. Blue. That is dead on. I'm not saying it was horrible, but I'm not saying it was great. That's pretty middle of the road. So bad compared to your newer ones. I don't know, Mr. Newport. Who are you, Mr. Newport? This is god awful. LOLOL. Oh, man. Fair. That's very fair. What else? Yeah, so I went from that to, I got on this thing with a bunch of other machinima makers.
Oh, body to bungee? Yeah, change your armor body to bungee. I invited John, hopefully he'll join. Ooh, alright.
Yeah, they were funny. I don't recommend clicking on that one. But then I made Stuffing, which was a little bit more improv heavy, and then this is my last one I made, which had the biggest effect. Like, it had the most writing, the most intention, the most emotion. That was a pretty cool transition, actually. I don't know how I did that, even today. Okay. Where am I? I don't know how I did that at all. I either, like, reversed it from going out, but it doesn't look like I did that. It looks like I came straight towards him. I actually have no idea how I did that camera angle. Thinking about the mechanics of that game, that's actually crazy that I did that. I'm pretty sure what I did was I just did a million takes going towards my face and tried to get one that worked. I think that's what I did. I put so much effort into this looking back on it. That is crazy. That is crazy. John and Paul, what day is it?
Freeze. Stand right there. Whoa, man, take it easy. Who sent you? How'd you get here?
Now, the timing could be better on this, really, looking back at it. I think I rushed it at the end, and I put a lot of emphasis on that first intro scene.
But yeah, right at the end, I was trying to get this over with as soon as possible because it needed to be released on a certain day. And looking back on it, it really didn't have to, because all you see is that it was released 12 years ago. You don't see that it was released on April 1st. Ooh, what did they say? I'm very much in love with the angles. You have a very cinematic mind, sir. Thank you so much, Elliot. Wow. Bungie Day. Oh my gosh. That's too funny. Who's this? Eric Kai? Oh, that is so gross. All right. Bungie Day. Yo. Generic Dino. Ah, this must have been somebody else that was on there. That's incredible that he has the Mandelbrot set on that. Oh, he was making YouTube poops. Because that's the Mario game right there. Ah, so cool. So cool. All right. You can tell this is scripted, but you're getting better at filming these. I don't see that as a bad thing that you could tell.
Up in the other room. I know as much as you, man. Just put down your weapon. All right. You don't seem too hostile. What's your name? I can't even remember. Check your status in your armor.
Status for John.
Oh, your name's John. I'm Paul. It's nice to meet someone in the same boat, eh? Yeah, I thought I was all alone up here. Are we the only ones? Can't really say for sure. Too many places booked off.
Relationship status. Married.
Oh, you got yourself a wifey. Maybe even a little bugger too. Wait, a what? You know, a little child.
Sexual preference. Homosexual.
Oh no. What? No, that's not right. The status, man. Never lies. No. That's lack of oxygen or fucking somebody said that weird. No, yeah, man, I believe you. Dude, shut up.
That is so funny. I made a closeted gay character on this. That's awesome. That is awesome. This is just like chapter 1. It's like, yeah, this main character, he's a closeted gay man. That is so funny.
Somebody said that weird. No, yeah, man, I believe you. Dude, shut up. Hey, what's this? Looks like damage report. The ship was hit pretty hard. From what? I was asleep, I guess. I was too, until about an hour ago. So, you don't know shit either. No, you said it yourself. You know as much as me. Do you even know what day it is? Not a clue. Hey, what's this button do? Wait, Doc!
Self-destruct sequence in 30.
John,
29.
you're a fucking imbecile. Yeah, it said self-repair. It says self-destruct. You fucking twit. I don't understand your English lingo, okay? Never mind that. How do we get out of here? Call me up. Follow me.
90. 80. 70.
Alright, it's kind of an escape pod. It's a little plane thing, but the wing is smashed to shit. We're gonna crash somewhere. We just gotta land in a safe spot. Maybe by a lake. Alright, wait, just get in. No. Shut up.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2,
Go.
1. April Fools! Get your asses back to work.
It seems like it should have blown up already. Oh shit, man, we're falling.
Dude, that is so funny. What a great Inception story to that. Because the idea, and this was done actually so well, because this mission right here is it
you wouldn't know this unless you played the campaign, but this was one of the missions where you could actually fly around in this plane. And like I got this cut sequence of him getting in to the plane from that.
We just gotta land in a safe spot. Maybe by a lake. All right, whatever. Just get in. Shotgun. Shut up.
And like him turned around like that, like everything was just totally, it was set up just perfectly.
5, 4, 3, 2,
Go, go, go.
1. April Fools! Get your asses back to work.
It seems like it should have blown up already. Oh shit, man, we're falling. Oh shit, oh shit, oh! Oh my god! Oh!
Wow. And then I picked the place to fly toward that looked the most like the next place I was going to film at. No time for credits. Have to upload this before midnight. Oh yeah, a special thank you to my sister for helping me body acting. That's awesome. I love that. Wow. Yeah, couldn't have done this without the help there. That's fantastic. And then I started getting into Minecraft content, which 10 years ago, I forgot when the big Minecraft boom was. Let's see. When was the best time to make Minecraft content? On YouTube. Okay. I don't think that you could really answer this question, but Minecraft hit the internet on May 17th, 2009. So after more than 11 years, you'd think there'd be less demand for the game. Kind of. But I remember around this time was the first time we actually saw Minecraft on the Xbox. And that was a huge change. So I was making Minecraft content back then. Let's see, Dream. I think he makes YouTube videos. And when was his oldest? Wow, his oldest was 5 years ago? Probably the oldest that he still kept up, but dude.
Hey, what's up guys? I thought I'd go ahead and give you a tour of my Minecraft house. I just recently finished it, and I thought I'd go ahead and show you guys what it's all about.
Dude, I was making Minecraft content 5 years before Dream? He was probably one of the oldest people on here. Wow. Guys, I probably could have been a Minecraft YouTuber back in the, in another world. That's crazy. All right, so conflict of ideologies. Let's upload that. Oh, gosh. I know it doesn't do us any benefit to look back and reminisce like crazy, but I really could have. Okay, RMS is too high. Interesting. All right, so RMS is too high. Let's go into mastering for this. Okay. Let's go ahead and bounce that once more. Bounce by the ounce. All right. That's crazy. Yeah, look at that. The boss, huh?
having this entire town as your bitch is indeed great.
Whatever.
People need to understand where their place is, Samantha. They need to know you have the bigger kahunas. That way, nobody will ever.
Wow. I had no idea people were still making machinimas 2 years ago. That's crazy, dude.
60 seconds.
Oh, I remember him talking about this one.
During this time, one can meet.
Not that guy's day.
Let's see. Was he not given credit? That's messed up if he was not given credit for this. Look at that. I even wrote something. Damn, this was incredibly written, has amazing editing, and great voice actors. Reminds me a lot of Red vs. Blue and the pregame lobby machinimas. You guys deserve a lot more than 274 views. Look at that. And they got 23,000. So that's totally on point. So, dang. That's crazy. I think if I would have just kept up with it and maybe voice acted in other things like he did, I think that would have probably helped out. Oh, okay. Look at that.
A Portland dermatologist named Doug Prednia, who is, according to state records, not currently licensed to practice medicine in Oregon, has published a plan calling for people to be voluntarily infected with the coronavirus in order to foster herd immunity and get America back to work. In an article titled,
Dang, that's awesome. He was posted right here up top, narrated. Oh, that is so cool. That is so cool. I love that. Good job, man. Good job. Hey, that was 4 years ago, too. So cool. So cool. All right. Issues found with audio. Oh, yeah. I think we have to re-upload it. All right. 43. Let's go. Damn, issues found. RMS too low. Come on, make up your mind.
Conflict of ideologies.
Wait, how low were we? Raise it by 3 decibels? Get out of here, man. What are you doing? Ooh, do we have kick chat? Nah, we don't have quick chat. Okay. 3 decibels, huh? Ah! Get out of here, Creative Cloud. What are you doing? Quit. Okay. Conflict of ideologies. Let's replace it once again. Is this one still open for auditions? Nice. I'm going to audition for that tomorrow. acx.com. Oh, we got this other one. Already done. Okay. It's almost there. Earning statements. Zeros. Sales overview. Oh, look at that. Somebody bought. These past 2 days,
Praise. Praise. Thank you so much for buying my audiobooks. Somebody bought on the 27th and on the 26th. That's crazy. So in total, we've had 15 sales. Nice. Nice. 15 sales. I'm pretty sure based on the last thing that we saw, we get 67 cents per sale, so multiplied by 15. It's about $10 that we've made so far, guys. We've made about $10. That's cool. And the thing I love about that is that it's in perpetuity. So no matter when people buy it, we'll get some benefit from it. All right, let's upload. If we had 10x, that would have been $100. And if we made 20,000, if we made $2,000, that would have been $1,000. $1.2. All right. Okay. Conflict of ideologies. Let's go. We can do this, guys. We can do this. We can do this. What if I got to a point where I'd be making like a book a day? Like, think about that. I might be able to get to that point. Cause like if you think about it, most of these books are like 3 to 5 hours long. And if you record that, that's usually about, I'd say 5 hours usually takes about twice as long if you're doing really well. That's about 10 hours worth of recording. So that's between like 6 to 10 hours. I could record that much and then send it out and have like a book a day. I could really start pumping these out if I start getting like super good at it. I think that's what it takes to get like super good at a thing. And then you have people reaching out to you and say, hey, I'd like to do this. I'd like to do this for you. All right. Conflict of ideologies. We got to raise it still by 0.6. All right. Okay. Okay, I don't know what just happened there, but let's see. I actually like the way that this sounds better, but I think that's still too high for it. So we're going to rewrite it. We're going to rewrite this history. Go back. I still do need to re-record the chapter card of something. So I will have to set up my recording stuff tonight before I go to bed, because I am definitely going to submit this tonight. It's going to happen, guys. It's going to happen. Putting it out there in the world. I'm putting it out there. Okay, conflict of ideologies. Issues found with audio. Too high. Lower it by 6.5. See, that's just insane. That is just insane. All right. Compressor. Oh my gosh. Miranda, I'm so sorry. You can't even see me right now. Hold up. Leads to mutual benefits, reducing the risk of conflict, since interconnected economies would have a lot to lose in the event of a war or instability. Furthermore, globalism argues that... Yeah, okay, so just to give you an idea of what I'm doing right now, I am trying to figure out how to reduce this concept. I'm trying to reduce this thing where it says on here when I submit it, the RMS is too high. Lower the level of this file by 6.5 decibels. All right, cool. I can do that. Let's lower it by 6.5 decibels. Hi, baby. Hi, baby. You're so cute. So, let's see. Conflict of ideologies. And so I'm trying to play with the limiter here, because the limiter is doing this unique thing where there's this graph over here that I'm playing around with. You can conflict of ideologies. The conflict between globalist and nationalist ideologies is, without a doubt, one of the central tensions of the 21st century. And what this is doing is it's showing you as a graph the amount of compression that it's doing. And compression is, of course, like normalizing it back to a center point. And that center point here is supposed to be negative 10 decibels. Conflict of ideologies. The conflict between globalist and nationalist ideologies is, without a doubt, one of the central tensions of the 21st century, reflecting a profound conflict over the direction that global societies and economies should follow. This clash of ideas is not merely academic, it has tangible ramifications on national and international policies, influencing everything from decisions on trade and immigration to strategies for tackling global crises, such as climate change and pandemics. Okay, so it wants me to do negative 6 decibels. So I wonder if what I can do is put the limiter on negative 6.5 decibels and see if that works. Let's bounce that. Let's see. But it's good to see you, baby. Hello. Hello, baby. How are you? How are you, baby? All right. Logic Pro. I know, the hair's going wild right now. It really is. The hair is going absolutely buck wild at the moment. All right, we're bouncing, and then we're going to convert to MP3. And then we will submit this and see if it works. It is funny, though, that, like, I just submitted something, but I played around with the settings a little bit, and now that thing no longer works. So I have to keep playing around with it to work, finally. All right, let's analyze the file and see what happens. Issues found with audio. All right, still too high, still 6.5 too high. Why is this thing still too high? Love you, baby. Why is this thing still too high? So the threshold did not chop it off properly. I think it has a good effect, though, right? Conflict of ideologies. The conflict between globalist and nationalist ideologies is, without a doubt, one of the central tensions of the 21st century, reflecting a profound conflict over the direction that global societies and economies should follow. Okay, all right, so... Maybe I'll take the output gain and turn it down. Conflict of ideologies. The conflict between globalist and nationalist ideologies is, without a doubt, one of the central tensions of the 21st century, reflecting a profound conflict over the direction that global societies
and economies should follow. This clash of ideas is not merely academic, it has tangible ramifications on national and international policies, influencing everything from decisions on trade and immigration to strategies for tackling global crises, such as climate change and pandemics. On the one hand, globalist ideology promotes economic interdependence, international cooperation, and cultural integration as means to achieve peace, prosperity, and global justice. Globalism is based on the premise that open borders and trade liberalization create an environment in which all countries can prosper by facilitating the flow of goods, services, capital, and ideas. This thinking is rooted in the belief that economic interdependence leads to mutual benefits, reducing the risk of conflict, since interconnected economies would have a lot to lose in the event of a war or instability. Furthermore, globalism argues that global challenges such as climate change, poverty, pandemics, and tourism cannot be faced by individual nations in isolation. They require a coordinated and cooperative response between countries. Institutions such as the World Trade Organization, WTO, and the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and the United Nations, UN, are often cited as pillars of this global order, which seeks to promote peace and prosperity through global integration. These organizations are seen by globalists as essential for creating rules and regulations that facilitate trade, protect human rights, and ensure international security. Globalist ideology is also often associated with political liberalism, which values universal human rights, democracy, and rules-based governance. For globalists, international cooperation is not just a pragmatic strategy.
Okay, so let's see if this works. So I turned down the output volume. I turned down the output volume by 6.5 decibels, which is what it's asking for. So hopefully, this will work. I don't know though. All right. While this is bouncing, I'm gonna bounce myself. So I'll be right back.
I wonder if it's possible to source a videographer in the area to develop a demo reel based on what the industry is wanting right now. I wonder. Whoa. Conflict of ideologies. Chapter 5. Tension between globalization and nationalism. Conflict between globalist and nationalist. Conflict of ideologies. Okay, so I think what I'm going to have to do is go back to the beginning. Go back to the beginning of all this. Okay. And that might not work because I have so much dead space, but it might. It might. We'll see. We'll see. I'll just take a quick bounce. All right, yeah, issues found with it. It's probably too low. Got to raise it by 1.3. And I want to have space there, but at the same time, I guess I don't want it too much space, maybe. Because that space is going to allow for the average to be much lower than what it thinks it will be. So, chapter 5, let's see it. Chapter 5. Tension between globalization and nationalism. Conflict of ideologies. The conflict. Yeah, okay. So that makes sense. And then I'll go in to my compressor and I'll turn that back down to -6. I think it was -6.5, right? YouTube? Oh, no, I don't think it goes that low. View my channel. This is too high. Lower the level of this file by 6. Prosperity and global justice. Globalism is based on the premise that open borders, hopefully, and nationalist ideologies is with human rights, democracy, and rules-based governance. For globalists, international cooperation is not just a pragmatic strategy. Okay, so let's see if this works. So I turned down the output volume. I turned down the output volume by 6.5 decibels, which is what it's asking for. Look at that. I said 6.5. Good job, dude. Good job, dude. That's exactly what I wanted. I wanted to go in there and hear what I said. I said I changed it by 6.5, so it's down 6.5. That's the scientist in me. That's the scientist in me. I'm always trying to, record everything I do. Then also, let's go to YouTube. Let's go to me again.
That's the scientist in me.
Where were we? Where were we with this? Eight minutes 44. It's probably approximately where we were. So 8 minutes and 44 seconds. And respects both global interdependencies and national identities, promoting a globalization that is truly inclusive and equitable, manifest themselves, and nationalism manifest themselves. This debate is rooted in different views about how national economies and human rights, the challenge for modern society, and equitable for all. Economic nationalism versus free trade. Economic nationalism versus free trade. There we go. That's exactly it. That's exactly what we want to see.
You've fallen right into my trap, He-Man.
Economic nationalism versus free trade.
And so I cry sometimes when I'm lying in bed just to get it all out what's in my head. And I feel it, I live for you. And so I wake in the morning and I step outside and I take a deep breath and I get real high and I feel the top of my lungs, what's going on? And I say, hey, yeah, 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 hey, yeah, yeah. I say, hey, what's going on? And I say, hey, yeah, 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 hey, yeah, yeah. I say, hey, what's going on? Oh, and he tries. Oh my God, do I try? I try all the time. In this institution.
And he prays.
Oh my God, do I pray? I pray to sing of thee. For revolution. And I say, hey, yeah, 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 yeah. Hey, yeah, yeah. I say, hey, what's going on? And I say, just keep it inside. Learn how to hide your feelings. Yeah, 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 I say, hey, what's going on? Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, this is kind of where the voice came from.
Hey, Charlie! Hey, Charlie, wake up! Yeah, Charlie, you silly sleepyhead, wake up!
Oh God, you guys.
Oh, God, you guys. Yeah, I was trying to do the impression of that Charlie the Unicorn.
This better be pretty freaking important.
This better be pretty freaking important. I was a kid and I was trying to do that voice, and it came out as a radio announcer voice. And my friends were really shocked, and I couldn't believe what I had done. And then it became a thing. And from henceforth, I was the man with a radio voice, never to look back again. Hold up. But I'm pretty sure at the end of one of these, I think I ended it with an outro. I think it was maybe John Paul. No, it wasn't. It wasn't. Oh. Yeah. You seen it. You seen it.
Oh, man.
That was my outro. This was at my high school. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Well. Oopsies. Let's see. Jobs. Free trade, on the other hand.
Okay. WTO. Facts. Dude, no way. I've been on the screen the whole time. Guys, you didn't tell me. Guys, you didn't tell me. I was locked in.
Leads to an increase in global well-being and a reduction in the risk of conflict between economically interconnected countries. Tensions between economic nationalism and free trade have intensified in recent decades, especially as the effects of globalization on employment and the local industry have become more apparent. In countries like the United States, the debate over free trade agreements, such as NAFTA, North American Free Trade Agreement, has been central to North American Free Trade Agreement has been central to recent election campaigns. Critics of free trade have argued that these agreements have contributed to deindustrialization, have contributed to deindustrialization, factory closures, and the loss of manufacturing jobs, disproportionately affecting local communities that disproportionately affecting jobs, disproportionately affecting local communities that depended on these industries. Furthermore, it is argued that depended on these industries. Furthermore, it is argued that free trade has led to the concentration of wealth in the hands of multinational corporations and economic elites. While ordinary workers face stagnant wages and precarious working conditions. The Trump administration exemplified the application of economic nationalism with the imposition of tariffs on Chinese products and the renegotiation of NAFTA, which resulted in the United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement, USMCA. These policies reflect an attempt to protect domestic industries from foreign competition and to correct what were seen as unbalanced trade agreements that benefit. These policies reflect an attempt to protect domestic industry.
All right, we got the pinwheel. We got the pinwheel.
I wonder which of Tom Dark's new videos are edited by him. He said that he would edit some more of his videos. So it looks like we're still loading on that page. So let's check out this one I'm watching.
Used to be. And now, in the modern age, all of these guys also have an internet connection, meaning they can get online whenever they want and spread their beliefs as much as possible, and also meet like-minded people, which has led to these guys organizing into the Flat Earth movement. This specific group of people are pretty similar to incels in the way that they peaked in mainstream popularity around the late 2010s, and ever since then, hearing about them kind of evokes the same feeling as hearing about like a "here comes that boy" joke. It's partially due to the fact that they've been covered by every YouTuber under the sun at this point, the fact that mocking flat earthers has been very played out on Reddit, because these guys are probably the easiest dunk imaginable. Unfortunately, 8 or 9 times out of 10, the people trying to debunk flat earthers are not really trying to understand them. It's more so just like, oh my god, I get to have an easy dunk on this guy that's obviously wrong. Look at how crazy this one guy.
Dude, Tom is on point with this. That is exactly what I see wrong with the argumentations I've seen so far.
Is. Like, yeah, we know. We heard you for the 200th time.
Right, exactly. Exactly.
But if you can get over the oversaturation, there are still a lot of funny little gems to be found within the Flat Earth community to this very day. Digging through the extensive history of their beliefs, the various organizations they founded to spread them, and their psychology is a massive rabbit hole that becomes very easy to get lost in. So today, we're going to go down that rabbit hole to better understand these guys, and to talk about the most recent dunk that happened to one of these individuals, Jaron. Jaron? What kind of name is that? Now, the most important question when it comes to Flat Earth is how and why there are massive groups of people that believe the Earth is flat, other than, you know, lead being in tap water and inbreeding, of course, which could be good explanations. I don't know. It seems...
All right. That's a good video. I'm about 2 minutes into a 30-minute. I mean, that's pretty nice. I like that. I like that one a lot. All right. I'm gonna return to that at some point. But let's see, where were we?
These policies reflect an attempt to protect domestic industries from foreign competition. These policies reflect an attempt to protect domestic industries from foreign competition and to correct what were seen as unbalanced trade agreements that benefited other countries at the expense of American workers. The Trump administration's rhetoric has emphasized the need to bring back jobs.
Rhetoric
to bring back jobs.
Part of the appeal is like saying things so fast that there's no possible way that somebody could have said that, you know?
To bring back the need to bring back jobs to the United States and reduce.
Saying things so eloquently that no one else could have said it in that amount of time.
Jobs to the United States and reduce the trade deficit. Positioning protectionism as a
Okay, see, because that's part of the same sentence. That's going to go back.
Positioning deficit. Positioning
Except not that far back.
Positioning deficit. Positioning
Maybe like that far back?
Positioning deficit. Positioning protectionism as a necessary response to runaway globalization. However, economic nationalism faces significant criticism, both from economists and global political leaders. One of the main criticisms is that protectionism can lead to trade wars, where nations retaliate against each other with tariffs and other trade barriers.
Dude, there's so much to fix here.
With tariffs and other trade barriers, which can result in increased costs for consumers and economic inefficiencies. Economic history suggests that these trade wars can escalate, harming global economic growth and causing disruption. Economic history.
What the fuck are you doing?
economic history suggests However, economic nationalism faces significant criticism, both from economists and global political leaders. One of the main criticisms is that protectionism can lead to trade wars, where nations retaliate against each other with tariffs and other trade barriers, which can result in increased costs for consumers and economic inefficiencies. Economic history suggests that these trade wars can escalate, harming global economic growth and causing disruptions in global supply chains. Furthermore, by moving away from specialization and
Okay. No way. Hold up. Hold on, I'm going down a rabbit hole. Wow. That's so cool. Okay. Dang. I'm down in the star meter today, guys. I was raising up. Let's see, how high was I? I was up to 145,000. All right. That's probably my highest of all time. Okay. Yo, what's up, Kirsten? Good to see you. Welcome back. Hello, hello. How far along are you? Let's see. Chapter 5. So, but we're halfway through chapter 5. So, actually 14 minutes. I want to say that's closer to the end than it is to the beginning. So, almost done with chapter 5, and then we have chapter 6 in the conclusion. So, super close.
Furthermore, by moving away from chains. Furthermore, by moving away from specialization and global competition, countries may end up countries
Okay, so there's like a tongue click in there. I don't want
countries may end up promoting inefficient industries that rely on government subsidies and protections to survive rather than becoming competitive in the global marketplace.
Thank you. I'm really excited to release this at the end of the day because I know I can, and all I need is to get through these last like 2.5 chapters. If I get through these 2.5 chapters, then I can release it tonight, and I'm so happy to do that.
Another marketplace. Another criticism of economic nationalism is that it can weaken the multilateral trading system, which has been a pillar of the economic order since the end of World War II. The WTO and other...
Okay, I actually have to see how that ended up.
Rather than becoming competitive in the global marketplace. Another criticism of economic countries may end up promoting inefficient industries that rely on government subsidies and protections to survive rather than becoming competitive in the global marketplace. Another criticism of economic nationalism is that it can weaken the multilateral trading system, which has been a pillar of the economic order since the end of World War II. The WTO and other multilateral institutions were created to facilitate international trade and resolve trade disputes peacefully, based on rules agreed by all members.
I don't know why it's like not coming up. I'm still babysitting. They're just sleeping, so I'm watching the live cams. All right, there we go. I'm watching the cams.
The WTO and other multilateral institutions were created to facilitate international trade and resolve international trade and resolve trade disputes peacefully, based on rules agreed by all members. The resurgence of protectionism and the rejection of these institutions by nationalist governments threaten to undermine the resurgence of protectionism and the rejection of these institutions by nationalist governments threaten to undermine this system, leading...
Let's clear out all this.
Threaten to undermine this system, leading to an increase in unilateralism and uncertainty in global trade relations. On the other hand, supporters of economic nationalism argue that it is necessary to protect economic sovereignty and ensure that the benefits of economic growth are more widely shared within countries. They assert that free trade, especially in the absence of adequate regulations, can lead to a race to the bottom where labor,
maybe up to there. Yeah.
Where labor, environmental, and human rights standards are sacrificed in the name of global competitiveness.
And then this right here. Okay, so
by nationalist governments threaten to undermine this system, leading to an increase in unilateralism and uncertainty in global trade relations. On the other hand, supporters of economic nationalism argue that it is necessary to protect economic sovereignty by nationalist governments threaten to undermine this system, leading to an increase in unilateralism and uncertainty in global trade relations. On the other hand, supporters of economic nationalism argue that it is necessary to protect the WTO and other the resurgence of protectionism and the rejection of these institutions by nationalist governments threaten to undermine this system, leading to an increase in unilateralism and uncertainty in global trade relations. On the other hand, supporters of economic nationalism argue that it is necessary to protect economic sovereignty and ensure that the benefits of economic growth are more widely shared within countries. They assert that free trade, especially in the absence of adequate regulations, can lead to a race to the bottom where labor, environmental, and human rights standards are sacrificed in the name of global competitiveness. Without adequate protections, companies may shift productions to countries with lower standards, resulting in job losses in countries with stricter regulations and exacerbating global economic inequalities. Furthermore, advocates of economic nationalism argue that protectionism. Furthermore, advocates.
I feel like that's a little too long.
Advocates of economic nationalism argue that.
I don't like the tonality of that. I can't really fix it right now, but I don't really like the tonality of that.
That protectionist policies can be a legitimate tool for promoting economic development, especially in developing countries that are still building their industries and infrastructure. Historically, many of today's developed economies, such as the
I don't like the timing on that.
Such as the United States and the United Kingdom, have used tariffs and other protectionist policies to protect their infant industries until they are able to compete in the global marketplace.
Wow.
Therefore, economic nationalism can be seen as a way to.
Their infant industries.
Economic nationalism can be seen as a way to level the can be seen as a way to level the playing field, allowing domestic economies to grow and strengthen before opening the.
Yeah, that actually does make sense. That is kind of what we do with our infants, though. You know? Oh my God, Eric, I just remembered something that happened Sunday. Oh no, what happened? What happened? Hopefully it's good. Hopefully it's good. I'm like all the way down here. I'm like all the way down here at this point. Okay, I guess we got to create another Prism chat. I don't know why that one just stopped working. Prism chat 10. There we go. That's better. That's better.
Before opening themselves completely to global competition. In short, the tension between economic nationalism and free trade continues to be a central issue in economic and international policy, reflecting the challenges of reconciling national sovereignty with global interdependence in an increasingly Connected world. Connected world. Connected world. This debate is ultimately a dispute over the best way to promote economic growth and social well-being. In social well-being, balancing the need to protect domestic economies.
I was at a church group, met some awesome new people, decided to exchange Instas. Your most recent of last Sunday's post was the first on my feed when I opened the app. Oh my gosh. Oh no, so sorry about that. Your most recent of last Sunday's post. Insta. I haven't really posted on Instagram since December 7th. I wonder, was it like the very last one that I posted? Or was it on your other Instagram? Was it on your art one? Wait, hold up. Was it this one? Was it this photo? Oopsies. Sorry about that. I was going to say, because if it was the one that you don't use often, then it really could have been the last one that I uploaded. Like, that is a pretty strong possibility, actually. Oof. Sorry about that. It was. Oh no. That's funny, actually. That's funny. They were like, what are you? Oh no. I'm so sorry, Kirsten. Oh no. I'm trying to think of like the most embarrassing things. Like, sometimes when I pass my phone over to be like, hey, yeah, type your Instagram in, it's like they get my explore page, which is just like Instagram butts or whatever, and I'm like, I don't look that up. I promise. I get that on my feed because I follow other models. That's not me. I promise that's not me. They're like, yeah, sure thing, buddy. Yeah, I totally believe you. Oh, that's so bad. That's so bad. I went into full explanation mode. Oh no. Okay, well, his name is Eric, and I promise he's not that bad. Oof. I am so sorry, Kirsten. That is so rough, actually. That is so rough. Ugh. All right, let's see. I'm checking out my threads. I got a bunch of likes on my threads, so I'm trying to see where I got those. I think it was just this reply. I think this reply got 3,000 likes. I think it was just that. Which is pretty good, actually. I mean, the post itself got 10,000, so I got 30% of the likes. 30% of the total likes on the thing came down and liked mine. Out of 24,000 views, that means more than 1% of the people that viewed it liked it. Interesting. What's worse is that my sister was sitting right next to me. Oh, no. She was deaf judging and not listening. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Wait, don't I follow your sister? I felt like I followed your sister. Because your sister, like, I think she does photography. I think you like shared her photography or something. I could have sworn we had a conversation that involved your sister, and it was like a tangentially relatable field. So I was like, oh, I'll give your sister a follow. She does sort of the same thing. Like, she sort of does this. I don't know. It might be a different sister. It might. But I could have sworn there was a conversation like that. Oopsies.
In social well-being, balancing the need to protect domestic economies with the potential benefit.
I don't think I would have followed her cake account. I think that that's like too disparate. Maybe I followed your photography page then. That's probably it.
Balancing the need.
I probably followed your photography page. And then maybe your photography page involved your sister. Maybe that was it.
Balancing the need, well-being. Balancing the need to protect domestic economy.
Yeah, because like photography, I definitely will. Like if you have a friend and they do photography and you feature their photography on your page, there's a strong possibility I'll follow your friend. Because that's like you're in my network, you have a person in your network that does similar things to me, I'll follow that person because they do network-like things. And I found that to be like a good rule of thumb. What it would not be a good rule of thumb is like, oh, you know this person, I'm following that person. That would be weird. That would be weird. I'm pretty sure that's the only one you would know from the competition she was in. Oh, maybe that was it then. The competition she was in. Yeah, because I think you featured her on your page. Maybe I went in and I liked a post or something. I don't know. I forget. But I feel like that's just generally good. It's just generally good networking advice though, is that some of the best people to follow are the people in your network that do tangentially similar things to you. I'd posted her competition on my story. Yeah, I think that was probably it. That's probably it then.
Balancing the need to protect domestic economies with the potential benefits of global economic integration. As nations navigate these complex issues, decisions made today.
I feel like that's just a little too long.
Decisions made today will have a lasting impact on the direction of the global economy and the structure of international relations for decades to come. And the structure, national identity, and multiculturalism.
That sounds like a target, or sorry, not a target. That sounds like a title card. And we know what we do with title cards. We stop and take a break. Let's see. Hold up. I said, renting homes be like, here's the incredible fireplace, a true centerpiece of this home, increasing its value and requiring you to make 3x that additional rise in home value. But of course, you can't operate the fireplace. Got him. Got him. It's not loading anything well right now. This is crazy. You have not added a biography to your page yet. That's funny. Maybe I should increase my age playing. No, I shouldn't, actually, because 35 is pushing it. 35's pushing it, all right? Okay? I'm not gonna... Anyway. All right. So I think what I should do is I should take everything and go over, which will pinwheel. It's mostly my fault since I forgot I had that account open that day. I remember, I think I was telling you that story about that guy that I had put basically on my story. It was back in the day when you'd put a YouTube video on your preview. And when you went to your YouTube video, it would preview this video. It could be your last video, it could be a featured video, it could be whatever. But like when they went to your YouTube page, something auto-played. And I auto-played a promo for this guy. And that very same day, I was on a show pretending to not know who this guy was. And then he sent everybody to my page, and they clearly knew I knew. They clearly knew I knew. So, whoops. That guy had really good marketing techniques, too. He would be like, I learned so much from that guy. But ever since that instance, I was like, okay, I got to be really mindful of what I put on my channel. So if anybody like comes into my channel and sees it, I have to be able to identify like or explain that or have something to say for it. Yes, and your mom walked in. That's funny. Yeah, the autoplay was crazy. He had really good ideas for marketing, though. I actually got a lot of ideas from marketing from different people, just observing what they do. Like this guy, he was a rapper back in the day. Still is a rapper, actually, but he was a rapper on YouTube, and he made this cover of Black and Yellow by Wiz Khalifa, and it was one of the best Wiz Khalifa covers I've ever heard. It really wasn't a cover. It was more of like a remix. It was more of like I'm going to put my own twist on this beat. So he did that, and it was one of the best freestyles I'd ever heard. But the reason why I knew this guy was because he commented on my YouTube page and said like, yeah, LOL, that's really why I was doing this. And it was super open-ended, and I had no idea what he was talking about. And I was like, what is this guy talking about? Like, he just is continuing a conversation that I had never heard of before. So I clicked on his page, and that Black and Yellow music video played, and I was like, oh my God, this dude is incredible. That's fantastic. Subscribe. And then I was thinking back on it. I was like, oh my God, that was a tactic. That dude commented on my YouTube page out of the blue because he knew I would click on his page confused and I would autoplay his video, and he knew that I would like his video. That is such a cool tactic. I love that. And so ever since then, I took that and I ran with it, kind of. And I knew that if I could just get people that I know that would like my stuff onto my page and they would autoplay my thing, they would like it and they would inevitably follow me. And so I always took that and I knew that would be a possibility. So what I would do is I would create a page that looks pretty similar to somebody else. Like, let's say Cody Co. He was a pretty big guy back in the day, and I would create a page pretty similar to Cody Co. He's got like the same style. Of course, my own take on the style, but sort of his style of things, but it was me doing it. And I would go in and I would follow or interact with people from his following list. And then they'd look at my page and they'd be like, oh, he's similar to another guy that I like, I'll follow him. And that worked really, really well, actually. So it's like a marketing technique that you could use where you can build an audience of people that would like your thing if they only knew about it, and you just give them that little tiny push of like, hey, check me out. Hey, check me out. And if you need to focus on having really good stuff for them to interact with or them to watch at the end of the day, but if you just give them that tiny little push, hey, check me out, they'll come onto your page and they'll subscribe to you. It's incredibly potent, but you have to do all the work behind the scenes to have a really good video, like the Black and Yellow video, for them to watch. Otherwise, like, they're like, who's this guy? Whatever, and they leave. So yeah. That was one thing of marketing that I really liked. But the thing that I loved about DJ Keemstar is he would use all of his, and I would never do this, by the way, but he would use all of his viewers as marketing material. He would be like, everybody, I need you to go on to Twitter and try and make DJ Keemstar and Casey Anthony a thing or whatever. I don't think it was Casey Anthony. I think it was just some controversial person at the time. And he'd be like, oh, Kate. I think it was Kate from John and Kate Plus 8. And he was like, I need you guys to go on to Twitter and spread a rumor that I'm in a relationship with Kate from John and Kate Plus 8. And then everybody would go do it. Everybody would go onto Twitter and they would try to make something trending. And yeah, that's so I know that that's something that would work, but I would never do something like that because, like, personally, I can't ethically ask people to go do a false thing like that. I can't ask people in good faith to say, like, hey, stir up this controversy about me. Like, I think that that's unethical. I'm not going to do that. But, like, I know that it would be potent. Yeah, I know it would be really effective. The marketing is very important, and you do it pretty well. Thank you. I think that I could probably do it better. But, you know, I love to watch people do it well.
Where the clash between to the cultural domain, where the clash between preservation of the tension between globalization and nationalism is not limited to economic issues, but extends significantly to the structure of national identity and multiculturalism.
National identity and multiculturalism is definitely the next one in the docket. Let's go. So here's where I want to stop it. I'm going to zoom out. Oh my God, I remember that show. My sis was obsessed with it. Oh wait, which one? I forgot which one I was talking about. I know we were talking about marketing. Oh, John and Kate Plus 8? Is that what we were talking about? Yeah, no, but I would not be able to, in good conscience, ask people to do that. Dude, here we go.
Economic nationalism versus free trade. The conflict between economic nationalism and free trade is one of the most visible arenas where, as nations navigate these complex issues, decades to come. Economic nationalism.
There we go. So this is bouncing, and it is 1, 2, 3. Economic nationalism versus free trade. Okay, let's bounce it. And I'm bouncing in my seat, so I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick, but I'll be right back. Dang. Well, hey, I'll catch you later, Kirsten. Thanks so much for popping in. It's so good to see you. So good to see you. So good to see you. Good luck with the baby. Good luck with the baby. All right, let's see. Kick chat. Yeah, we just got another bot. There's a bunch of bots on Kick. I'm going to delete that. Oh, dude, check it out. I got 10 followers. That's cool. It's probably that bot, though. It's probably that bot that came in. Yeah, but let's see. All right, so we are good. We're good. We're real good. Let's go down to Logic Pro, Brave browser, upload file. Economic nationalism versus free trade. Issues found with audio. RMS is too low. Raise it by 1.6. All right, we could do that. Compressor. Let's raise that up to 4. How about that? Oh, man. It reminds me of one of the worst things that I did back in the day. You guys want to hear it? It's so bad. All right, so I think you guys are on this right now. Yes, you are. So, let's go on to YouTube. I want to keep that tab up because I want to listen to it later. But if I go into my channel, I go into my videos, there's one video that I'm not so proud of. There's one video that I'm not so proud of, and it's this one that is private. Oh, it's so bad.
Today I'll be reading an excerpt from the chapter 5 section of our book in chemistry. I'm starting this segment just because I'm a voice actor and I do a lot of vocal work on the internet, and I've always wanted to do something intellectually and educationally. So this is kind of my segment. What I'm going to be doing is doing like an audiobook on our textbook here, and this will just help me practice, and as well will serve as a tool for you to study if you'd like to use it. Anyway, so this is on our chapter 5 gases unit, and it starts it out with a quote. So many of the properties of matter, especially when in the gaseous form, can be deduced from the hypothesis that their minute parts are in rapid motion, the velocity increasing with the temperature, that the precise nature of this motion becomes a subject of rational curiosity. And that's by James Clerk Maxwell. He lived from 1831 to 1879. And I guess how I'll do this is I'll separate it from 5.1, 5.2, 5.3, because it looks like it's broken up into 10 parts. And this is a
Kirsten, this is one of the worst performances I've ever had.
What are we listening to besides you, obviously? All right. This is one of the worst videos I ever had. I don't know why it says, okay, I think it turned the comments off, and that's not intentional because I think the comments were all very, very on point, but I hate that I got this many views. This is my approach to an audiobook interpretation of a chemistry textbook back in the day. And I had no abilities whatsoever. So this is how I sounded. That the precise nature of this motion becomes a subject of rational curiosity. And I want you to know, this wasn't that long ago. As we can see, the date on this video is February 7th, 2016. It is currently 2024, meaning that this video was 8 years ago. So, I'm just deeply saddened by this horrible performance 8 years ago. And that's by James Clerk Maxwell. He lived from 1831 to 1879. 1. Excuse me. Chapter 5. Gases. We can survive for weeks without food, days without water, but only minutes without air. Fortunately, we live at the bottom of a vast ocean of air, held to Earth by gravity. We inhale a lungful of this air every few seconds, keep some of the molecules for our own uses, add some of the molecules that our bodies no longer need, and then exhale this mixture back into the surrounding air. The air around us is a matter in the gaseous state. What are the fundamental properties of these gases? What are the... I can't do this. I feel like that's genuinely like torture. Like, this is genuinely torturous. To watch my old stuff back when I had no abilities whatsoever on this, I mean, I think part of it is the microphone. Yeah, you were in high school. I was basically right out of high school. at this point. And when you inhale, it is higher than the pressure within your lungs. And within the course of your lifetime, you will take... So, I mean, there's an issue with that audiobook for sure, but yeah. 9:15, 5 minutes ago. All right, we killed 5 minutes. If it's torture, why are we listening? Because I was listening to a bit on this other thing that just like reminded me of that flow. So, economic nationalism, conflict of ideologies versus free trade. The conflict between economic nationalism and free trade. All right, okay. I think that's close enough. And also, I think that it's funny, my reaction to my old horrible productions. I think at some point I'll listen back on these productions and probably feel the exact same. You know? So, I can't say that it's, I can only get better, I can only improve, and sometimes when I look back in a rear view mirror, I just see things that just, like, desperately needed to change. But I couldn't at the time, either because I didn't have the correct equipment, or I didn't have the correct talents or training.
It's not that bad, but you've definitely improved since then. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate it. You should see the comments, though. The comments were pretty scathing on that. The comments were like, you are trying so hard to do a radio voice, and you can't do that. And it's extremely annoying to hear. Like, the comments were pretty scathing, and honestly, very warranted. I definitely do appreciate that, though. Thank you for saying it's not horrible.
This cultural
I almost got locked in without. I almost got locked in while locking you guys out.
The tension between globalization and nationalism is not limited to economic issues, but extends significantly to the cultural domain, where the clash between preservation of national identity and the pressures of multiculturalism has become one of the most intense debates of the 21st century. This cultural conflict is particularly visible in societies that have experienced rapid.
Well, it's not horrible. Would never say that. Hey, I appreciate you. You are a ray of positivity. But I know that there are people that would say it is terrible, and that's all right. That's okay. I'm okay with them as well. But I appreciate you being an absolute ray of sunshine. Thank you so much, Kirsten.
This cultural conflict is in profound demographic changes due to globalization. Globalization, with its increased mobility of people, ideas, and cultures, has resulted in an increasingly diverse and multiculturally rich societies. This cultural diversity is often celebrated as one of the most enriching aspects of globalization. Bringing new ideas, practices, and forms of expression that broaden a society's cultural and social perspectives. The intercultural contact generated by globalization can promote innovation,
Wanted to see how my Solana was doing. Trade.
So my portfolio is doing pretty well right now. Oh, 194. Look at that. It's pretty good. I think I earned $9 yesterday. I think that was it. Got to spread the positivity. Thank you. I need that. I need that for sure. I'm trying not to put too much into I'm trying not to put too much faith into cryptocurrency these days, because like even though my account is, I got about, that's not exactly right. I'd say about $4,000 worth of crypto in this account and another account with about, let's see, 1,300. So roughly like, let's round down. Let's say about 5,000. I had an account up to, I think, about $10,000 worth of crypto, and it just fell completely on its face down to like 3,000. Oh my God, I'm watching the live feed of the kids, and the baby just whacked his head onto the side of the crib, and he's still asleep. I should check if he's okay though, right? Absolutely. Absolutely. That's definitely the thing to do. I'm so sorry to hear that. Good luck babysitting. Oh my gosh. Not for me. Definitely not for me. But I had a crypto account go from 10K down to like 3K or something. I lost about $6,000 in the crypto market about 3 years ago. And I just kept it. I didn't sell it. Like, I think the worst thing you could do in that scenario is sell it. But I knew it wasn't going to come back anytime soon, so I was just chilling. But it's back now. It's so back. It is bussin' right now. It's incredible. I've been selling on the way up, and it just keeps raising up. So I'm going to hold for a little bit. My Bitcoin, it's up to 94,000. My average buy price is 43,000. So I've more than doubled my money that I have in there. So I'm just going to hold it where it's at. I've sold, let's see, 10K to 3K. So sad it'll go up though. It definitely did. It's back. Thank God. And I sold about, let's see, it's about 1,000 right there. I think on Coinbase, I think I sold about 2,000. And actually, I have 2,000 cash, so it must have been 2,000 on here. So, yeah, I mean, ooh, that one's hard. I sold 300 bucks at 60,000. Yikes. You hate to see it. Oh, you hate to see it because I bought 200 at 60,000 too. But then I bought another 150 at 56,000 and then sold it at 67. And then I bought it at 54 and I guess sold it at 60. So I guess I was earning money back then, but like, that is just not the way to do it. Guessing that isn't good. I mean,
compared to what it is now, it's almost twice that. So like if I just would have held on to it, I definitely would have gotten a lot more money out of it. But let's see. I was making the Bitcoin earning. This had a capability where you can actually get interest in the form of Bitcoin. And it unfortunately went through like a lockdown period where you couldn't touch your money for a while because it was going through bankruptcy. But yeah, here we go. I bought it 39,000. That's good. That's good. I bought again at 30,000. And this is back in 2022, so it wasn't even that long ago. It was about half the value. But the first time I bought on here was $300, and it was around 65K. The first time I ever bought Bitcoin, though, it was on Coinbase. My assets. I don't want to share anything on this screen. Yeah, that is crazy. I knew it when it was let's see, 2013 is like still way late in the process. Less than $100 a coin. My friend brought it up to me when I was, I think I was a sophomore in high school. And it was like $20 a coin. And then you see it raise up to 100 and you think like, oh man, that's pretty high right now. That's like, and then I think around 2013 is when it raised up to about $1,000. And I was like, bro, I missed the mark. That's incredible. Like, I am so sad because I missed that. The first time I ever bought Bitcoin, let's go into my assets. Let's go into Bitcoin. Let's go to see all. Okay, hold up. These are my transactions, right? These are my transactions. So this is when I sent, and you can see that I'm buying and selling real quick. I was actually buying for somebody else for some period of time, but I was buying back in 2020. Let's see, what was it in 2020? I bought $120 worth for $10,000. This, if I just kept it, would be worth $1,200. The first time I ever bought Bitcoin was 2017, November 22nd. I bought $171 worth of Bitcoin at $8,000 a Bitcoin. The first time I ever sold. Why is the network fee so high? That's absurd. $51. Sold again at 15,000. I sold again at 20,000. And it looks like I was just buying it here and there. Just kind of buying it whenever I felt like it, I guess. The fees are insane, though. $10? That's crazy. $10 to send about $100. That's a 10% fee. I sold a bunch of it right around 2019. That's 12,000, 11,000, 10,000, 9,000. Man, that's so sad. If I would have just kept that, that'd be $800, $1,000, $1,000, $1,000, $1,000, $1,000, $750. Yeah, that's what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, $10,000 that we're looking at there. I mean, that's crazy. So, moral of the story is, and you'll kind of see this if you look at Bitcoin over time. You go into your assets, you go into like right now, we're at one of these peaks. And I thought this was one of these peaks, so I sold here. But the general trend of what I do is I try to look for peaks like this and sell, 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 sell. Because you can't really predict where the peak is. So you sell on the way up. And then once it starts falling, you start to buy back up all of that Bitcoin that you sold. And then right around here, you look for like these little areas and you're like, okay, we're in a lull right now. We just need to keep buying. So it's important to just keep buying when you're way down here. Once you start coming back up, you're like, all right, I can see it's coming back up. That's awesome. But once it starts really rising like that, that's when you got to sell. So the best thing to do right now, in my opinion, I kind of liken this to probably, it's like this December maybe. It's when it started to fall. I remember right around this time, I had the message in my mind. I was like, I should probably sell this. And then it fucking demolished. And I was like, okay, I'm going to listen to my brain when I tell myself that next time. God, I remember this though. This fall was crazy because it was going up like insane and then it burst. The bubble burst and we were like, fuck. Like, definitely got to buy more. So I kept buying up a bunch of Bitcoin right around this time. And then right up here, I was like, oh, well, if it falls, it's just going to fall a little bit. We're going to be fine. And then it fell to the floor. And I was like, dude, I guess I'll keep buying. I don't have a lot of money, but I'll keep buying over here. And so that's how I ended up with enough money to like sell while I was way up here. But right now, I'm pretty sure that we're at like one of these peaks. But it's going to keep going up. It's not going to stop. It's going to keep going up. So the important thing is to like look at the relativity of everything. Even if you bought at 12,000 right here at this peak, you would have looked like an idiot right here at 2019. You would have looked like an absolute idiot. For like 2 years, you would have looked like an absolute idiot.
if you compare that over time, though, you really, really benefited from this. So, yeah, the first time I bought on this was, I think, like November. So it was on the way up. It was on the way up of its first peak. On the way up of its first initial peak. I remember like, okay, I need to figure out how to buy this thing because I need it now. And can't remember if I sold or not up there, but I think I did sell some of it right around here. But watch for the peaks. Watch for the peaks, because there's a lot of them. And it'll happen again. It'll just keep happening. Over and over again. That thing never changes. Well, it always changes, but it, the general trend is on the way up. So you could buy now and you could hold forever, and you would be way wealthier later on. Or you can become relatively richer along the way if you continue to buy on the way up. The intercultural contact generated by globalization can promote innovation, the intercultural contact by globalization Why do I hear that? The intercultural contact generated by globalization can promote innovation. Okay, well, I can't really do anything about that, so I think it'll be okay, but the intercultural contact generated by globalization can promote innovation, intercultural dialogue, and mutual understanding, contributing to more inclusive and dynamic societies. However, this same diversity can be perceived as a threat to traditional national identity, especially in contexts where demographic and cultural changes occur at an accelerated rate. For many, globalization represents at an accelerated rate. For many, globalization. Oh, actually. There we go. Yeah. I've recently learned what Control R does, and it's not good things. It's not good things. It's repeat that. At the end of this track, repeat it. Globalization. Not what I want. Globalization represents not only economic openness, but also the blurring of cultural boundaries, where national values, traditions, and identities are confronted by external influences that can be seen as destabilizing. The fear that national identity may be lost or corrupted by these external influences is one of the drivers of the resurgence of nationalism in many parts of the world. Multiculturalism as a policy responds to this new cultural panorama promoted by
promoted by globalization, it seeks the inclusion and coexistence of different cultures within the same society, recognizing and valuing ethnic, religious, and cultural diversity. Governments that adopt multiculturalist policies often implement measures designated to ensure that cultural minorities have access to equal rights and that their cultures are preserved and respected. These policies may include recognizing specific religious and cultural holidays, teaching minority languages in schools, and promoting diversity in public and private institutions. However, contemporary nationalism often views multiculturalism as a threat to the cohesion and continuity of national identity. However, contemporary nationalism often views multiculturalism as a threat to the cohesion and continuity of national identity. To the cohesion and continuity of national identity. For nationalists, cultural unity is seen as essential to political stability. Cultural unity is seen as essential to political stability and social cohesion. Cultural diversity, when promoted without clear limits, can, according to this view,
What's up, Gray? How you doing, Gray? Hello, hello, hello. How are you today?
Fragment society, creating internal divisions that weaken. According to this view, fragment society, creating internal divisions that weaken the values and traditions that form.
I'm doing really well, no complaints, and I'm doing really well because I am on chapter 5 of the final edit of this book, which makes me one chapter away from the final chapter. And once that's done and the conclusion is done as well, then I will be able to release this book. So I'm really excited. How are you?
That form the basis of national identity. This nationalist perspective argues rather.
Okay, let's see. No. Can I control? I can't control. Okay. I guess we'll have to deal with that loop being there. Erroneously placed. Ugh. I'm doing great. How about you? I'm doing pretty well. Thank you.
Argues rather than promoting a harmonious society, multiculturalism can lead to cultural segregation, where different groups maintain distinct and potentially conflicting.
I'm back, but just to say goodnight. Kid is restless now and waiting for his mom. I am so sorry, Kirsten. I'm so sorry to hear that. But thank you so much for tuning in for the time being. I super appreciate you being in the chat and keeping me company while I get through the rest of this. So thank you so much for popping in. I appreciate you, and I hope you have a wonderful night babysitting.
Where different groups maintain distinct and potentially conflicting identities, rather than integrating into a shared national culture. conflicting identities.
I think that needs to be brought up.
Rather than integrating into a shared national culture. National culture. In many cases, nationalist rhetoric against multiculturalism is used to justify policies that restrict immigration and promote forced cultural assimilation. These policies can range from requiring immigrants to adopt the customs and language of the host country to marginalizing or excluding minority groups that resist assimilation. The defense of national identity can thus become a vehicle for promoting policies that reinforce cultural homogeneity and social exclusion, often fueling xenophobic and intolerant feelings. This tension.
Also, just got to say, your hair looks great, and that color shirt is good on you. Thank you so much, Kirsten. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that. My hair is all over the place. It's just like, it's being so insane tonight. I super appreciate you saying that, though. Thank you.
And intolerant feelings. This tension between national identity and multiculturalism is at the heart of many contemporary political debates, especially in countries facing large migration flows. In Europe, the 2015 migration crisis exacerbated these tensions, leading to increased support for nationalist parties that oppose multiculturalism and advocate more restrictive policies regarding immigration. These parties argue that large-scale immigration
Okay, I got like a tongue click there. I do not like that tongue click. Get rid of that.
These parties argue that large-scale immigration threatens social and cultural cohesion, and that multiculturalist policies have failed to integrate immigrants into European societies, resulting in segregated communities and an increase in crime and extremism. The rise of parties such as the Alternative for Germany, AFD, the Freedom Party in the Netherlands, and the Rassemblement National in France reflects this backlash against multiculturalism and cultural globalization. And the Rassemblement National in France reflects this backlash against multiculturalism and cultural globalization. In the United States, the discussion about immigration and American identity has been central to the recent political debates. Issues such as border wall construction, asylum parties, and race relations have polarized American society, with sizable segments of the population supporting policies that aim to limit immigration and preserve what they consider to be the essence of American identity. The nationalist rhetoric used by prominent political figures emphasizes.
Any new modeling or acting gigs coming up? Yeah, actually at the end of January, I'd say about a month from now, I'm going to Chicago and I believe Plainsville. And I'm going to be there for a boudoir set. So really excited to do that with a couple people that I met at ClickCon. Apparently it's a paid gig too, so I did not expect that. I'm going to be hitting the gym as often as I can the next month so I can get in tip-top shape to do that boudoir sweat. So excited for that. I don't think that I wouldn't put it out there that I did get it, but I'm not sure. But I did audition for something on the 16th as well. So fingers crossed that I got that.
And what else? I think that's about it so far. I just really hope that I get it because, like, I think it's going to be a national airing thing. So it'd be really cool to be on a national commercial like that. It also pays extremely well. So that would be nice to take that and then invest it back into everything. I'd love to do that. What else? Oh, I guess I have an extras thing as well. I'm going to be an extra in something else coming up here. I think it's the same film that I was an extra in before, but I think this is a different scene for that.
The nationalist rhetoric used by prominent political figures emphasizes the need to protect American values and traditions against what is perceived as a cultural and demographic threat posed by immigrants.
Okay. Yeah, this is a book on, it's detailing this policy called neoliberalism and its influence on, let's see, I think its basis in globalist ideas and its unintended consequence of giving a rise in nationalism. And that's why it's detailing what nationalism is in this section and trying to detail, like, what it is and why they think the way that they think. And so I'm trying to say that as often as possible so I could say, like, this is not a book on nationalism and how great and awesome it is. It's really not that. So please don't come in here and think that it is that thing. It is just something very different. And it's saying that this thing leads to the unintended cause of a rise in populism and nationalism. And that's unfortunate, but that's just, you got to know what it is in order to talk about it. So that's absolutely amazing. Congratulations. Thank you. I appreciate that.
And demographic threat posed by immigrants, particularly those from non-Western countries. Ultimately, the clash between the preservation of national identity and the pressures of multiculturalism promoted by globalization reflects a deeper conflict over what belonging and identity mean in an increasingly globalized world. For globalists, diversity is a source of strength, innovation, and cultural enrichment, which contributes to fairer and more inclusive societies. They argue that in an interconnected world, national identities need not be exclusive or static, but can evolve and enrich themselves through contact with other countries. On the other hand, nationalists see this diversity
Okay, well, I got to head back to studying for cosmetology license. I love that. I don't think that we talked about that just yet, but I'm really happy that you're pursuing the cosmetology license. And thank you so much for popping in for the time being. I appreciate as always, you coming in and brightening my day with your presence. So thank you so much, Gray. Appreciate you, and good luck studying. That's fantastic.
Nationalists see this diversity as a threat to cultural continuity and
I do not like that take.
To cultural continuity and national sovereignty.
Did I do that? Is there any other?
To cultural continuity and national sovereignty, and believe that diversity as a threat to cultural continuity and national sovereignty, as a threat to cultural to cultural continuity and national sovereignty, and believe that preserving a cohesive national identity is and believe that preserving a cohesive national
That's kind of funny, actually.
as a threat to cultural as a threat to cultural continuity and national sovereignty, and believe that preserving a cohesive national identity is essential to the stability and prosperity of the nation. They argue that without a strong and predominant national culture, society is at risk of fragmentation and internal conflict. How the
Uh-oh. My thread got 25,000 views. That's cool.
and national sovereignty, and believe that preserving a cohesive national identity is essential to the stability and prosperity of the nation. They argue that without a strong and predominant national culture, society is at risk of fragmentation and internal conflict. How these tensions are resolved will have profound implications for social cohesion, demographic governance, and international relations in the decades to come. The search for a balance between valuing diversity and preserving national identity is a complex challenge, which will require new ways of thinking about belonging, citizenship, and solidarity in a globalized world. Success or failure in this task will determine not only the feature of individual nations, but also the nature of international relations and global peace in the 21st century.
Guys, I think we made it to the end. Well, it's kind of the end. Not entirely the end, but we kind of made it to almost the end. This is like what would you say? This is like the thing before the thing before the end. All right, who's on right now? We got Kai Cenat is on. Kai Cenat is on. Ludwig is on. Matching all gifts. For what? What?
You predicted his death? No, I didn't. You're saying I did, but I didn't. You think I would guess the death of a sitting monarch?
That's funny.
Let's see it. Fine, I'll pull it up. But if I'm fucking right, everyone prime subs. Okay, that's the deal. Sorry. Here's the bull. Yeah, really? So, you guys.
King Charles 24.
You guys are making the connection. I just wrote a man's name down and a date. There's nothing wrong with that. You guys are making the connection. Kick dies? I don't think Kick will die though. Wow. Not only did I not say it, I also said the same thing a year ago. That you guys are the ones making the connection. Not me. You guys.
That's funny. This Twitch is so weird.
I think my antitrust wording was not good enough. I do think it was actually a phenomenal year for antitrust suits, and stopping a merger the size of American Airlines and JetBlue is very big, but it did not take down a company. And that's how I phrased take down a company.
Definitely wasn't me. Definitely wasn't this Eric. Let's see. Who's on? Who's on? We got Kai Sinet, we got Ludwig, we got Moist Critical, Emiru, we got PewDiePie. And a bunch of people that are offline. Okay. Looks like I'm on here. Oh, dude. Virus Girl, thank you so much for the follow at 6:30. I know I'm a couple hours late, but thank you. I did not see that at all. I didn't see any message from you. I super appreciate that. Wow. Yeah, I guess we're up 2 followers from the stream. That's wild. Okay. And let's see. Let's explore the analytics. Let's go to, I think, channel. And then I think it's on channel. Okay, maybe it's here. Mm. Okay, I think that we are completely done with this chapter now. So let's get it started. This is one of the longer ones at 26 minutes. Let's go ahead and mute chapter 6 for the lulz. What? Okay. Actually, that makes sense. Okay. Now, I kind of recall where we were because I have one of those memories. National identity and multiculturalism. I just have one of those memories. Sometimes it scares people. So I'm sorry about that. National identity and multiculturalism. The tension between globalization and nationalism is... how did I put it for one of my friends? I was like, sometimes I pretend to forget things so that people are more comfortable because otherwise they read too much into what I remember. National identity and multiculturalism. First century. National identity. Okay. All right. Let's bounce it. Can't believe we're done with chapter 5. Oh. Can I not copy paste this? Okay. 4. Bounce. Man. I think I might go ahead and rebounce the opening credits. Because I don't think I compressed that. Like, that sounds very different. That seems way more quiet. So I think that was before I figured out what a compressor does. So I'm going to go ahead and fire that up. Oh, I think we're done. I think we've bounced. We've bounced. So let's go down to here. Upload. Okay. Let's go ahead and upload that. Nice. Okay, first try.
National identity and multiculturalism. The tension between globalization and nationalism is not limited to economic issues, but extends significantly to the cultural domain, where the clash between preservation of national identity and the pressures of multiculturalism has become one of the most intense debates of the 21st century.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, let's come back here and okay. So I'm going to go ahead and mute that. I'm going to go back to the beginning. And I'm going to do opening credits.
Between the market and the nation. Neoliberal policies, nationalism, and globalization. Written by Alexander Nicholas.
I think I have noise compensation on.
Between the market and the nation. Neoliberal policies, nationalism, and globalization. Written by Alexander Nicholas. Narrated by Eric Pullman. Between the market and the nation. Neoliberal.
Actually, let's turn that off. Let's go back up and let's see. From chapter 5, I think I have it the most figured out here. So I'm going to copy a channel strip setting. I'm going to go down to opening credits. And let's just check these. So we got noise gate on there. We got compressor. And I think this is just like I don't know what the compressor does. Here's some thing to try and figure it out. Let's go ahead and paste the channel strip setting and see what it does.
Between the market and the nation. Neoliberal policies, nationalism, and globalization. Written by Alexander Nicholas. Narrated by Eric Pullman.
Okay, all right, that's really good. I like that. I like that a lot. So let's go ahead and say that is the introduction. Oh, here it is. Opening credits. We're just going to call it opening credits. And then go into ACX and upload new file. And we'll say this was... What? Oh, I put that in here. Okay, my bad. Let's go ahead and open that. Analyze. Let's make sure that that's in there correctly. Yeah. All right, that's cool. And then introduction. It's pretty good. I like that. What's the closing credit sound like? Yeah, that needs to be re-recorded. So, not re-recorded, just rebounced.
This has been Between the Market and the Nation.
Okay, so let's go into that. And then, of course, I got these settings on there. Let's paste the channel setting.
This has been Between the Market and the Nation. Neoliberal policies.
Okay. And I guess we'll keep the closing credits in here as well in the introduction. Let's go ahead and bounce. And welcome to the chat room. What's up? How you doing? Good to see you. All right, so that's bounced. Bounce, and then let's go back down and re-upload the introduction of the closing credits. Okay, all right. And then I think the retail sample is also like that as well. Let's hear it. I just cannot wait to hit that submit for review button.
Between the Market and the Nation. Neoliberal policies.
I think actually I might have figured it out by then. Let's see. I still have that on there, so I really do want to fix that. Just paste the channel strip setting. I think I accidentally did, 15, but it only needs to be 5. So... That would be funny, actually. That would be a funny place to cut it. Like, yeah, actually, no. Actually, no. All right, let's see.
That's kind of funny, actually. I do like it to where it cuts off. Because you're like, oh, what did Reagan do? Hold up, what did Reagan do? Let's see, retail sample. All right, let's bounce that. All right, is it worth it? Is it worth doing 9 hours worth? I learned a lot. I learned a lot by doing this. I learned that this is not where my forte is. This is not exactly what I love to do. But, you know, it is something that I should do as often as I can. I think I'll never find myself in a position to where I won't edit my own stuff. But I do want to get myself into a position to where I am offloading most of my things and I'm only editing things as reference to say, like, this is kind of what I want it to look like. This is a good idea of how I like the flow, how I like the spacing, how I like the mastering to look. That's like the only benefit I can see. And also, it is really good to know Logic Pro. So I'm doing my best to like learn this software as much as possible, because like that's only going to help me, especially if as I move more into music production. It's only going to help me. So I definitely need that. Okay, let's see. All right, this has got the old settings. Let's go ahead and import the new settings. Okay. Okay. So we need to go back to neoliberalism market. We'll make chapter 6 a new folder. Dang, I cannot believe I did 4, 5, and 6 today. I feel like really accomplished. 1. Chapter 6. Let's bounce that. And upload the file of chapter 6. Oh, issues found. What are the issues? Too low. All right, we can raise it. We can raise it. No worry. Oh, you know what? It's probably because of that space right there. But we can raise it. I think we're at -4. Let's just go up to -2. That'll, I think, do it. Okay. Sorry, I was doing that off screen.
Chapter 6: The Future of Global Governance.
And then compressor, bring that back down to -4. All right, that's pretty good. WTO, National IMF. Dude, I cannot believe it. And I am just like shocked that I never see this before I lock in. I am so sorry. It looks like I've been doing nothing on the screen for the past 2 minutes.
Or great powers, sometimes at the expense of smaller or less influential nations. This criticism, although not new, has gained strength. This criticism, although not new, has gained strength in the context of the economic and political crises of recent decades. This criticism, sometimes at the expense This criticism, although not new, This criticism, although not new, has gained strength in the context of the economic and political crises of recent decades, which have increased skepticism regarding the effectiveness and impartiality of these institutions. Another significant challenge. Impartiality of these institutions. Another significant challenge for global governance is the fragmentation of the international order, with the emergence of regional blocs and bilateral alliances that compete with or replace global governance mechanisms. The European Union, EU, for example, or replace global governance mechanisms. The European Union, EU, for example, the Euro
Damn. Almost got me.
the European Union or replace global governance mechanisms. The European
Okay, I think like right there, and then take that out.
The European Union, EU, for example, EU, for example.
Dude, that is so annoying. It's right there.
For example, has sought greater regional integration. To face economic and political challenges, such as the Euro crisis and Brexit, while promoting a common foreign policy to assert its position on the global stage. However, the EU itself faces international cohesion. The EU itself faces international cohesion challenges, with disagreements between member states on issues such as migration, economic policies, and the rule of law. And the rule of law. Simultaneously, other countries have and the rule of law.
Dude, that is just cursed. That is absolutely cursed.
Of law. Simultaneously, other countries have turned.
You know, it would be funny, actually.
Law. Simultaneously, other countries have turned to bilateral or regional alliances as a way of guaranteeing their national interests in an uncertain global scenario. Examples of this include in an uncertain global scenario. Examples of this include scenario. Examples of this include bilateral trade agreements and strategic partnerships that bypass in an uncertain global scenario. Examples of this include bilateral trade.
Okay, so take that out, put this over here, and put it right there. Yeah.
Examples of this scenario. Examples of this include bilateral trade agreements and strategic partnerships that bypass traditional global institutions. That bypass traditional global institutions. These movements fragment the global order, creating a mosaic of agreements and alliances that may be effective in the short term, but which can also undermine the ability to respond to global challenges. That require multilateral coordination, such as climate change and nuclear proliferation. The growing global interdependence on economic, security, and environmental issues contrasts with the inability of states to find collective solutions to global problems. The climate crisis, perhaps the most pressing challenge of the 21st century, requires effective international coordination. However, divergent national interests often undermine efforts to reach global consensus. For example, while developed countries push for stricter emissions reduction targets, developing countries, which are often the most affected by climate change, argue that rich countries, historically the biggest polluters, should shoulder most of the responsibility and of costs. The COVID-19 pandemic has also exposed flaws in global governance, highlighting a lack of cooperation in areas such as vaccine distribution, controlling global outbreaks, and coordinating economic and health responses. Despite global interconnectedness, the pandemic has been marked by a fragmented response, where many countries have adopted nationalist policies. Such as closing borders and hoarding medical supplies, rather than collaborating on a global solution. The race to acquire vaccines, where rich countries secured doses far beyond their needs, while poor countries struggled to gain access, exemplifies the failure of international cooperation at a critical time. These challenges are exacerbated by an international economic order that is still heavily influenced by neoliberalism, even as nationalism grows in several regions. The neoliberal model, with its emphasis on deregulation, privatization, and trade liberalization, has shaped the global economy in recent decades, promoting growth and economic interdependence. However, this model has also contributed.
Can someone teach me how to edit? Yo, what's up, Musex Memes? Good to see ya.
However,
can someone teach me how to edit? Guys, I need help editing. Guys, please. I'll tell you what, editing is really tedious. I don't recommend it, to be honest. I don't recommend it. It's listening to the same thing over and over and over and over. And if that doesn't drive you insane, then it might be for you. But if that's not the most appealing thing ever, then I would definitely stray away from that concept. I would definitely not do this. It's not for the faint of heart. Or the weak of back. I am feeling so weak of the back right now. We're 9.5 hours in, and I've gotten less than 3 chapters. And this is like 98% of the way done already. It's just the very last step.
just pushing it over the edge. And even that is just like taking forever, man. It's taking forever. So do I recommend it? I don't know. But it's good to have you. Muse X Memes, what's up, dude? Hope you're having a good holly jolly Christmas right now. Hold up. Let's go into my profile real quick. All right, there we go. All right, just had to do that real quick.
However, this model has also contributed to increased inequalities and the perception that globalization has disproportionately benefited global elites and large corporations to the detriment of local populations. As a result, resistance to neoliberalism has fueled the resurgence of nationalism, creating additional tensions in global governance.
I think maybe right there is just a little bit.
Additional tensions in global governance. The tension between the need for collective action and the defense of national sovereignties creates an environment where global governance is often contested and weakened.
Sovereignties, Socrates.
International institutions designed to promote global cooperation find themselves at a crossroads where their legitimacy and effectiveness are increasingly under scrutiny. To meet the global challenges of the 21st,
Okay, it's on that one. So there's some sort of like artifact in there.
Meet the global challenge. To meet the global scrutiny.
It's still in there, dude.
To meet the global challenge.
Okay, I guess that's better, but like.
To meet the global challenges of the 21st century, it will be necessary to reimagine and reform global governance in ways that balance the need for international cooperation with respect for national sovereignties, ensuring that the voices of all countries, large and small, are heard and respected. This reimagining.
Okay, see, like right there. I don't know if you could see that, but that's tiny little artifact. Get rid of that.
Still there somehow. Okay,
how about this?
How is it still there? This reimagining of global governance could include reforms to existing institutions to make them more inclusive and representative.
Where should I begin with editing, and how can I make money instantly from it? Well, I'll tell you what, dude. Hold up. Let me keep streaming. All right. How do you make money from it? Fiverr.com. That's where I go for my editors, because I despise this whole this process. It just, like, look, I've been doing this for about 10 hours today. If I could be doing anything else with my time, I could be making more books to put out there. So, like, the reason why I'm doing this myself is because, one, I gotta learn the process. Two, saves me a ton of money, because you can make a lot of money from it. Us creators, we do not want to edit our own stuff. We want to offload as much as possible. So if you want to earn as much money from editing, I would get Audacity, which is a free downloadable software. It's what my editors use. I would use Audacity. Then I would just edit and learn that software as best as you can. Probably watch some tutorials on it, try and see like what you need to do. And I would just get really comfortable with the functions of splicing it up, trimming out all of the dead air in here, getting these three settings
down, I would get these 3 settings down. I get noise gate, compressing, and de-essing. Those are the 3 things that you really need. A good noise gate. Here's my settings for the noise gate, you know. Got these settings for the noise gate. And these are basically like the default, so it's nothing special. Now I will say my compressor is, I've been toying around with the compressor. I don't know if this is the best settings for the compressor, but you know, I've been toying around with it, so I would toy around with it yourself, you know. But all of this is my settings for that, and the de-esser is really important as well. So taking out the S's, those are really good. And then Logic Pro, it does mastering for me. So I never need to focus on mastering, but mastering is a whole unique, it's a thing that you need to learn if you're gonna be a editor. You got to know how to do the mastering of it, and there's definitely tutorials on how to do that with Audacity. But tell you what, I pay attention to Fiverr.com. I look at the listings on there, and I look for people that say that they can make an ACX.com qualified book, I think. An ACX.com, I don't know what the words that they use are, but it's something that meets the requirements of ACX, basically. Anything that meets the specifications of ACX is what I'm going to look for, because I want to know that somebody's familiar with the system that I use to submit my books to. So as an audiobook producer, that's what I'm looking for in order to look for people to edit for me. I've seen really good editors with the turnaround time of about a day make some extremely good quality stuff on Audacity. I've paid them hundreds of dollars to do that for me for, like, I don't know, an hour worth of produced material. So you can make about $300 of $300 per produced hour if you can do it really well and have a really good turnaround time. That's what I would focus on. I've also met a lot of editors through Threads, so I use Threads to connect with a lot of people. So I've had some editors on there as well. That would be my advice as far as editing. But I am not a good editor. I am a better audiobook producer, and as you can tell, my narration needs some work as well as the development of new forms of cooperation that recognize the realities of the contemporary multipolar world. Furthermore, it would be crucial. Yeah, see, like, now I could definitely improve. I know that for a fact, but I think I've got some innate talent here, so thankfully I've got that going for me. But we are nothing without our editors, I will say. Furthermore, we're nothing without our editors. Our editors do all the hard work that we don't want to do. Furthermore, like, listen to this furthermore. Come on, dude. Furthermore, how? If I come back in 30 minutes because you teach me how to edit or give me a tutorial, see, the editing on here is really, really simple. It's literally just like Control T, and then I'm moving this back. It's like, the editing that I'm doing here is extremely simple stuff. That is all I would tell you with as a tutorial. That is probably it.
I could answer any question that you have. If you're watching me and you have a question about this, you can absolutely ask. Because I'm editing. The thing I'm looking at is Logic Pro, but I'm watching my TV that has me on it, and I see all of the chat on there. So if you want, you can definitely watch me, and you can definitely ask anything that you want. But just know that I'm not that good at this, and I will try to answer as best as I can. But that's the only promise I could give you. Sorry.
Furthermore, it would be crucial to find ways.
Okay, so there's some, I think it's right there. Looking for that artifact. Trying to get rid of that.
Furthermore, it would be crucial to find ways to reconcile demands for national sovereignty with the demands of a global interdependence that cannot be ignored, especially on issues such as climate change, pandemics, and global security.
Okay. I'm going to zoom in. I don't know how to get rid of those little clicks without just zooming into it and like getting rid of it like that.
Especially on issues such as climate change, pandemics, and global security.
Like, I'm pretty sure there's one in there, but if I zoom in, I don't think I'll see one. But I can definitely hear one.
And global security. Conciliation possibilities. Despite the significant challenges.
That sounds like a title card. All right, guys. Conciliation. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick while we're pinwheeling. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Where can I find clips to use for my videos? Good question. Where can I find clips to use for my videos? What kind of videos are you making? Are you making music memes? Because if you're making music memes, then there's probably a certain place, a certain repository that you have to use to get those clips. But I don't know. It depends on the content. I'd love to know what kind of content you're trying to make. Because if I go into YouTube, and I followed you, so I'm going to go into... If I go into your channel, I see that I am your only subscriber and you have no videos. So, depends on the kind of content. If you're trying to make stuff like this, probably use my clips. Definitely give me credit, but definitely use my clips. That's what I would say. I would say if you're trying to make it in the YouTube industry, what you got to do is you got to take all of my videos and chop them up and put captions on them, and take the most wild things that I say and make it pro-inflammatory and put it out there and chop it up in a way that makes it like really exciting and put some music to it, and then side by side that with a Subway Surfer, and then put my name in the credits and be like, credit to @EricPullman. And then that's it. And then you are free. You have free range to use any of my content to do that. As long as you have like just in the bio, in the credits, just one little blurb that says credit Eric Pullman. Or tag me. I don't know. If you want to tag me, you could definitely do that. Because then what I could do is I could take that and then boost it on other things. I could be like, oh, look at this fun video that somebody made, to the 4,000 people that follow me on Instagram, or the 11,000 people that follow me on TikTok, or the whatever. Like, I could take what you guys make and put it out there and say, oh my God, look at this fun thing that this person made. How cool is that? I will always signal boost anything anybody makes of me and puts it out there and chops it up. I'll never come after anybody that's actually using anything of mine in good faith like that. Probably even in bad faith, to be honest. Like, what would I care? The only thing that you're doing is you're just making people see my stuff. Like, even if it's inflammatory, you're literally pointing people my way to be like, oh yeah, he's actually not like that. And in fact, he's much more different. I think I'm going to follow that person, right? Like, it's exclusively a win-win. Always use my stuff. You can absolutely use my stuff. But let's see. Yeah, I think it's still pinwheeling right now, so I'm going to go ahead and BRB. But, oh, actually, it's not. It's back. It's back. Okay, so I'm going to use the bathroom while it bounces. How about that? I think this is it right here.
Conciliation possibilities.
Okay. Conciliation possibilities. Yeah. Conciliatory. How do I use it without being copyright? Are you talking like... So if it's for music, then it's gonna be an issue because it's never the musicians, by the way, but copyright is such a terrible thing for small creators because if I just want to put on like a Guns N' Roses song onto my intro, suddenly they can take all of my revenue because I had 5 seconds of Guns N' Roses riff at the beginning of the video. It makes no sense. But recording studios are exceptionally greedy and they want that money. So if it is something that is extremely popular, that it's under copyright, then yeah, it's gonna be an issue. But if it's the stuff that I'm just talking about, like if it's literally like me talking, that'll never be copyright like that.
Challenges for global governance.
Unless it's me on ABC. If you've got me talking on ABC on that one episode that I was on, then no, you wouldn't be able to use that because ABC owns that content. So, disclaimer there, if you use any of my national television clips, you can't do that, but like anything else that I make personally, have at. You can absolutely do that. You can absolutely do that. All right, let's see. Oh. Challenges for global governance. Yeah, I would say my Twitch channel. Or if you're pretty new to it, what I would do is I would go onto Twitch because there's a lot of music creators on Twitch. I would go onto Twitch and I would look for music creators, music producers, and I would clip their content and I would put out, because it's really, really easy now to connect your Twitch account to your YouTube account. And you can immediately import anything on Twitch onto YouTube. I've just been playing with this concept myself. So what you could do is you can clip somebody pretty famous, or I don't know, T-Pain, he produces a lot on Twitch. Russ, I think he produces on Twitch. You could take what they're doing, clip it, and put it on YouTube, on your own YouTube channel, and you could get viewership there. I'd probably maybe start there. I don't know if they'd be super okay with that, but that is content that they're putting out there for free, and you could clip it and clip the best things and put it out there on YouTube. You could clip content like that. Twitch is really good for it, though. Twitch is really, really good for it. All right, challenges for the global governance. Where should I start if I want to make money online? You should start with Fiverr. Fiverr's really good. Here, I'll show you what I look at. Let's scroll down. Challenge. Man, problems with my audio. What's wrong with my audio? Peaks exceed 0 decibels. Reduce peaks below -3. Okay. All right. I guess I'll do that here in a second. But yeah, what I would do is I would go on to Fiverr.com. Hello, Eric Pullman. What would you like to hire today? Yeah, and these are the guys that I looked for audio production. Like this guy is Vitaly Push. He's got 2.9 thousand ratings, 5.0. He's a sound designer, audio editor, music producer, DJ with 15 years of experience in sound and music production. So I don't really look for like the 15 years. Like you either can do it or you can't. Like whether you're starting now or you're starting. Well, yeah, it's like if somebody's been doing it for 3 years and somebody's been doing it for 15, and one guy's exceptionally good with a 1-day turnaround and another guy will take a month and he's kind of lackluster. I don't really care for the years of experience. You either have it or you don't. So like, I'm not looking at that. A lot of people do, but I don't. So I'd contact him. And the reason why I'd contact him is because he's got this right here, the ACX/Audible. That's what I look for. I will edit your audiobook for ACX Audible. So I click on that and it says he's got about a 4-day delivery. That's good. 5 revisions. I mean, that's cool. Proofing, audio editing, split chapters, retail audio, sample included, mixing and mastering. That's everything that I need. He says he's got complete editing of 1 hour of audio, including mastering, retakes, and mistakes removal. $50 an hour. That's incredible. So number of minutes, let's say I want to submit 5 hours. 5 times 60 is, what, 300? Be about a $250 project. Let's go 600, right? So like you can make pretty good money. This is like 10 hours of audio. If I sent him 10 hours of audio, he'd charge me about, is it $500 for that? Yeah, it's $500 for 10 hours. That's incredible. That's exactly what I want to see. That is a really good price for this. That is a really, really good price. So that's what I would do. Yeah, 1 hour of raw video is $50. So yeah, you multiply that by 10, you got 500. And I will send this guy 10 hours of audio. I will send this guy $500. Like that's the kind of money that you'd be working with. So if this is kind of what you'd like to do, this is the way to do it. You would create an account on Fiverr and create you can't really see it because that chat's in the way. Sorry about that. You would create an account on Fiverr and you would make it look sort of similar to this. So it looks like he's got 2 orders in queue. So he may be fairly busy at this time of year. But look at that. Look, I can earn credit when you order. I get 5% added to your account balance when your first order is over $350. See, and I'll definitely send him $350. I will definitely send him $350. Because this is me, this is my dashboard, and these are my projects. Now I sent him let's see, messages. So yeah, Vitaly, right? I sent him some messages. I sent him a recording of this. Questioned. This scenario is marked. So clearly it's like low volume. It's got a bunch of mistakes in there. It's 5 minutes and 2 seconds. And then he shot back to me this, which was about a fifth.
Chapter 6. The Future of Global Governance. Challenges for global governance. Global governance faces unprecedented challenges in a context where nationalism is on the rise and international cooperation is increasingly questioned. This scenario is marked by growing political polarization, increasing inequalities, and a crisis.
Now, there is some things like the spacing of it that's not completely what I'd like, but honestly, he did a really good job with it, and I may request for him to do a really sizable project here in the future. So, it's 6 a.m. for him right now. He was seen 3 hours ago. That's crazy. It was 3 in the morning. So, I mean, hey, go you. He works late, and he does a really good job too. He does a really good job. So, those are the kind of people that I look for when I look to edit my stuff. I'm always looking for editors, though. So if you can get really good at it, and by that I mean like you're willing to take one of these projects and start playing around with things like Audacity and being able to chop things up, being able to split it, and being able to tweak everything down to this flow that I'm trying to reach. I'm really trying to lull somebody into a story and tell them something in a way that invokes imagination. That's the thing that I'm trying to do with my content. Take somebody on a ride into the world of imagination. Like, it's all about storytelling tactics. And if you can invoke that as an editor, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for somebody who can correctly space the best takes that I have together and put it in such a way that all I would need to do is take that WAV file, put it back into Logic Pro, and do some post modification on it. That's it. So if you could do just that part, you would save me so much time. And my time is worth a good amount of money at this time in my life. So spending 10 hours on this today, if I were on my computer right now doing my job, I would have made about $400. So just today, I would have made back the money I would have sent to Vitaly. And then not even really, because 2 times, wait. Yeah, it was about 400. Yeah, it'd be about $400. Yeah. So I got to really weigh in and say, where is my time best spent? Do I spend it doing the project that I know I should be doing right now and will make me money in the future? Or do I clock into my computer right now and make $400? Maybe I should pay somebody else to do the thing that I don't like to do on that project, and then go clock in and do my own thing over here and then make that money back. It would make more sense for me to offload mostly everything that I do. So that's what I'm looking for when I say I'm looking for an editor. Somebody who could do that aspect of the job that I just I don't really want to be spending time to do it. All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick and I'll be right back.
Okay. Yo, looks like we have a looks like we might have a kick chat. We might have a kick chat on here. Let's see what Kick says. Chat room. Kick says the same thing. Yep. Same thing. All right. Challenges for global governance. Global governance. Oh, okay, yeah. We got to turn that down, don't we? It says reduce peaks to below -3. All right. So let's go into the compressor. Challenges for global governance. Global governance faces unprecedented challenges in a context where nationalism is on the rise and international cooperation is increasingly questioned. This scenario is marked by growing political polarization, increasing inequalities, and a crisis of legitimacy of international institutions, which together complicate global coordination on crucial issues such as climate change, public health, security, and economics. One of the main challenges facing global governance is the growing Let's see if this one works. Peaks exceed 0 decibels. Challenges for global governance.
Global governance faces unprecedented challenges in a context where nationalism is on the rise and international cooperation is increasingly questioned. This scenario is
I don't know why every chapter is so different. But yeah, I guess this is what it wants to do.
challenges for global governance. Challenges for global governance. Global governance faces unprecedented challenges in a context where nationalism is on the rise and international cooperation is increasingly questioned. This scenario is marked by growing political polarization, increasing inequalities, and a crisis of legitimacy of international institutions, which together highlighting a lack of cooperation in areas such as vaccine distribution, controlling global
I'm just confused. I don't know. Alright, so suddenly it's too low. But if I raise it back up, then it'll be too high. It wants me to raise this up by 8.5. So
Challenges for global governance. Global governance faces unprecedented challenges in a...
I mean, that should put it up there. Let's see it. Okay. Okay. I mean, that works. Let me make sure that title card is also.
Chapter 6. The Future of Global Governance.
Keeping everything at the same volume. Bro, what is the deal? Raise the level by 1.
Chapter 6.
Trying to keep everything at the same level, and you can't do it. Dang. You just can't keep them happy, can you? Oh, whoops. Bring the compressor back down to 4. That's where it was. And
this criticism, although not an impartiality of or replace global governance mechanisms. However, on the global stage, or regional alliances as a way traditional
8 minutes, 11 seconds.
conciliation possibilities. Despite the significant challenges, there are real possibilities for reconciliation between the forces of neoliberalism and nationalism that can allow the construction of a more balanced and effective global governance. The key to this reconciliation lies in the ability to integrate national concerns within a global framework, where the benefits of international cooperation are perceived as compatible with the protection of national interests. This balance can be achieved through several strategic approaches with the protection of national interests. This balance can be achieved through several strategic approaches. One of the approaches to this reconciliation is the strengthening of regional governance, where blocs such as the European Union, EU, the African Union, AU, and the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, take a more prominent role in managing regional issues.
Obviously, that spells Asian. I'm not saying Asian. I'm not doing it. You're not going to bait me into saying Asian.
In managing regional issues. These regional blocs can serve as effective intermediaries between national interests and global demands, creating a balance that respects national sovereignty while promoting international cooperation. Creating a balance that respects national sovereignty while promoting international cooperation. By acting as regional platforms, these organizations can address specific issues affecting their regions. These organizations can address specific issues affecting their regions, such as migration, trade, and security, in a way that is more tailored to local realities. Furthermore, these regional blocs can facilitate policy harmonization among member countries, helping to reduce tensions that can arise between nationalism and globalism. Regional governance also.
My earnings statements are available. Hey guys, my earnings statements are available. You guys want to see it? This is not for Twitch. For the record, this is not for Twitch. Wow, for November? Man, okay. All right. I didn't realize they're like a month out like that. Okay. Let's check out the PDF for my summary report. Wow. Okay. We got... you can't really see this. Unless you see it on the page now. But I made, in November, $5.50. Nice. That's my digital unit sales royalty. All right. There you go. Mm. Okay. Okay. So we got our cover sheet. We got... This was all how to play blackjack like a pro. $5. All right, we got $5.50. That's pretty good. We have 3 net units. 2.17 net royalties earned. 2 net units. 1.94 net royalties earned. And then non-member cash sales, 2 units and 1.39 net royalties earned. Oh, here we go. Listening minutes. There's no on demand. So a total of 7 units with royalties going up to $5.50. All right, that's cool. That's cool. So I mean, so far we have had 15 sales. So 15 minus 7, it's about 8 more. So we've got more than this waiting for us, and that's 5.50 divided by 7. It's about 0.78. Okay, that's more than I was expecting. So 78 cents times 15 units is, so we earned about $11, $12. Okay. It's pretty good. It's a good start. Cool. Guys, we earned $5. I will always be happy with the amount of money I earn from this. I will never, ever be sad because any dollar I earn in this field is every single dollar I make in this field is a step towards improvement, is a step towards being free. That's what that is. It's a step towards being free. And that's all I really care about. Oh, dude, that's awesome. There's 2 purchases yesterday. That's really cool. And there was 2 earlier in December, and then, gosh, 2 more. That's awesome. Looks like that was all Baccarat. So, honestly, I just like was not, I don't know. Okay, yeah, that actually kind of makes sense. So ACX earnings statements are ready the 22nd of November. That's when October was released. So it does make sense that they released it kind of today, like sort of in this area for sure. All right.
Regional governance also offers a way to divide global responsibility into more manageable parts, allowing groups of countries with similar interests and cultural and economic backgrounds to work together to address common challenges. This not only makes global governance more effective, but can also help build trust between countries as they see the tangible benefits of regional cooperation. The EU, for example, has demonstrated that regional integration can lead to peace, stability, and economic growth despite the challenges that arise when trying to balance. The EU, for example, growth despite the challenges that arise. The EU, for example, growth despite the challenges that arise when trying to balance national interests with regional needs. National interests with regional needs. Another possible path towards reconciling neoliberalism and nationalism is the reform of international institutions to make them more democratic and representative. Much criticism of international institutions, such as the United Nations, the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and the World much criticism to make them more democratic and representative. Much criticism of international institutions, such as the United Nations, the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and the World Trade Organization, the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and the World Trade Organization WTO stems from the perception that they are dominated by a small number of powerful countries, which shape global policies in your own benefit. To restore trust in to which shape global policies in your own benefit. To restore trust in these institutions and make global governance more legitimate and effective, it is essential to include the voices of developing countries and increase transparency in decision-making processes. Reform of international institutions could include reviewing voting and representation systems, ensuring that developing and less powerful countries have greater influence on global decisions. Furthermore, promoting greater transparency and accountability within these organizations can help dispel the perception that they operate for the benefit of global elites to the detriment of the interests of individual nations. These reforms can strengthen to the detriment of the interests to the detriment of the interests of the individual elites, to the detriment they operate to the benefit of the individual elites. Global can help dispel the perception that they operate to the in these organizations of global can help dispel the perception the detriment. For the benefit of global elites to the detriment of the interests of individual nations. To the detriment of the interests of individual nations.
Why does this sound so weird? Oh, that's iCloud. That's why. So I don't want iCloud.
These reforms can These reforms can strengthen the to the detriment of the interest. These to the detriment of the interests of individual nations. These reforms can strengthen the for the benefit of global elites to the detriment of the interests of individual nations. For the benefit of global elites to the detriment of the interests of individual nations. These reforms can strengthen the legitimacy of these institutions, making them better suited to face the challenges of the 21st century and more aligned with the expectations of the nations they serve. Conciliation between and more aligned with the curve. Conciliation between neoliberalism and nationalism can also be achieved through the implementation of policies that directly address citizens' economic Conciliation between neoliberalism and nationalism can also be achieved through the implementation of policies that directly address citizens' economic and social concerns. Creating global social protection mechanisms that complement national policies is a viable approach. This may include promoting international agreements on labor and the environment. This may include This may include promoting international agreements on labor and the environment that protect workers' rights, ensure fair workers' rights, ensure fair working conditions, and promote environmental sustainability. While encouraging trade and investment. Such policies could help mitigate the adverse effects of globalization, such as job insecurity and environmental degradation. And environmental degradation by ensuring that global economic practices are aligned with the principles of social justice and sustainability. Environmental degradation by ensuring that global economic practices are aligned with the principles of social justice and sustainability. In sustainability. Furthermore, in sustainability. In sustainability, social justice, in sustainability. Furthermore, these agreements could provide a basis for creating minimum global standards that minimum global standards that all countries must respect, helping to avoid the race to the bottom in terms of labor and environmental standards. By doing so, it would be possible to create a more equitable environment for trade and investment. And investment, where companies for trade and investment, where companies and investment, where companies cannot and investment, where companies cannot exploit differences where companies cannot exploit differences in national regulations to maximize their profits at the expense of workers and the environment. Finally, promoting a global economy that balances free market efficiency with social justice is crucial to reconciling neoliberalism is crucial to social justice is crucial justice is crucial to reconciling neoliberalism and nationalism. This may involve a reassessment of neoliberal policies. This may involve a reassessment of neoliberal policies to ensure that economic growth is more inclusive and that inequalities are mitigated rather than exacerbated. Adopting a fair globalization that balances the needs of global markets with the protection of national rights and interests can help reduce tensions between nationalism and globalism. This approach requires a new vision for global economic development, where free market policies are complemented by measures that ensure the benefits of growth are distributed more equitably. This could include strengthening social more equitably. This could include strengthening social welfare system. This could include more equitably. This could include strengthening social welfare systems, creating quality jobs, and investing in education and health so that all segments of society can benefit from globalization. And investing in education and health so that all segments of society can benefit from globalization. Furthermore, more progressive tax policy, furthermore, more progressive tax policies and international cooperation on taxation could help combat tax evasion and ensure that large corporations pay their fair share, contributing
Wow. Oof. Ooh, she's running so hot right now.
Pay their fair share, contributing to the financing of social and infrastructure programs around the world. New governance models.
Sounds like a title card to me. All right, guys. Let's make sure all of this works. real quick.
Could help combat tax evasion and ensure that large corporations pay their fair share, contributing to the financing of social and infrastructure programs around the world. New governance models.
All right.
We got the pinwheel.
conciliation possibilities. New governance models. Faced with new governance models. Faced with contemporary challenges, it is new challenges. It is imperative to develop new models of global governance that can integrate in a balanced way national and global demands. These models must be able to address global problems efficiently while respecting that can integrate in a balanced way national and global demands. These models must be able to address global problems efficiently while respecting national sovereignty. These models must be able to address global problems efficiently while respecting national sovereignty and promoting equity among nations. Below are some innovative approaches to global governance that can respond to this need. One potential model is multi-level global governance, which recognizes the complexity of global issues and the need to address them at different levels of governance, from the local to the global. This model allows for greater flexibility, enabling different problems to be addressed at the most appropriate level. For example, issues that directly affect local communities, such as natural resource management or urban planning, could be addressed more effectively at the local or regional level. In contrast, global challenges such as climate change or the regulation of international trade would require coordination at a global level. The multi-tiered approach would reduce the pressure for unique, universal solutions, allowing for a more personalized approach. Tailored to each challenge. Furthermore, multi-level governance could facilitate cooperation between different actors, promoting synergy between local, regional, and global policies. Another model that could be explored is participatory global governance, which emphasizes the inclusion of a wider range of actors, including civil society, the private sector, and local communities, in global decision-making. This model 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 recognizes that global governance cannot be effective if it is restricted only to states and economic elites. It must be expanded to include those who are directly affected by global decisions. The participation of a diversity of voices can contribute to fairer and more sustainable solutions, in addition to increasing the legitimacy of global institutions. Participatory governance can manifest itself in forms such as inclusive global conferences, international public consultations, and the creation of advisory boards that integrate a wide variety of stakeholders. By integrating these different actors, participatory global governance can ensure that global policies are more representative and responsive to the real needs of populations around the world. Principles-based global governance also offers an interesting proposal which aims to create a clear, normative framework for international action by defining fundamental principles that guide global policies, such as the protection of human rights, environmental sustainability, and economic equity. This model seeks to create a common foundation on which international cooperation can be built. Consistent application of these principles can help reduce ideological tensions between countries and promote coordinated action on global issues. Furthermore, principles-based governance can serve as an ethical and normative guide for states and other international entities, helping to align their policies and practices with shared global goals. This model can be
What up, dude? How you doing? Welcome back.
Helping to align their policies and practices with shared global goals. This model can be institutionalized through international agreements that enshrine these principles as binding or aspirational guidelines for the international community. Adaptive global governance is another model that deserves consideration, especially in a world where global challenges are dynamic and unpredictable. This model involves creating flexible governance structures that can be modified in response to the emerging crises, such as pandemics or environmental disasters, ensuring that global governance can be effective even in a rapidly changing environment. Adaptability is essential to face global crises that often develop in unexpected ways and require rapid and innovative responses. Adaptive government structures can include rapid response mechanisms, temporary working groups, and temporary working groups.
It's a big no-no right there. Give me a day in your life. Depends on the day. Depends on if you're recording or if you're editing, or if you're me and you do another job, you're a scientist and you do that as well.
Temporary working groups, and the ability to quickly review and adjust international treaties and agreements in the face of new information or circumstances. This model not only improves the responsiveness of global institutions, but also promotes.
Right, okay, so I gotta extend that slightly.
This model but also promotes resilience, ensuring that global governance can remain relevant, and effective even in the face of drastic and sudden changes. These new models of global governance are not mutually exclusive. In fact, they can be complementary, creating a more robust and resilient global system. For example,
you're a scientist? I sure am. I have my master's degree in chemistry, and so I'm a chemist at Thermo Fisher. That's what I do.
For example, multi-level governance can be integrated with participatory governance to ensure that all levels of society are considered, to ensure that all levels of society are considered, to ensure that all levels of society are considered, to ensure that all levels of society that all levels of society are considered in policy formation. Likewise, in policy formation. Likewise, in policy formation. Likewise, principles-based governance can.
Yeah, I am a scientist for Thermo Fisher Scientific.
Principles-based governance can provide the ethical and regulatory guidance necessary for adaptive models to operate within clear and consistent boundaries. Combining these approaches can create a global governance structure that is both flexible and anchored in sound principles, capable of dealing with a global governance structures capable of a global governance structure capable of dealing with the complex and interconnected challenges of the 21st century. The ultimate goal of these proposals is to ensure that global governance is able to respond effectively to contemporary challenges, promoting international cooperation without sacrificing national sovereignty.
What are you working on in science currently? Monoclonal antibodies.
National sovereignty.
Monoclonal antibodies, they're basically like an adaptation of the IgG molecule, the immunoglobulin G molecule in the body. And we make them attuned to certain diseases like cancers.
This is particularly important in a world where global interdependencies make it increasingly difficult to address problems in isolation, and where collective solutions are often essential to the well-being of all nations. Furthermore, these new models of global governance seek to ensure that the benefits of globalization are widely shared.
Need some space right there.
New governance models.
Oh, how did you do that? How did you go all the way back here? I didn't even click on you at all. Oh, dude, you were the worst. Come again? The IgG molecule is like an immunoglobulin. It's one of the things that your body uses to fight off diseases.
Principles-based governance can provide the ethical and regulatory guidance. The ultimate goal of these proposals is to ensure that global governance is able and sustainable development. Ultimately, adopting such models are widely shared, reducing inequalities and promoting. Furthermore, these new models of global governance seek.
Okay, so.
Furthermore,
I think this needs some space in there.
And where collective solutions are often essential to the well-being of all nations. Furthermore, nations. Furthermore, these new models of global governance seek to ensure that the benefits of globalization are widely shared, reducing inequalities and promoting.
Okay, so I think it must be around here because this definitely is not good. Yeah, we amplify certain proteins inside of a Chinese hamster ovary cell that then gets harvested later and then is concentrated and then injected into the human body as a IgG molecule.
And promoting more equities and promoting more equitable and sustainable development. Ultimately, adopting such models can build a fairer and more inclusive global system. Furthermore, these new models of global
Okay, yeah. They're similar but not exact. All right.
Furthermore, these new models of global governance seek to ensure that the benefits of globalization are widely shared, reducing inequalities and promoting more equitable and sustainable development. Ultimately, adopting such models can build a fairer and more inclusive global system, capable of meeting the challenges of the future with efficiency, equity, and mutual respect. And promoting more equitable and sustainable development. Ultimately,
I have to create some space here because these are way too close to each other.
More equitable and sustainable development. Ultimately, adopting such models can build,
and then I think I'm going to put some space here too.
And sustainable development. Global governance seek to ensure that the benefits of globalization are widely shared, reducing inequalities and promoting more equitable and sustainable development.
No, I think it just needs that slight, like really slight. Kind of like that.
And sustainable, more equitable and sustainable development. Ultimately, adopting such models, inclusive global system, and sustainable development. Ultimately, adopting such.
I think this one just needs to be back a little bit more.
Ultimately, and sustainable development. Ultimately,
like that.
Adopting such models can build a fairer and more inclusive global system, capable of meeting the challenges of the future with efficiency, equity, and mutual respect.
All right, I like that. I like that. All right, it looks like we're pretty good. Pretty good. So we'll go ahead and shift everything to the left and take a big break. Yeah, but what am I working on in science? So we at our site work on monoclonal antibodies. I can kind of show you that. I can kind of show you what that is, but let's see if I Google. Yeah. So monoclonal antibodies, MABs, the lab-made protein that can be used to treat various diseases. We treat a lot of cancers. There are some autoimmune diseases that we do as well. Some skin disorders for sure. There's like eczema, arthritis. I'm not sure if we do arthritis, but I guess it also treats multiple sclerosis. But yeah, monoclonal antibodies, let's look at the images. They're taken from the hamster ovary cells. They're like these little molecules that bind to their target, and once attached, they make it harmless. Yeah, that's exactly it. This is the monoclonal antibody. It looks like the IgG molecule. It's like the heavy chain and light chains on there. And they make these cells express the protein, and then they extract that, and then it attaches to cancer cells. Super effective. It's just really expensive to make these, especially if you got a site that doesn't really care about doing things well. They just want it done. You know. I think the work that I do is super cool and super rewarding, and then I'm just surrounded by people that just don't care about it, you know? So it's kind of a bummer in that regard.
New governance models. Faced with contemporary challenges, it is imperative to develop respect. New governance models.
All right, okay. Let's bounce it. This is new governance models. That is 4. Bam. Bouncing. Bouncing. Oh, man.
Oh, dude.
I will complete this today. I swear to you. I swear to you, I will complete this today. All right, let's see if it worked. Let's knock out this conclusion. We're going to do it, guys. We're so freaking close. We're so freaking close to the end. All right. I'm going to put it on a BRB screen, but I will be right back. And I will come again. And we're going to knock out this conclusion real quick, and then we will be done with this book. Dude, this is so long. This is such a long time coming. I will be so happy once we're done with this. so back. We are so back right now. Conclusion. Summary of discussions. Throughout this work, a detail. All right. Let's go ahead and copy the channel strip setting. Let's go back and let's confirm. Okay, I guess I was kind of figuring it out with this one. So I got the mix at 100. Didn't mess with the gain at all. The threshold's at 20, which I guess is all right. I don't know what any of this stuff does, but I messed with it a bit on this next one. Noise gate. All right, we got noise gate. Okay. Conclusion. Summary of discussions. Throughout this work, a detailed and critical examination of... All right. Here we go. Conclusion. 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 Neoliberalism. Market. New folder. Conclusion. This is one. Conclusion. Bounce. Issues with the audio. RMS too low. All right. So how much do we have to raise it by? What did that say? Raise it by 3.2. Conclusion. 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 Okay, let's do it with that. But it'll tell me that's way too loud. It's like a jump scare. Yeah. So let's turn off that. Conclusion. And then go to compressor. Conclusion. Guess we'll turn that up to 10. Maybe. All right, let's see. Issues. Still too low. Still too low somehow. Yeah. 12. Conclusion. Guess we'll put it to 12. All right, we're on the final stretch, guys. We're on the final stretch. So we'll turn that back to 4. And we'll put this over here, stretch that back out.
Summary of discussions. Summary of discussions.
All right, let's hit it.
Throughout.
You guys can see me, right? Yeah, you can see me. All right, cool.
Throughout this work, a detailed and critical examination of the complex interrelationships between neoliberalism, globalization, and nationalism was carried out, tracing the evolution of these phenomena from their origins to their contemporary manifestations. We begin with an analysis of the theoretical and historical bases of neoliberalism, highlighting how this ideology emerged as a response to the economic crises of the 1970s and 1980s. Neoliberalism was presented as a reaction to the exhaustion of the Keynesian model and the stagflation that marked this period, proposing a new economic orientation centered on the liberalization of markets, the privatization of state assets, and the reduction of state intervention in the economy. And the stagflation that marked this period, proposing a new economic orientation centered on the liberalization of markets, the privatization of state assets, and the reduction of state intervention in the economy. We explore how these neoliberal ideas not only gained prominence on the global political and economic stage, but also consolidated themselves through a series of policies that transformed the economies of several nations. Governments around the world, influenced by economists, governments around the world, influenced by economists such as Friedrich Hayek and Milton Friedman, implemented neoliberal reforms that promoted free trade, deregulated financial markets, and reduced public spending on social welfare. These policies were particularly visible. These policies welfare. These policies.
Oh man, are you kidding?
And reduced public. These policies were
Man, why am I hitting chairs and shit? Like what?
These policies were particularly visible under the governments of
Okay, let's go ahead and condense it so far. Oh, wow. That was way quicker than I thought it would be. So let's go back to this right here and make sure that's in the right spot.
Neoliberalism was presented as a reaction to the exhaustion of the Keynesian.
Because a lot of the times when you have that crossover, it doesn't do the crossover right.
Neoliberalism was presented as a reaction to the exhaustion of the.
I think that's how I intended it to be. So I'm going to keep it like that.
And the reduction of state intervention. governments around the world, influenced by economists such as Friedrich Hayek, and these policies were particularly visible under the governments of Margaret Thatcher in the United Kingdom and Ronald Reagan in the United States, which served as models for other countries. The neoliberal narrative promised economic growth and efficiency, but it also had profound consequences. But it also had profound consequences for the global social and economic structure. Next, we look at globalization, conceived here as an essential vehicle for the dissemination. Next, we look at globalization, conceived here as an essential vehicle for the dissemination of neoliberal policies. We analyze the economic, social, and cultural impacts of this process in different regions of the world. We analyze policies. We analyze the economic, social, and cultural impacts of this process in different regions of the world. It was highlighted how globalization, social and cultural It was highlighted how globalization, by promoting economic